The road to VCT Ascension 2025 is long and savage. Across 3 stages, Challengers NA teams have battled for their shot at promotion. Each stage features a Swiss group stage and a top 8 double elimination playoffs. Teams earn circuit points based on their playoff finish. The deeper you go, the more you earn. First place qualifies for the Ascension tournament. Then 80 points for second place, down to 30 points for 8th. Consistency is key. Every point matters. At the end of Stage 3, 2 teams will move on. The Stage 3 champion qualifies directly. The top team in circuit points takes the second spot. If one team claims both, the next best in points ascends. Consistency, dominance, clutch factor. That's what it takes to rise. Welcome to the fight for VCT Ascension. Final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams. One goal. No resets. No second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
Well, folks, the road to Ascension continues right here, right now. Welcome to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined by Roy and Ash on the analyst desk. And folks, we have Games TM for you today. We had Games TM for you yesterday, and we have even more. We're just chock full of games here. Roy, it's always good to yap with you on the desk and yell about pineapple on pizza once again. Or calmly talk about it. But Ash, it's beautiful to see you as well. Such a great day we have today with the games going on. If you're just joining us for the first time in Ascension, first of all, welcome. Happy to have you here. But you're joining us at a very special time because it is an elimination match we have for you today, as well as some kind of the heavy hitters we have later today. But if you're just joining us, you missed our games yesterday, which is very sad, but we would love to show you what happened yesterday, and that was a YFP smackdown, if you will. We had a SRB unfortunately be eliminated. They can technically qualify on points, but it requires a lot of different motion, if you will. But Roy, I don't know if you were paying attention yesterday. I think I saw you in chat, but YFP really just kind of took the hammer to the sigil and went to work yesterday.
Am I paying attention to VCL? Do you drink water, Liz? I don't know.
I don't.
But...
I'm like Dryad. I don't like the taste.
Oh, wow. Okay. I love it. I love it. But no, this match was actually so fun to watch. It was honestly just a really good game overall. Obviously, we're seeing YFP on the slow come up. SRB, they haven't quite recovered from the first split, guys. They had a great first split. The second split was a bit of a fall off, and they just have not recovered the ship. YFP closing it out. They're looking phenomenal. I'm excited to see more of them. But yeah, overall, the Valorant is getting sicker and the competition is getting tighter, guys.
I mean, Ash, just to go to you, I'm assuming you were also watching yesterday. I mean, yesterday, not only YFP and SRB, but Blue versus Boxer. I mean, the Preds, we got it all wrong yesterday for Blue versus Boxer. We all went saying that Boxer was going to win, but Blue Otter, in their elimination match, do or die, took it home yesterday, Ash.
Yeah, that they did. And that was with, Super Sub Bob, like, stepping back into the server for Blue Water there as well. And she had an insane performance, so much impact on that Sova. But overall, I think that you look at Fireball, who really stepped up to the plate for Blue Otter yesterday. And there was definitely a lot more on the line, I think, for Boxer as well in this matchup. That was their opportunity to try and qualify to playoffs a little bit earlier on. I get it's pretty late into the Swiss stage, so like I don't know why I'm saying like early, but you guys are picking up what I'm putting down in that kind of regard. Meanwhile, for the likes of Blue Otter, that was their opportunity to stay alive in the competition, and they absolutely stepped up to be able to be in this position now where they will be facing up against Legacy.
I think another really cool match that we didn't quite see on the mainstream yesterday, but the TSM versus Legacy Kingdom, that was also a super fun match. First map goes down, Legacy Kingdom having a great game. Everyone's stressing out. Everyone's losing faith in TSM. And then the next 2 maps are just the cleanest reverse sweeps I've seen in a while from TSM, proving to us that they can never be doubted. It was just a fun day of Valorant, guys. And, just no matter what happens in VCL, there's one thing for certain, guys, and that's VCL North America continues to deliver. And as always, I'm excited for some more.
And I also want to say, remember how TSM went on a run last year? Roy and Ash, are we seeing shades of that again this year? You know, like, I mean, I was watching that last whole Wikimon holding on that A choke, getting 3, should have gotten 4 with that shorty. And I was like, oh, we're back. We've never been more back than right now. You know, they're 4-1 in the group stage. And if you're just paying attention to VCL, just know that we love the drama. We love the intrigue, and we are here for that. Absolutely. But if you're looking at our bracket today, you can see that yesterday we said goodbye to SRB, sadly. But today, friends, we have games, I say as I pound onto my desk, and it is SAD versus Nightblood Gaming. Now, if you're just joining us, this is SAD versus NBG. I also just learned the other day, SAD stands for supply and demand. Ash, did you know that?
I did not. I did not.
I looked up their merch.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Wow.
I need like lore behind the teddy bear then. I guess like he is
Let's
giving
ask their watch
kind of like
party.
pirate energy, you know, with like the eye patch and everything like that. So like
yes, and they
maybe,
steal
like, a little
supply
Buccaneer
and demand
moment.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just
Wow.
what you're putting
The
down.
more you learn.
You know what? Yeah, listen, we're doing quick maths on the broadcast here, Roy. I don't know what you want from me. Of course, we're going to talk about any potential plushies incoming. I only need Dan to like be on the broadcast to like back me up in that kind of sense. But talking about the SAD Esports roster, I think that this is a team that has kind of been like flying under the radar a bit this split. Kind of just like been quietly grinding away throughout the Swiss stage. And I feel like it's kind of wild that they've been flying under the radar when they've picked up players like Bao, like Welly at the beginning of this split, who are so impactful for their previous rosters. Bao was one of, I think, my favorite players to see like grow throughout the last couple of stages of challengers. And so the fact that this team has continued to kind of be slept on has been kind of surprising to me. He's been such like a consistent presence, and it feels like the SAD Esports roster have really looked great as far as how they've grown together over this stage, Roy, and have looked to continue to gel.
Yeah, I think my theory for why everyone is sleeping on SAD is because they sort of like Frankenstein their roster like last minute, and it seems like they're sort of tippy-toeing around their peak form. Like some games they look amazing, we can see the potential, we see it all coming together, and then you know, some of the next matches, you know, we can clearly see like symptoms of a new roster. But one thing is for certain with this roster is it is a very talented, very young team. There's so much firepower, and some of that firepower is Bao. Like you said, he's been a huge standout player, former M80 player. He's really coming into form as a star player within this roster, and we've seen him have crazy pop-off games along with Jerwin as well. And he, for me, the reason why I really like Bao and I really like watching Bao is the fact that he's that guy that is willing to break the rounds down like mechanically. But not only is he a really strong mechanical player, but it feels like his understanding of the timing, his macros, his ability to isolate kills, play around his utility, it feels like he's in the perfect role to sort of set himself up for those mechanical resolutions. And he's willing to, you know, just challenge, and he's not afraid. And it always seems like he's that guy for his team.
And I feel like over the last couple stages, we also saw him kind of dig deeper into his agent pool, right? And then right now, being in a meta where that Viper is so strong, he's just been such like a clear pickup for SAD Esports to slot into that role because of everything you were talking about there, Roy. And I think it's really working well for them with how SAD Esports are looking to work the current double controller meta and how everything has been shifting, and the map pool that we're looking at here as well. But man, Liz, overall, it's going to be a tough battle up against NBG because that team's been like also kind of a little bit of a dark horse here in the competition.
And I think Roy said it best, or you said it best, Ash, flying under the radar, right? These are the two teams that have been, you know, making a name for themselves and maybe haven't been paid attention to most by the community. But we'd love to reintroduce you or introduce you to Nightblood Gaming. I know you recognize some of these names in the roster, you guys. I know you do. I know you recognize Son of Car. I know you recognize Screwface, but please let us not forget Noted, Kumi, and Smiley, because this roster, Roy, and I don't know if this was Frankenstein, like you said before, but this is a roster that has heavy hitter after heavy hitter. I want you guys to look at Screwface, that beautiful smile, like he looks so sweet. He's a killer in the server, Roy.
Yeah, can I just say that he's also a killer in his Twitter videos. I love I love like the vlog style updates for the roster and like the post match updates. I love that. I wish we could see more of that kind of content from some of these teams. It really is. But no, this roster is very scary, and I think for me a really big key difference between this roster and SAD is, you know, SAD was sort of made last minute, but this team has been slowly grinding away in other tournaments, in like third-party tournaments and tier 3 events, and they came into the season with so much momentum, and they were either coming off tournament wins and they were looking fantastic, and they've been performing so consistently. And that's, you know, they haven't really had the greatest results in VCL, but they've gone toe to toe with some of the best teams in the league. Like they've had really close games. They've beaten some really good teams like TSM. And it feels like overall they have a very clear identity despite them being a young roster. They have a very good approach to the game. They're all sort of on the same page with how they want to approach the game. And I think that is their strength. And on top of that, they have some insane individual players.
I mean, I don't know if you guys remember this bit from America's last year, but with Sideshow being dragged into the void saying, son of Car, because I remember last year when Son of Car came onto the scene, made his name of just this incredible player, mechanically gifted. One of those games, Ash, where you see just kind of like, you literally have to whip your head around and be like, what did I just watch, Ash? Because this person, who's also named as Carson, I learned, and that makes his name make a lot more sense, is so mechanically gifted.
Yeah, Liz is pulling up with all the fun facts today.
That's my job.
Holly. But okay, guys, hear me out. I know that me asking for this stat graphic looks a little bit BM. I swear to God, that is not my intention with it. The conversation that I want to have, though, in this matchup that Nightblood Gaming had up against at Legacy, there was a very real chance where I think we had a couple of people. I think me and Roy actually voted for NBG to maybe make this sweep back and have that revenge arc. I can't remember if you were on the desk with me that week. It's been kind of a blur.
Yeah, it's a lot of games.
It's been a lot of games. But the big conversation topic was we set Son of Car up as this player that can absolutely take over the server. And had a bit of a slower start on that map on Corrode. Could have definitely been a matchup where we saw them go all the way to bind, but we also saw him light back up into Lotus. And I feel like that's the conversation I want to have. The fact that this is a player that can have one of those slower starts and be able to bounce back so fervently into the next match that you've always got to be on the lookout. I feel like there are some Duelist players where if they're having an off day, they might not be able to find that momentum to like come back. But he's able to give you that kind of whiplash in the server, and that's what makes him so dangerous.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think like whenever you're watching this player, it feels like his mechanics are so solid that it's very clear that he's the type of player that is going to have consistent results. And I think, you know, to kind of highlight, like when you look at his stats versus, you know, the stats that you just showed previously, like you can clearly tell that this is a very consistent performer. And when he's up against a player like German, who's also been extremely consistent for the SAD esports side, you have this sort of like clash of these two very young duelists who are kind of like unique and sort of have their own flair that are going to be battling it out. Wow, English is very hard language.
You just were talking about bow. It's hard.
Yes, oh, a little play on word. I like that. But yeah, they're going to be fighting it out right here in the server. Both of these players are very young. They're very upcoming. And honestly, I feel like the clash of these two players is going to be really, really fun to watch.
I mean, anytime we set up these head-to-heads for our audience, we always tell you, like, look out for the Duelist, because I think we, as maybe broadcast talent, don't explain this as well as we should, but Duelist isn't a one-size-fits-all. Duelists play differently from, like, kind of one to the next. It's like, I don't know if you guys know about skincare, but it's like everyone's skin is different. It's like that.
Okay, tying Valorant and skincare, yes.
Oh my God, everyone should have a skincare routine. I'm just saying, if you don't have one, DM me, I'll help you out.
DM me?
But these are two that we really want to highlight today because it is an elimination match. Ash, excuse me, I almost said you, Ash. This is a game where we're going to rely on these players a lot. We're going to need them to have these explosive moments. They can't have an off game today because they are going to be punished with an elimination.
Yeah, that's the huge thing, right? Is that there's a lot more weight on today's games. The fact that it is that last opportunity for them to try and continue this run to be able to get into playoffs. And overall, like, it's also an uphill battle here as well, because if they do win out today, they still have to play at least one more game to figure out if they are going to be able to make that playoffs run happen or if they will be eliminated afterwards. And it's quite the gauntlet when you do get this deep into the Swiss stage. And it's also about having that endurance throughout the entirety of VCL, like week for week. These teams are scrimming in the background. They've also got other things going on as well, whether it's school or work, and things do definitely tend to pile up. And it's really about that stamina that these players are going to be able to bring. And those two Duelists have been so consistent, like Roy has been saying. And today is when that consistency really matters the most.
Absolutely. And I think to add on top of the consistency factor is the fact that obviously when you have these like sort of young players, it's really about how well they can manage the stress, right? Because like managing stress in these types of environments in such a high like you need to have results. Like there really is no other way to put it. And for you to get results, you sort of do need like, yeah, the urge to win is great, but it can also pile on top of your psychology. And when you have a young roster like these players, it's really about just like keeping the environment light, not being on top of each other on mistakes, like just being easygoing and just kind of keeping the vibes up. And I feel like both of these rosters are kind of good at that. So I'm kind of curious to see how they're going to be handling the stress of the game, whether it's going to be impacting their performances, or are we going to have these sort of like, I wake up in this high pressure moment and I find myself in this sort of moment, and we just have these like monstrous pop off performances that we've seen from Bao, from Jerwin, from Son of Car, Kumi, like all of these players. So I think it's gonna be really interesting, guys.
Well, as I say, high pressure makes diamonds, but also can crush you. But we do have our maps for you coming into it. And as they say, they do say it, the kids say, the streets say that the games can be won in the Veto. And Ash, we are going to Icebox, Lotus, and Ascent. Any immediate thoughts or any red flags that you see with this Veto coming through?
I don't see any red flags because realistically, this Veto is really strong for both these teams. Like these are 3 maps that I think are comfortable for both Nightblood Gaming and SAD Esports. I feel like the main difference that I've got to keep my eyes on is if we do manage to go to that 3rd map in Ascent. Nightblood do lean a bit more into the new school Ascent with the Deadlock and Cypher comp. And then you've got the old school style, just swapping out the Jet for the Yoru on the side of SAD Esports. And we've also seen how I think that comp with where they're not like leaning into the new meta like as much has definitely its difficulties because people are so comfortable playing up against it, Roy.
Yeah, I think the really interesting thing with this Veto too, guys, is the fact that there are no weak maps in this. Like all 3 of these maps is such an overlap for both of these rosters, and it's kind of rare to see that, right? Because sometimes there's like at least a 1 map clash where like one team is really good on it and the other team hasn't really had like a great result, and there's sort of like this Veto advantage where you could kind of pull this map out. But just like these 3 maps, looking at the results recently on all 3 of these maps, it has been so consistently good for both of these teams, which I mean, that just feeds to the fact that one, this is an elimination match. Obviously they're going to resort to comfort, but their comfort is on all 3 of these maps. So we might see some crazy games across the board on all 3 maps if we get there.
I'm gonna push you on that, Roy, because you kept talking about pressure and like can they rise to the challenge. When you're comfortable on these maps, Roy, do you go for the comfort comps? Like do you go for like the big plays? I mean, I'm not a player, I'm in ranked hell, but I genuinely don't know what you would do in the situation. Do you go for what what you're good at, or is it the time where these maps, whatever, we'll play Waylay, whatever, we'll play Yoru?
No, I don't expect we'll see any sort of I do not believe we'll see comp changes. If there is, it'll probably be like maybe a Duelist swap or maybe like a small tiny swap, but I feel like we're just way too late in the season right now. It's too much of a risk for them to sort of make any major changes to their playstyle. If anything, there might be just like a couple layers of anti-stratting and stuff like that they might add into their gameplay, but ultimately they're going to resort to their comfort. They want to feel as like in the flow as possible, so they're not going to add any more elements into their like mental overload, if you will. So I think they're just going to keep it simple. They're going to play their game, and whoever's hitting the shots, whoever's converting and executing better is going to be the one coming out on top.
Keep it simple, stupid is the name in the game. We have our predictions from the desk and our lovely casters, which you'll be hearing from very soon. I believe it is me and Shift who are the odd ones out with us. Yes. So me and Shift decided to go for Nightblood Gaming. And then Roy and Ash, you disagreed. You went for Supply and Demand Esports, SAD Esports, along with Marks. Now, usually I like to put the person who's on the kind of like the minority vote on the on the spotlight. Hey, Roy, I'm putting you in the spotlight inside because I can, and it's my job. Talk to me about why you went for SAD.
I just feel like this is the type of roster, like I said before, like it was formed so last minute and they've looked so great. And I feel like time is in their favor, where every single week they've only gotten better. And as they, kind of adjusted to each other's play styles and they sort of found their footing, and Jawa's gotten a little bit more reps in a completely new role as an IGL. I feel like their skill ceiling is super high, but honestly, I would be lying to you if I said it was not a hard decision, because I can definitely see why you picked NBG, Liz. I think NBG is a really good roster. I really don't see any sort of flaws with the way they're approaching the game and the sort of their team structure. It's a very well-rounded roster, and it's really just going to come down to the execution.
Yeah, I've got to agree with Roy on this one. It was really hard to pick between these 2 teams, but I definitely had my eyes on SAD Esports as this squad that's able to like have that late game scale. I'm kind of feeling like a Burger Boys stage 2 moment where they make playoffs and then they go on some sort of crazy run. Like I feel like that is something that I could definitely see out of this roster when you see how these individual pieces have just been able to continue to grow together over time. And then for the side of NBG, again, it was so hard to choose. Like I feel like Kumi is a player that really has impressed me this stage as well. Someone that I really didn't know too much about ahead of this stage either. And I think that this head-to-head is going to be absolutely insane with the maps that we have lined up. It's going to be, I think we're going to see some really good Valorant, but I think it's also going to be like a scrap fest at the same time.
I think we've lined it up perfectly, Ash. We talk about these are all three are comfortable maps for this team. These are duelists who are kind of peaking at the right moment. These are teams who have the most like mechanically gifted moments right now, right here, and they're going to need it right now for this elimination match. But it is so important that we're going to take a break because one of our players crashed. But we're going to take a break. We'll see you in a bit. Thank you so much for your patience, everyone. We are back with a lovely mirror comp just for you. We selected it just for you here at VALORANT Challengers League North America. I mean, we talked about, Roy, these are the comfortable map. You said we wouldn't see any comp changes. We see a mirror comp. We keep talking. I feel like we're setting this up perfectly. Like, these are two teams who are going to battle out mirror comp, comfortable maps, people peeking at the right time. And these agent selections, like this agent selection, excuse me, Roy, is going to, it's just the cherry on top.
Yeah, the thing with these compositions as well is, and this is kind of where my eyes are going to be in this matchup, guys, is the fact that they don't really have a Sage or a Harbor to force plants. So if it ends up being, being like an attack towards the B site, I'm looking to see how they're going to deal with the, the stall on the B site that's going to draw a lot of the Viper gas and kind of their solutions to it. Otherwise, it's probably going to devolve into some kind of just A rush, A hit simulator, or like go to B to just pull rotates. But yeah, the KO comp is very good at taking B main, but as soon as it comes to the site, it can struggle if the counter utility from the defense side is good. So my eyes are on that to see how they're going to be playing around these sort of dynamics and how they're going to adjust in real time.
I think you've also got to keep your eyes on that head-to-head between Kumi and Shondex. I feel like those are two Sentinel players who do love to play that poke and prod on those lurks. And Shondex definitely does love those opportunities to get a little bit active on the attacking side while the rest of his team works the other portion of the map. And Kumi is going to be somebody that we're going to have to be looking towards to be dealing with how Shondex is trying to maybe take down some of that util early, like the KJ turret over towards top mid, and those micro adjustments in the positioning of some of that Senti util to come in so that it can still find that value.
Well, folks, we hope someone has reset their motherboard or whether it may be, because we are ready to go into the match. I'm going to send it to our casters, Marks and Shipped. Friends, take it away.
Thank you, Desk. Appreciate you mostly. Here we go. Nightblood Gaming, SAD Esports. Marks, we're going to feel out what these two teams have to offer. We love a good old-fashioned mirror matchup. It really is just put it all out on the table, see what happens. If you're better on the day, you usually win.
You know, it really is one of those things, like with Icebox, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And turns out everything on Icebox is just the same. Sometimes you bring out that Harbor, sometimes you bring out that Sage. But generally speaking, especially given the fact that both these two teams like the exact same composition, it really is just going to come down to who can kind of run that a little bit better. I wanted to touch on some of the points that Roy was making as well. The smokes being mostly just on that Viper. A lot of initiation coming in from both of these squads. And so I'm expecting to see a very fast hits coming from the attackers. The Jet obviously going to have to play off of the information that it's given, and then I imagine things are just going to be explosive. And right off the bat, it looks like everyone's just kind of running at each other.
That sometimes is the case. Son of Car happy to have that as he's found the first two, Screwface the third. So no problems here for Nightblood Gaming. And this pistol should pretty much be all but over. So maybe a chance here to kind of do a little bit more digging into the actual rosters themselves, the expectations, kind of overall. Unless Bao is able to do something unbelievable, this is likely a pretty casual win for Nightblood.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of information given away. Son of Car and Screwface, a little bit low HP. At least one's getting trade down, but now Bao up in a 1v4. This one's still not looking super likely to be able to win out.
No, definitely not. So kind of discussing the history of these two teams, I think the desk started to touch on it. Like, these teams have essentially shredded their rosters from last stage and recreated them around maybe one, maybe two pieces in total. And yeah, this season's been odd, I think, for them, just because there's a level of like the expectations get reset when you're playing with a new roster, or at least mostly a new roster. But at the same front, there's also just a lack of, conviction on either side when it comes to like their results they've had recently. There's a level of, they're still fighting for playoff contention, but they're trying to figure it out, and you have to have it here.
Yeah, I mean, once again, this is the elimination match. Both these teams currently sitting in split 3, 2-3. And, also talking about how these teams kind of got Frankensteined together, I think it's important to mention that Shondex and Welly were originally from Ambrosia, who made it all the way to the finals of stage 2. And then they got knocked out by Envy finally reaching their quote-unquote final form. And as soon as Ambrosia split apart, SAD made sure to kind of scoop them up. And I'm a big fan of Shondex specifically. I think a lot of the timings that we see that Sentinel player take are always just like perfectly timed, and then suddenly the backstab is so devastating. So as for players to keep your eye on, I would recommend you watch where that Killjoy for SAD Esports is going to be hanging out.
Yeah, Also just important to note that this is, of course, Nightblood Gaming's map selection, and it makes a lot of sense. They have been playing it a lot, not just in Challengers, but also in other third-party events. So they've gotten a lot of reps, including a handful this month. Sad, trying to make their way over. Just a couple of pistol upgrades. No problems here, largely for Nightblood. A couple of trades, but not much to sweat about. If you're Nightblood, they'll drop 2, and the spike will be down right in front of them at yellow. So pretty casual second round for Nightblood here with the weapon superiority.
Yeah, I mean, both that first round and the second round, casual, best way to describe it. It's just the pop-off, the myth themselves, Son of Car coming alive in the first round, and then in the second round, we just see SAD Esports kind of get crunched before they can even make their way onto that B site. Once again, not really having that Harbor or Sage. Makes me just a tad more difficult to go into, but this is when we should be able to see them buy up all of the weapons necessary. This is going to be the big rifling round coming up next. So curious to see how SAD are actually going to initiate on this one. Looks like it will be just go A and hope for the best type of thing. See the default Viper walls set up as well. Just cut off a lot of that information. But really, this is going to come down to Son of Car coming in with that Outlaw to try and find those early picks.
Well, lots of utility being tossed on top of the orb. That's enough distraction for SAD to find the first 2 kills. A lot of action unfolding over on top of A for a third time. And that will have, well, at least Screwface rotating into the site. He's the one with the significant weapon of the Vandal. Smiley just holding on for hopefully a 1-tap. And a little bit of damage tally there by Screwface. So hold the line as Nodex is trying to play around the back. So maybe a chance to stop a rotation, but here comes the commitment, and SAD will get free vacancy of the site.
Spike should be able to go down. It's just going to be more or less cleaning up these final players. Screwface, the last one left standing. Or sorry, Screwface and Noted, the last 2 left standing. We see the 0 point go in here. And I imagine this might be a call to save, especially with Screwface having that Vandal in hand. But Noted will at least try to do just a little bit of economic damage there. Finds Bao's head.
Makes this maybe more doable. Flash on the way forward, and Noted almost able to work out for another, but the Bulldog will be sacrificed, and it'll just essentially be the 1 kill to stop the Flawless from splashing our screens. But good response here from SAD. Taking the long-range weapons and finding long-range battles is always convenient, and now an opportunity to start to tally for some early ultimates, potentially, as things like Hunter's Fury starting to get a little bit closer here for SAD Esports. And I think the thing, too, is just to kind of keep an eye to see how aggressive this battle for that A-orb is going to be, because so far there's been a lot of focus in these at least 2 of these first 3 rounds for that.
Yeah, like the game plan for Nightblood Gaming, especially in those early rounds, are to just kind of send it forwards. We see that early scrimmage happening almost immediately as soon as the barriers drop. Obviously, you want Son of Car being kind of that person to rush forwards here, but given coming into this round, Son of Car now going to have that operator in hand. I'm curious to see if there's going to be as much gusto as we've seen on those previous rounds. And it is kind of interesting because as soon as that kind of scrimmage happens, immediately there's a cool off period where SAD really like to take their time with things before re-engaging and trying to push back onto the site. It's like we will be seeing more of that patented aggression with Son of Car getting very far forwards with the operator, but SAD Esports, this time it's going to be a rush for this B site, only leaving Shondex to keep A site honest. So let's see how Noted as well as Kumi are going to withstand this pressure.
Well, Noted in a little bit of trouble, but does well to keep their space. The snake bite allowing some freedom. You shake off the effects. You find a first blood. Traded back though by Bao. Screwface not in position to find an immediate trade. Fragment up and over. Looks like it was a pretty decent spot. Yeah, separates them just a touch, but the spam through the toxic screen is going to come up empty and everything will reset.
And once again, this is the issue with only having a Viper being that main primary denier of information on that B site. We see as soon as you run out of smoke, all right, just got to let that thing recharge. And it's a little bit of a standoff here. Given the fact that no rotations have really been spotted either, Nightblood Gaming have their finger on the pulse for this one. They know it probably will be this B side. And with the Viper's Wall coming up, the advancement from SAD happens.
Secondary reveal on the way over. Also the suppression onto Smiley. Has to hold their ground a little while longer than they may like, and is able to find one, but the trades are favorable towards SAD. And that'll be enough for Son of Car to say, nope, not interested. Take the operator and run. We're getting ourselves a tie game here early. Null Command will be ready for the next for Nightblood, but they're going to be hard-pressed to purchase much.
Yeah, their economy It's a little bit damaged based on this one. I mean, that's the reason really why we're seeing Son of Car kind of go for the save into the rest of this round here. But I really like the pacing we're seeing SAD Esports come into this with. We're seeing immediate reactions to a lot of that pressure early in the round, like I kind of mentioned, and then they're more than happy just to kind of hold their ground, wait it out until they're ready to push into things. And it's kind of in those moments that Nightblood Gaming, they're trying to anticipate it, trying to get themselves ready for it, or try to find some timings around the map. But SAD Esports are honestly just kind of playing their own game, and Nightblood Gaming are on the kind of back heel, trying to figure out how to more or less counter that attack. So great round coming out from SAD Esports.
Yeah, good stuff to this point. And likely to follow up with another round unless Son of Car is able to find some opportunity to get something done with the operator. Maybe there's a little bit of purchase available for things like SMGs, things of the nature, but you don't figure much. And no, it's just going to be Sheriff's, the Guardian, and the Ops. So everything's going to be just tap away at range. And it looks like Son of Car may try to get a little frisky with this angle over towards B, depending on the information from the knife. And yeah, there will be an opportunity to hold this angle and maybe be able to connect as the large majority of the offense is trying to make their way through. But that reveals the entire con, as the op shot just blindly goes into the wall, and now SAD Esports are going to have to make a decision about what they want to do here.
Take a look at that. So much ground taken on middle from Nightblood Gaming. They at least explore, and as they back out, that opens up perfect timing for SAD Esports to make this rotation over to this A side. They do have to deal with two agents there, but at least they're avoiding the operator, and that should make things easier.
Make things very easy unless Kumi does a little bit of that little run and gun with the Sheriff. Good follow, great fragment. Derwin's going to benefit, but give credit and the assist over to Jawa, who did a really good job of separating that space. Noted trying to find re-entry. Will be tagged just a touch. Screwface up top. If you find one, maybe a null command can help you get a little bit deeper onto site, but no, Noted's going to drop. Now it's just down to what can you tap, and hold on a second. Follow-up from Son of Car is good for the trade. And now it's just down to Bow by themselves. Information seen, but nice follow-up shot. Connects onto Screwface. Getting us to a 1v1. Son of Car, do you have the quick scope in? Yeah, you sure do. And what a response from Nightblood when it looked like all was lost with the operator being revealed. All it took was Kumi finding one to give a numbers advantage and retake the site.
And I know it's not coming up on the screen, but that basically was a thrifty round from Nightblood Gaming there. Only Son of Car really coming in with that operator. We saw Screwface buy up the Guardian as well, and it's just kind of a couple of taps to allow the weaponry to kind of turn itself around. And of course, who else but Son of Car, operator in hand, making sure to seal the deal on that round. Kumi finding Shondex very early on as well, helping to secure the pressure. It was a pretty good bounce back, but overall, just Nightblood Gaming coming up with a couple of very clutch kills, and it really was just playing around some of those Viper's walls, specifically the defending one that allowed that to happen. So Son of Car once again get a little bit antsy with it, moving forwards, allowing the A orb to consistently get picked up by Nightblood Gaming. They've been extremely good about that one. But Derwin will be able to get an ultimate orb of his own, and that might be good to supplement the Blade Storm to make sure that Welly will have a rifle, as B side looks like this is going to be the hit.
At least the initial feel out. Null command going to be spent. That will take the knives out of play, but will not stop the plant. So you spam things down and you essentially reforce this retake to come through quickly. And for the defense, I think they were hoping that that was going to be able to pause things out. Now you got to do the hard job of how do you get yourself back on.
A little bit of stalling here. Viper's Pit actually gets deployed, and it's going to be Matt Son of Car, an excellent kill.
Trades back and forth. Hunter's Fury trying to slow things down for the defensive retake. Son of Car's connection gets a little bit more space at the backside of the L, but you need a lot more than that. Smoke up top. They allow an angle for not just finding some sort of a diffuse, but also for Noted to play a little bit further forward. Up shot misses, and now time is running out, but Noted, just absolutely beautiful transfer. Takes care of the last two SAD Esports member. There's plenty of time to finish the diffuse. It looked like SAD had the advantage of that post plant, but NBG just not bothered by it, able to find the way to force it.
They really just kind of looked at Nightblood Gaming and were like, that operator is a problem. Focus on the operator first. And so Son of Car getting pinged up pretty badly in the midst of this kind of fanfare happening onto this site, but still able to find the necessary kills, allowing a perfect timing for Note to just walk around the side and find an excellent spray transfer. Actually, that doesn't count as a spray transfer. It was more of like a double tap onto both of them, but excellent job to seal the deal on that round. The fact that they get also the Hunter's Fury, in addition to the Viper's Pit out, is a fantastic job from Nightblood Gaming, as this time a lot of pressure on A from Sad, though. They're already worming their way up.
Yeah, but this is, I think, okay in a lot of regards if you're Nightblood. They actually place a late alarm bot. Not that it hasn't been seen. It will be dealt with very quickly. Aldrone is a way to try to contest the execute. And you're going to use an initial bit of utility to actually pin Jerwin into a corner. So, yeah. Even though Nightblood may not have been here with numbers, they had everything they needed in terms of finding the information. And then after that, it's just, again, a better arsenal leads to more eliminations and a lot cleaner. So Smiley will be the only one to drop. And how about an early 5-2 lead for Nightblood going into our next full versus full?
You look at the minimap there, and like there's 3 X's in the exact same spot, and you see Sad Esports get a little bit stuck. They can't really pass through the Viper's wall without any good utility, given the fact that Joed had already gone down. So the lack of flash, lack of information almost made it impossible to go through. You just kind of had to send it and hope for the best. Kumi has been an excellent anchor on the site thus far. Whether or not it's the Sheriff, whether or not it's the Guardian, Kumi has been holding A excellently, playing off of a bit of utility coming through from Smiley as well. So those two have done a great job at sealing the door on A, and this allows Son of Car to play this operator on B. So I like this setup that Nightblood Gaming have got going currently, because they get very early information and usually will be rewarded with a kill before having to back out under the pressure.
Opening op shot down B long. Comes up empty, but Son of Car not to be dissuaded from actually re-peeking this.
Okay.
That was a little bit too frisky. And now Shondex trying to feel things out on a lurk. Aldrone will scout this. Defense will be paused for a moment to make sure this is actually an execute towards B. But denying the recon forces more utility that has to come through here for Sad Esports to show their hand.
A lot of utility gets utilized from Sad to try and reclaim that space here, but Note as well as Joe or Screwface are already hanging back, and it's popping off.
Oh, Hunter's Fury in the response, though, slowing things down and also getting attacked into Welly, who's there for the plant, but Jerwin has gotten a little bit deeper than maybe you would expect, and yeah, it's in case. Kumi will be dealt with, and then Shondex follows up cleanly onto Smiley, so looked like Nightblood would have got a solid read there, but the overextension, the overpeak from Son of Car gets punished, and then the numbers just can't get back in time.
And it feels like Sad Esports are really starting to pull this one back. Sorry, take a look at the number of kills that all the members have. 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. It's kind of crazy, but I think kind of showcases at the same time just how much more consistently they're playing together and off of one another. You know, some of these rounds, it hasn't looked great. They just kind of run in there and are getting wrecked in the exact same spot. But at least it shows the dedication to that level of teamwork and coordination that we would want to see from these Valorant teams, especially at this level. As once again, it's the exact same setup on the defense. And with that operator shot going wide, you at least know where he is. And yeah, Jerwin's able to find the better half of Son of Car.
And maybe a little bit more. Nope, Jerwin just crouched underneath the aim. And yeah, there's a level here where Nightblood have maybe just bit off more than they can chew on some of these early challenges. They will have a chance to fight this off. The question will be, will it require them using things like a lockdown to slow down the approach, though? Smiley's going to go to work with the Aldrone, probably not going to see much. If anything, it'll see Shondex, and no, it sees nothing. So yeah, look what it does. Smiley's already pulled all the way back over to B, and it looks like they will commit to using a lockdown here, either for retake or to contest the spike, as Sad will eventually show themselves.
Yeah, the attacker's lockdown comes through. We see them wait just for a second to try and find something, but surely this should prompt a response from Nightblood Gaming to use a lockdown of their own after this spike goes down. It will be 3v5 on this retake. At least space might be guaranteed, but Jerwin takes Kumi out, so suddenly lockdown not available.
Well, shot lands for Jerwin, working on the ace, still has a chance for it, and Shondex steals it. Boo hiss. But Sad Esports Good stuff, honestly. I mean, they're getting a really solid. I mean, I'll say they're getting a solid read. They're honestly just winning opening engagements that Nightblood are over-channeling on. And they're just taking numbers and finding clean executes thanks to the superiority and overall firepower that they bring to the table. So good stuff here from Sad to get the last 2 in a row.
100%. Like, I'm not saying that the defense right now is starting to get a little bit readable. We see a little bit of a change up there. Wow. Scope for scope. But the thing is they just, that time around, we saw Screwface playing a little bit forwards, trying to mitigate some of the pressure onto Son of Car, but it simply just isn't enough. And now it's back onto a save for Nightblood Gaming. We see Son of Car actually bringing a Bucky onto this one. And Sad, they're shooting on all cylinders. So they're going to be rushing in onto this A site. And it's going to be tough for Nightblood Gaming to really contest this, as it's a lot of space already taken.
Well, the wall will slow things down for a moment, and keep your eye on Son of Car, who's now slipped himself into a strong spot with the Bucky. Problem is he loses one of his teammates over towards A, so Sad Esports, knowing they have a bit of an advantage, are likely just to stay here a little bit longer, see if they can find another. And it looks like, based on how everyone's positioning, they are going to commit to this A site.
Yeah, I would imagine so, and you can see it's just kind of a wait out the utility type of game. The knife will guarantee the positioning of most of these members of Sad Esports, especially if you get both initiators, you having a better idea as to where they want to plan to go. Thankfully, Killjoy turret will be set up on the back, keeping Son of Car honest. But I'm curious to see how Nightblood Gaming are going to receive this Jerwin popping the blades.
30 seconds left.
Well, that will do it. Screwface does fight back nicely. Almost actually has a chance for a third. That would have been disgusting, but can't quite finish the kill. And that will lead to Sad Esports with a plant. And likely the round, maybe a chance for one more elimination with the Classic, as Sean Dex is down to 2 health. But will be tucked into a corner. And it's going to have to be if Son of Car can find another weapon and possibly give this a go. Is able to get the Guardian. Makes things a bit more doable. A couple of tags. And yeah, these are just the shoulders now. So. Softball toss, the recon. Almost, but not quite.
Yeah, at that point, there's so much respect being paid to Son of Car. Like, all right, we know this is the one who can pop off potentially. So let's just play corners, keep it nice and simple. Everything is going to be great. And honestly, that is the right call. You see the kill kind of come through there, which was an unbelievable flick. Just awareness of what's going on here. But once again, Jerwin kind of coming up absolutely clutch for Sad Esports, where we see these lulls coming through of, oh boy, how are they going to kind of do this one? I mean, Jerwin just kind of kicks the door wide open, uses the operator, finds a close kill, pops the blades, finds 2 more. It's looking really good from the Jet, especially as they're heating up early in this round. But Son of Car, Redemption, finds Joa's shoulder. And so now this makes things a little bit more difficult to try and go in on the site. It's going to be Sad Esports not necessarily having the flash power in order to try and make their way through, especially knowing that the Viper's wall is set up there. Well, we've seen them walk through it before, and it hasn't really worked out that well for them previously.
Toxin screen down.
Well, a little bit of patience and pause here, as everyone's going to understand that winning this round is pretty critical, especially for Nightblood Gaming. You lose this one, you're back on to essentially a save into the last of the half. Oh, interesting little walk down here from Sad. Try not to reveal anything. They just try to get right up into the site unannounced, but doesn't work. Good check from Nightblood. And now the only real possible monkey wrench would be Welly. But the information's known. I don't know how he gets that read, but he does. And now Jerwin would be left into a 1v4. Very difficult. But again, for Sad Esports, they will have enough economy to purchase next round pending this doesn't go to Reddit, which it won't.
That was kind of a crazy round. I thought for sure Sad had the right read. All they had to deal with is a pesky note, just hang it out onto the site. It's just a Viper. It should be fine. And I know the desk highlighted Bao as kind of one of the better players, able to find those great timings, able to just play the smokes so darn well. But on the other side as well, Note has been doing a fantastic job at being that anchor just by yellow, very consistently finding multi-kills whenever Sad Esports kind of walk into that Viper's domain. So another player just really starting to heat things up here, as this is now last round and a half. buy-ups on both of these sides. Bao, though, only on a judge. Son of Kar, watching with the operator very diligently, will get caught, though.
Well, the no command is out. Aggression starting to set in just a touch. Kumi is coming on the way, still holding on to the lockdown. There's also the potential of Noted to work on the long flank and try to entrap SAD Esports here. Just a double check to make sure no one's over at mid. Sentry turret will be a little bit of an issue here in terms of Noted being able to quickly make their way around the flank. And with the knife actually revealing quite a bit here, there will not be a contest on the plant. It's going to have to be on the retake. And this is a lot of responsibility onto Noted, who will not be concealed on this flank attempt.
Oh, German.
Not sure what we're waiting for on this lockdown, but you have a chance to push it a little bit deeper with that position, but now you've lost on the flank, and Kumi's already spent it, pardon me. So now it's just down to what can you find to work your way back in through this Viper's Pit. And Bao with a shotgun in it could be the win condition that they need. Shondex up top. Oh, good little backup from Bao. And now it's just down to Screwface. He's going to be taking a lot of damage inside of the Viper's Pit. It will fall, and Shondex will clean things up. We'll have a 6-6 half. Pretty clean for both teams.
Yeah, and that one came through just because of Bao being able to use the Viper's Pit. I like the immediate response from Nightblood Gaming, Kumi investing the lockdown, force the Viper out. But there was just enough space to make sure that Bao could keep that thing online, and it works out perfectly for SAD Esports on that attack. And yeah, kind of a sick timing from Derwin, but doesn't quite go exactly how you would want here. The shotgun battle to kind of end things out. Once again, very close between these two teams. The desk highlighted that this map Veto really favors both of them. Like, they were both picking into their own strengths, and turns out they're strong on the exact same maps, and then they're playing the exact same compositions, so wouldn't have it any other way. Let's see though what SAD have on their defense. Nightblood Gaming as well. I'm imagining we're going to be starting to see Son of Kar play with a bit more support, a bit more utility getting utilized to help that Jet really start to frag out, because that's something that the people want to see. And that Nightblood Gaming, that's kind of their style. Set up your Duelist to really just rush things down and overwhelm the enemy.
There could be some contact here at middle. Well, first shot fired is over towards B long. Not much gain, not much loss. Secondary shoulder does reveal that the offense is nearby. Derwin will back off, doesn't want to give away too much. And actually, in that process, will find one. Secondary chance? No. Screwface able to stay alive, but this is not a full commitment for Nightblood, just trying to show some force while it looks like Kumi's going to try to feel out A. What are we doing?
We're panicking is what we're doing. Suddenly Smiley in a very awkward position here. Bao, as well as Welly, just kind of hanging out, but the rush through is going to happen, I guess.
Well, here we go. And we're still letting players sit in the backside of yellow. Still not a commitment here, though, from Nightblood. Problem is, look who's waiting for this rotation. Yep, it's this guy. Look at this guy. Well, this guy's going to only find one. So Noted will be down to 10 HP, has the ability to pull the spike into A, and so honestly, the responsibility bears the weight on Kumi's shoulders.
I think there should be just enough time to be able to get the spike down, but if SAD decide to try and interrupt this spike, could be big. Kumi, an excellent kill.
One enemy remains.
No follow-up. Welly, just right there in the near side. Low health pools, easy to follow up with the classic, especially since they're lined up on top of one another. So Pistol in the second half will go the way of SAD Esports, taking the edge and have an opportunity here. But again, good eliminations coming through. Nightblood could try something a little frisky if they want to.
Honestly, kind of crazy from Kumi on the last round as well. Like, first of all, this entire round was kind of shenanigans. Like, if you took a look at how the players were walking around the map, they were flanking each other, getting through their own spaces. But it was a mix of a sea of red and blue on the mini-map at the exact same time. But Welly with the fadeaway classic shots to kind of end it out after Kumi comes up huge with the Ghost, finding 2 kills, is an excellent way for SAD to regain that momentum and take that pistol round. So German taking a page out of Son of Kar's book, playing very forwards with this Outlaw, and currently has been dominating in this Duelist head-to-head. And so that confidence has to mean something, but will get scouted out immediately, so has to back out of it.
Flash on the corner, though. Oh, thought you would have given Welly a chance, but here is that forced purchase. Now, essentially barrel stuffing at the backside of A. That's going to work out really nicely, but Jerwin's still alive and well, and he's able to hit the no-scope. Bao assisting. Oh, messy. Screwface able to find one. And now to a 1v1 with Bao. Tough shot, and he hits. Oh my goodness, a 1v2 for Screwface, saying, Roy, I saw your tweet, putting this one on my back. Easy follow-up for Nightblood.
Putting the Blitz and Blitzkrieg there. Nightblood Gaming rush in, just completely overwhelmed SAD Esports on that one. It was just a pure chaotic, overwhelming factor that kind of worked out in their favor. Jerwin having the Outlaw. One of the things, obviously, the Outlaw is going to find a one-shot, one kill in this scenario, but you only got 2 bullets there. And so as a result of that, you see just the panic from Jerwin, unfortunately picking up a gun that needed to get a nice little reload, and Screwface, technically one of the VCT World Champions, picks up the final kill with a nice little headshot to close out the round. Smiley as well, punishing Jerwin so early on this round. Any of the momentum that SAD really swept up based off the pistol immediately just gets sucked right out of their engine, as Nightblood Gaming are feeling pretty nice after that thrifty.
Yeah, I'll say. Wow, this has been on a razor's edge for good, bad, ugly, and otherwise. We're here for it. SAD Esports now onto what is essentially a full save. Already having lost Jerwin, of course, on the little aggressive play over towards B long means that A will be felt out, and it'll be revealed that there is no one home. So should be a pretty casual round here for Nightblood. SAD will rotate 3 around the back towards Rafters, and we'll have an opportunity to possibly pinch with Welly's Sheriff. Oh, no, just kidding. He's going to back up and go the other way.
Yeah, I'm imagining at this point, this is just kind of a, well, if they push into us, we can maybe find a couple of kills, but otherwise, let's go down to that nice little spike explosion and just really deny any of the additional ultimate orbs to the other team, eventually grab a couple of our own. So this feels a lot more subdued. Welly, excellent little flick headshot to take out Smiley. That should give a little bit of information. I think at this point, Nightblood Gaming should play a bit more conservatively if they want to find the bonus into this next round.
And it looks like they'll listen. Back off. Knife will reveal. Do we need to keep any attention here? A little bit. Kumi looking to tally a couple extra. Nope. Instead, we'll just watch all of SAD Esports sacrifice themselves to the spike. So, yeah, good stuff from Nightblood. They only drop 1. Not really that much concern with the spike plant. And honestly, you look over to the other side for SAD Esports, a pretty decent start in this half for Welly after that double he had in the pistol. So he's close to a really early Hunter's Fury, and Jerwin is one off a knife. So some really pop-off potential for SAD Esports here in the ults.
Especially given the value that Welly has been able to find off of that Hunter's Fury in the previous half. I mean, obviously playing off of a bit of information really makes it a lot easier, but was pretty consistent at least finding 1 or 2 kills, if not a couple of ping-ups with that ultimate. And so we see immediately, actually, Welly goes in, picks up the ultimate orb, is not contested at all, and that means that that Hunter's Fury is online.
Trade on to mostly an even exchange. Rifle will be collected for Nightblood and then backed off just a touch. Quick route, keep an eye on Jerwin. Already stopping any possible exit, but it is just on the Welly! Well, from inside the site, and more so inside the small bit of toxic screen, somehow just explodes for 3. And where Nightblood, we're thinking we've got pressure at mid, we've got a good setup over towards A. Well, he says not so fast. And how about the response for SAD Esports?
It's like all of the craziest scenarios aligned there to allow Welly to kind of shut that round down completely. First of all, gets flashed up, so just hanging out on the other side, not able to flick away in time, and then just comes back in time to see the operator barrel stick it out in front of his face and just walks through, finds the spike most importantly, but also able to find Screwface in the midst of all of that as well. Really just makes it so that there's no chance at all of Nightblood Gaming to recoup that round. So despite the fact you got full flashed, it works out perfectly. And Jerwin now playing the advancement forwards, does have Bao watching the side as well. And Nightblood Gaming are getting a little antsy, but this Owl drone should force a little bit of positioning if we don't see Son of Kar kind of fly in. And yeah, SAD respecting this, backing off. And here comes that Hunter's Fury looking for a kill. Gets 1 ping, not able to find Smiley.
And Jerwin actually is going to step up a little bit further here. Those get affected by the flash. The cloudburst will reveal a little bit of information to Nightblood. But largely, Smile is sitting here like, damn, I'm happy to be alive, because you're also looking at him and a Hunter's Fury saying they're looking at that for potential post-plant security. So Knife comes out for the defense, doesn't reveal anything. Nightblood will have a chance to execute with a little bit of surprise here.
The Knife actually guarantees a bit more space, so you see SAD comfortably set themselves up to receive this pressure from Nightblood Gaming, but here comes the engagement.
There's the Hunter's Fury. One ping comes through. It connects for the second. Plus, you've also got Noted deeper into the site on the scaling play. Jerwin, though, still staying alive towards rafters.
Planted.
The one-way smoke pushes him off for now. But honestly, in a 4v2, decision to be made here if SAD are really going to give this much of a go. And it's going to be difficult with these two agents to try to get deeper into the site. Yeah, and especially with Noted finding that kill. Jerwin is a little bit committed, though. And Noted will find both. So back and forth we go here. Nightblood find the edge this time.
A great job opening up that site from Nightblood Gaming as well. I mean, we talk about Smiley using the Hunter's Fury, but most importantly, what that does is you see SAD as soon as it comes out, I don't know if panic is the right word, but just be a little bit more fearful for their lives. And the Hunter's Fury, as well as the flood through, happens almost simultaneously from Nightblood Gaming. And that's the reason why it was such a successful flood in, and it completely caught SAD Esports off guard. I have to admit, when it comes to how this has been going, I think generally speaking, Nightblood Gaming have been a bit better onto this A site. You know, they're just having a better time somehow maneuvering their way into it. Obviously, SAD have found a couple of these opportunities like the one you're seeing just in front of you, but I think once again they're just going to have an easier time if they continue to go on to A, and it really is going to be up to SAD Esports to try and find a way to hemorrhage some of this bleeding, because when it's all the pressure from Nightblood, when we see that rush come through, SAD have just continuously been overwhelmed there.
So they'll sit and talk about it for a little bit longer. You also need to kind of decide what you want to do here with Jerwin's position with the operator. And I will say, you know, for operators on both sides have really determined the outcome of a couple of rounds to this point. So this is not an insignificant thing to chat about if you're SAD Esports. Well, he can't afford, though. So he's just going to play information gatherer, play a bit of an observer for us here today. And no operator. Jerwin's going to drop that and make a split-second decision to go back to a Vandal. So deep owl drone through mid. We'll put a little bit of a pause here, not just to Nightblood, but more so it also gets Jerwin into position to try to do a little bit of a heat check. And, well, this is going to largely just turn into some extra flank ability for SAD Esports, as Nightblood are going to have to try to trade this out. And actually, that is one of the worst double shells I think you may have ever seen. That was about as miscoordinated as it could possibly be.
Just the dry peek around the corner. And especially as we've been talking about Jerwin really starting to heat up, that was a confidence play and a half. Also confident from Jerwin as well. Lets the tailwind expire, so then there's no real dash available, but able to find 2 kills and then escape. Son of Car finally punishes it. But we get into this weird issue because Welly still only has a Sheriff, and now Bao, who's been a little bit more quiet during this game, might have to deal with all 3 members pushing forwards. Keep in mind as well, note 1 away from getting the Vipers, or sorry, has the Viper Spit. Kumi now has the lockdown available as well. So quite a few ultimates here to utilize if Nightblood Gaming really want to force the issue. And this round would break SAD's economy if they win.
Gun here.
Now, this is not easy now. With Viper's Pit in play, Alarm Bot will reveal at least some presence around the back, but will you know how much is the question here for Nightblood. Null Command will come through. There's the first check for Kumi. Well done, and whoa, nice snap from Kumi instead of Carr, who finds the final, but regardless, damage tallied. And how about Nightblood? I wouldn't even call it a 3v4. That was essentially a 2v4 with Sudakar and Kumi dealing all of the damage on the backside of the play.
And I think that was just such a good call for Nightblood Gaming in that moment. As soon as they realize, okay, they're ready to engage on us, you see the counter pressure come through from Nightblood. They decide to all take the advantage and push out into the retake happening in front of them. Like, look at this. It's so well coordinated between these players to make sure that they can just find the kills necessary and shut it down before the retake even happens. So great pounce coming through from Nightblood. And just as I said, we're seeing SAD, their economy is broken. It will be Jerwin, though, popping the knives to try and make up for it. But with that suppression, it makes it a little bit more difficult. Let's see if German can have one of those miracle rounds, because that would really bring Sad right back into things if he can find those kills.
It's a big if, though, especially with a couple of the knives already being spent. Lockdown essentially being challenged a touch. Good fragment, but it comes through late. So now you've got an opportunity, but Jerwin, what a reset on Sudakar. Unbelievable first blood. Spikes planted. Flash coming through, but it doesn't make a difference. Jerwin still connects. Now able to find more as Kumi's out in the middle of no man's land. Screwface trying to save the round. Able to find the first. Has the ability to try to fight off more because the damage that had been tallied was significant, but it doesn't matter. Jerwin and the follow-up pistol presence of Sad Esports get us to a one-round game again.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I gotta put my tarot cards away, because how the heck did I know that German was just gonna be able to pop off like that? That was insanity, just dominating presence on that site. And you can see Nightblood Gaming, they're like, yeah, maybe one or two. You don't expect German to have that much amount of impact on that site. Now leading the leaderboard with 22 kills, finds the fadeaway onto Smiley as well, is kind of insane. And yeah, it just opens up everything to allow the Sad flood through to work out. And so that's gonna be Sad Esports right back in the saddle again. Jerwin having that operator on hand, full weaponry across the entire board. Welly just 2 away from having the Hunter's Fury online. And the Nightblood Gaming, a little bit, I mean, I would be scratching my head if that's how that last round went for me.
No, actually though. What is that? No command out. Quick play on the way for Nightblood. Nice flash to follow. As well, he was in a really good spot to potentially find an opening first blood on the cross, but instead gets damaged down to critical health. And the post plant will start to look very strong. No ultimates to break this down. Sad have to do this the hard way.
And the flood through will come back. A lot of respect being paid. And now Jerwin, operator in hand, looking for a head.
Not going to get an opening chance. Sudakar still playing forward, plus also the long range shots from Kumi work out. You're trying to follow up with a good utility push to make sure the spike stays clean. And that will work for Nightblood to get to 11. Well, he will survive, or at least should. But still, that's a very quick bounce back. This has been a bare knuckle boxing match right between these two teams.
Honestly, once again, we were anticipating that it would be close, but not like a round for round kind of close matchup between the two there. Not able to escape just at the very end. But honestly, interesting move from Sad Esports. You see them actually back out of it. They understand that they haven't been doing a good job of mitigating the pressure that Nightblood Gaming kind of run at them with. So they give them respect. They back off the site, but this is Icebox. It gets so much more difficult when you're trying to retake on Icebox, especially with the agents that are coming in. Like, you look at the stall utility. We got the, what do you call it? The Killjoy Volleys. We've got the Shock Darts. We've got the Viper's Spit. There's so many different tools available to really just stop people from defusing the spike. And so you kind of run into this awkward scenario where when you try and flood back in, there's just so much util that can be dumped into you, and you've wasted so much time doing anything. And well, we're seeing Sad now take their second time out to try and figure out if they can figure out a way to start to pull this one back, because as soon as these halves have kind of swapped around, well, we're seeing Nightblood Gaming really start to take off with it and find an advantage and ready to kind of pack up map number 1.
Good stuff so far. Sad Esports going to chat, and it looks like this time Jerwin will commit to the op. Plenty of economy for Joa to buy, so everything is fine. We'll also keep in mind there's really not any ultimates that are going to be in play this next round. So critical here for Sad to have something that's a little bit more vanilla in the game plan come to life. Op on the other side for Kumi, though. Ooh. But it looks like Kumi's going to just use that for flank watch, at least initially, so see if there's going to be any opening here for Jerwin, who will be in the mix and getting forward. Presence seen as scouted by Nightblood. And I think they know something's up here. They're like, nah, we're good.
And honestly, I think just that early pressure from Sad Esports is really good, because it forces Nightblood Gaming immediately to call that rotation. My opinion, that might have been a little bit too preemptive, but now they're going to try the gauntlet of B here. I mean, obviously, we do see Note having it on early Hunter's Fury, but getting a tag up is absolutely massive. No kill secured, but that's information.
Yeah, operator will be seen or at least heard now for Nightblood, but they're still committing forward. And yeah, deep utility, actually a son of Carr, really far forward. It's Snowman, but Pow from inside the site does well. Noted able to pick up onto Kumi's operator, or at least they trade. And that's an opportunity for one trade to come through, speaking of. So now Kumi with the Vandal is in kitchen with an opportunity to try to catch some of this defensive rotation. And ooh, the timing is awkward, to be sure.
Honestly, I think that this Viper's Pit might actually be not the best move. I see Nightblood Gaming going for this retake into it. The spike just in front of Bao should be able to hopefully find one, not die by spam.
Suppression out, but again, still staying strong inside the top of the screen, and that's enough for Screwface to drop. Actually, a little bit of spam there on Kumi's going to allow Sad Esports to come back through, and Bao just holds their ground beautifully inside the Viper's Pit, comes away with 4, and now Sad Esports back to within 1.
Hey, yo, Bao, sorry, I was not familiar with your game there. That Viper's Pit works out perfectly. I thought, you know, the way that it happened was we see the Viper's Pit immediately deploy. The rest of Sad Esports, they go off of the site because then they're like, well, the Viper's Pit should be able to hold it down. And it's just like 3 sharks circling there. Sure, it makes notes. Operator not as effective at those long ranges, but I thought for sure there were going to be enough mollies, enough clearage that they should have been able to snake that Viper out of the pit. But not necessarily the case, winning things back, and now it's Sad Esports 1 round away from tying it against Nightblood Gaming. As once again, we see that early aggression, but keep in mind, this is a very scattered buy coming in through Nightblood.
Oh, they got the flash being held. No push behind that, but it does allow a peek for Jerwin. And now the crossfire setup with these weapons. Well, I was going to say, it looks pretty strong, but it's getting broken down as Nightblood have essentially just taken a hammer to the front side of A. Forces out the lockdown, but committing for the plant will be Smiley. Plenty of time to get back, but very well may be detained. No, finally be safe. Defense able to get back forward just a touch. Now the next set of battles, the most important of them. And Shondax will make sure that the post plant is held. Problem is, Screwface is still alive and well. The reveal should allow for some spam to come through. Jerwin trying to play bodyguard. Gets to halfway. Fragment to follow. Puts the scope down. Opportunity for Screwface to still hold the angle. Couple extra taps. He thinks he's got the angle on it. He stops the defuse for a moment. But plenty of time to finish things off as Bao with 16 health gets us back to tie.
Yeah, 11-11 Make-A-Wish, and excellent retake there coming in from Sad Esports. The big change up here, okay, yeah, of course, Nightblood Gaming. We're coming in with a little bit of a scattered buy. The 2 Vandals kind of catching Sad Esports by surprise, as we see, like, nope, kind of go for some sick kills there, but it works out because they're able to take a couple of members out before they flood in onto the site. Better crossfires being held this time by Sad Esports, and better opportunities being taken by Shondax, by Bao to pop out just at the right time to find a couple of kills and then duck back into the site. So great job coming through. Battle of the Operators, Battle of the Duelists, Battle of the Jet happening yet again. But it will be Nightblood Gaming. They're taking their talents over to that B site, more interested in there. And already we see the Owl Drone committed to try and scope out that operator because German has been on a crazy opping spree on this map thus far. And just as much as respect they need to pay to Sunakar, they need to pay it right back to German.
Yeah. Well, trying to feel this one out just a touch is Sunakar, waiting to see if there's going to be any sort of a peak. Is there anything that you can do to try to pull the defense out? Nothing being spent yet. Aldrone not available. You maybe can get some information with the deep recon bolts. But with the poison going up, oh, that's not what you want to use to break that. 100 Street are going to come through behind this for Smiley, and not able to do too much, but Sunakar still finds one, so numbers advantage here for NBG. They're not committing, looking for 35 seconds to re-rotate this back to A, which is wide open.
An interesting hit, all things considered. I was going to say, the fact that they're so split up, that to me doesn't necessarily make sense. Oh no, Jerwin finds Son of Car in the midst of all of that. The Hunter's Fury gets invested as well from Nightblood Gaming. And you know what? It's even across the board here. See how Sad want to retake the site.
Well, the problem is going to be noted. Yeah, off this, Poison is able to find essentially a one-way from that angle. Shondex, Jerwin, Jawa. Last 3 left here for SAD Esports, and not a lot of information to gather here. Knife is still available. That will be used and should reveal that this post plan's actually holding the front door, but Shondex misses their first opportunity. Jawa does what they can, but there's just so many players that can watch over the top of this post plant. Time becoming a bit of an issue. You have to hit this. Jerwin just a little bit wide, and Noted will finish things off to get to 12. Do we get overtime, or will we get map 1 done? Hard to say.
Honestly, it really is like how these rounds have been going, just back and forth between these two teams. It really could be anyone's game, given the fact that it is a little bit more of a save coming through from SAD Esports. The advantage should be moving over to Nightblood Gaming, but I mean, it's so... Watching the replays, like, that's Icebox. Sometimes you're able to win it out, and sometimes you just kind of die to people poking around corners, watching long on A side. So it can be frustrating sometimes with SAD Esports. Let's see what their answer is going to be. 3 Guardians and a Judge coming through for them. Jerwin just 1 away from getting the Blade Storm back online, which we've seen do unreal things to Nightblood Gaming, and a bit more of a default this time. Nightblood Gaming not interested in going for their ragtag rush. Instead, play things very slowly. Want to try and force errors out of SAD Esports. Find a lucky pick. Make sure that you seal the deal on this map. As Kumi, taking a lot of space on mid, could find the backs of some of the SAD Esports players.
So here comes the null command. Knives will connect. And you also find Jawa. Is he in a recoverable position? May not be with Kumi on the backside for the double outlaw shot. And then the finishing punch provided by Noted. What a weird icebox. I mean, entertaining to be sure, but there is a whole lot of no care is given. We're just going to kind of force it, kitty hard. And wouldn't you know it, it provided some interesting rounds of Valorant to be sure. Could not have been closer than that.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that maybe there was just for a second there, Jerwin was like, yes, that is our Killjoy hanging out in the back line here. Let's group up and wait a second, why is there a red outline around that Killjoy? That's not how this game works. Caught with the knife out and unfortunately just kind of falls apart, but couldn't have said it better myself. Very close between these two teams. Obviously it is Icebox, and still, Nightblood Gaming, they just squeaked by with 13-11. Once again, it was their map pick, so, you know, Lotus up next. SAD Esports, they have a chance to potentially force us back to map 3, you know?
We did say that this was going to be a close one. Actually, the desk said that. They could not have been more right to start. But like you said, map 2 coming up next. Lotus feels like a complete clean slate. Maybe an opportunity for SAD to get us to map number 3. We'll find out what the desk thinks when we come back after this break.
final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams. One goal. No resets. No second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
Well, folks, welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined by Roy and Ash. And if you're just joining us, well, Nightblood Gaming took their map pick, a hard-fought map of Icebox, 13-11. It was 11-11 at one point. It was back and forth, neck and neck the entire time. There was no incredible comebacks. You know, it was just full steam ahead, brawly, like we said it was going to be. I don't want to say we were right, but we were right. And just a tried and true battle for these teams. And Roy, like we said, this is an elimination match. So everything we wanted to see from these teams, you know, kind of the brawliness, the cerebralness is what we saw today.
Absolutely. I think there's so many instances where both of these things were going down, right? Like the individual performances, the sort of the strategy. I think we're going to be touching on that. But ultimately, from my perspective and where I'm sitting, it really did feel like Nightblood Gaming had a very good approach to the map. I feel like their approach to their defense side, stalling out the B site, we highlighted that as being a sort of weakness for these KO compositions when they're on the attack. While it is really good at getting B main guys, it can struggle a lot at getting that spike down. And I feel like NBG was doing a phenomenal job on their defense side. And that's usually a side that so many teams struggle with on their defense on this map. This is one of the most, actually, this is the most attack-sided map in the pool right now, statistically speaking. And I feel like NBG had a really good approach to their defense. And when it came to the attack side, they're doing a really good job at just, you know, kind of maneuvering around the map.
Yeah, you're talking about how strong their defense was over on B, and so much of that was also like set up by that conditioning that was done. Once Son of Car had that operator online, the fact that NBG were looking to take that A main space and get a deeper line for him, and then allow those stacks on the other side of the map. I will give credit though, like to Sad, the fact that we ending off the first half 6-6. I think Sad had a lot of like really good counters as well to that space that NBG were taking into the early round when they did go and visit A. I remember going back to like round 7, they may not have actually won that round, but they did use that counter util like with the molly over towards pipes and the early knife as well, just to push that NBG off of those lines. Just the later round didn't pan out for them. So it did really feel like quite a tug of war between these two teams when it came down to like the reads that we were seeing. And I know that we are past that timeline there as well, but it's also crazy that NBG ended up finding like 15 first bloods compared to Sad's 9, where they had to flip a lot of those rounds back into their favor.
Yeah, that even to touch on more of how close of a game this was, like, yeah, they got destroyed on the first kills for Sad Esports, but Sad Esports still found a way to kind of clutch back in the end rounds. And there's also they lost to Thrifty after the second pistol, so they won the pistol in the second half, lost to Thrifty, and they lost a 3v5 in that same second half. And it's still, it was an 11-13 game. This could have very well been a long OT series between both of these teams. It could have gone either way, but you know, sometimes this is a game of inches, a game of tiny margins, and NBG just kind of slowly made their way to that victory.
And of course, we want to say, we want to highlight Screwface. While he isn't at the top of the leaderboard here, we have Noah and Jerwin at the top. Screwface with that damn smile, as that meme is. And I know you guys see his vlogs after each match, but this is someone, Ash, that we wanted to point out for it, not only just having a great game, but his calling and his util, Ash.
Yeah, me and Roy were talking about just the calling on the side of NBG and how they were looking to take control of the map. And you have to give that credit over towards the IGL in Screwface to have that game plan that they're looking to follow. And then on top of that, it felt like that KO utility was getting so much value. And yes, they were a lot of like standard lineups and whatnot, but then that's also for the fact that Nightblood Gaming are able to capitalize off of the mistakes that Sad were making and not breaking things as simple as, you know, the 0 point that you're expecting to be thrown out there, and the fact that it gave so many opportunities for NBG to capitalize on that. And that 0 point, Roy, with so much of the success that they found on that B site as well, just being able to cycle it and keep that toxic screen from being comfortably up there for the attackers.
Yeah, I mean, it's very evident that Screwface had a really good read in terms of how he wanted to play this mirror matchup. Obviously, we saw the clip right here as well, where he sort of clutched up for his team to get that Thrifty. That was a very important factor for that early momentum in the second half. And then when you have your IGL who's popping off, he has a lot of assists, and he's calling to the level that he's calling at right now. I mean, it's looking like a pretty scary prospect.
I mean, that's what you're talking about earlier, those vibes, right? Roy and Ash. I know you wanted to bring up kind of the Screwface kind of aspect of it all as a whole, right?
I think like the vibes that you're mentioning there, Liz, is the other thing. Like Roy's like listing off all of these great things that Screwface brings to the table, but he's also such like a high energy player
He
as well.
is.
So it's like, you know, it's never
Yeah.
gonna be a dull moment in those comms and in such a close matchup and what we're expecting to be a close series, that mentality and that ability to be that vibes merchant for your team means even more in those moments.
I think Roy, you hit on it in the pre-show. You know, there's so much, especially when for the lot of these young players who are finding improvement in these moments, these high pressure situations. You need that, right? The literal like physiological aspect of this stress can manifest in a lot of different ways, like pressure makes diamonds or etc. But you need someone to kind of be that anchor, that buoy for you.
Yeah, guys, I've actually played a LAN with Screwface before. I've never been more overstimulated in my entire life. Like the energy that he brings is so insane. It's just he's always at 100% energy. I respect it. I respect the passion, and yeah, it's funny, just a funny dude.
Well, Nightblood Gaming take their map pick 13-11. Again, this was neck and neck, a 6-6 half. Like there was no comeback. It was just neck and neck. But we will be moving to SAD Esports pick of Lotus with them starting on the defense side. Roy, again, you said that this was a no weak map veto, right? This is a map veto that fits both teams incredibly well. Talk to me about Lotus and SAD Esports picking it.
I mean, just since July 7th is the beginning of the split in VCL and also in third-party tournaments, they are 14-5 on this map, guys. They're running a very meta composition. It's the double controller with Vice and raises the Duelist. They've looked great. They've had some insane wins on this map. And even in last week against Shopify Rebellion Gold, they had an absolutely stomping performance against Shopify Rebellion Gold, one of their best maps, or one of their better maps, I should say. And it was a 13-6. They've also taken down Legacy Kingdom right before that as well. And just overall, they had a very clean win against Burger Boys in the beginning of the split. It was a 13-3. It's very clear statistically, and whenever you watch them, that they're very comfortable on this map, and it's very easy for them to recognize their win conditions, and they're totally down to execute it well.
I think we've talked about how this map pool is so comfortable for both of these teams and how Lotus is another one of those situations. But don't be mistaken by the fact that SAD also has to start, like, even though they pick into this map, obviously, NBG, the expectation that they pick into the attacking side first, do not be mistaken by the fact that SAD has to start on defense. I feel like SAD almost has a slight edge up on Lotus in that regard. They've started on defense every single time so far during stage 3 and have a 60% win rate on that half, which is insane considering how difficult defense on Lotus is compared to the attacking side. This is something where I'm going to be having my eyes on NBG to be making the most out of their attacking side to be able to try and close this next map out.
Well, no, the folks at the SAD Esports Watch Party are loving to hear that they have an edge on their map pick moving into the agent selection. Whoa, Elizabeth, I made that more fancy than it needed to be. And once again, not a mirror matchup, excuse me. I saw orange and I thought it was two raises, but it is not. We have the breach on the side of Nightblood Gaming, Roy.
Yeah, so Nightblood Gaming is actually one of the I guess they're kind of in a minority of teams that are still running breach, right? We've seen the double controllers become sort of, the king of metas in this, but watching Nightblood Gaming with the breach, they have a very clear idea of how they've made adaptations within adaptations, right? We talk a lot about, meta evolutions and people kind of adjusting to the meta and trying to get ahead. But sometimes it's recreating the wheels within your own system. Like, yeah, you have a breach, but you don't have to drop it. You can, change the timing on your util or like hold your util for very specific fights and sort of make their adjustments. And whenever we saw Nightblood Gaming against Shopify Rebellion Gold as well, they were using their utility so well when it came down to the re-clears, knowing exactly when to do these things. So I'm looking for Nightblood Gaming to see how they're going to be, adjusting once again versus SAD Esports' sort of stance, because the last time we watched SAD Esports, guys, the enemy team that SAD played did not have flashes and their A hold was very different, but now they're going up against breach and the flashes as well, so it's going to add a bit of a different dynamic. So I'm looking to see how SAD Esports is going to adjust to the breach and how Nightblood Gaming is going to utilize their composition to their advantage.
Yeah, I think Roy talking about those reclears on the breach is so important with the fact that SAD Esports is running that double controller composition. They're going to be able to stall out a lot of like this potential set plays that you would normally see coming in with the breach comp and the raise. And the ability for Nightblood to already have that, I think, under their belt and in their toolbox of having that kind of approach to Lotus is going to be massive in trying to dismantle the insane stall potential that is on the side of SAD Esports. But again, with SAD starting out on defense first on their map pick, I think this is a great opportunity for them to try and kick off that first half strong because they look great on both sides and try to take us to a map 3.
Well, folks, SAD need to win this in order to stay alive and bring us to map 3. Remember, it is elimination, do or die for both of these teams. Can Nightblood Gaming make it a clean 2-0, sending home SAD, or can SAD bring us to map 3? Let's get into our casters, one who is my mortal enemy, Shift, and the one I really like, Marks. Friends, take it away.
I take this energy. I'm here for it. I love it. I'm here for it. I love it. There we go. SAD Esports, Nightblood Gaming. The hero selection, as Elizabeth was talking about, is a little bit different. I think it definitely does breed towards Nightblood Gaming playing the more traditional style of trying to initiate heavy on this map, which we've seen a lot of teams really run away with, quite literally. Whereas for SAD Esports, a little bit more lockdown, a little bit more kind of control of pace and tempo and trying to mitigate some of that initiation. Kind of like one of those unstoppable forces meeting the immovable object type conversations with these two comps.
Yeah, it's so interesting talking about the breach being brought onto Lotus. Obviously, there's a lot of clearance that you kind of bring to the table when you've got that breach. But generally speaking, I like the breach when it's paired up a little bit more with the Neon. We do see Son of Car playing the Raze. I do think that Son of Car is a fairly good Raze player, excuse me. And so it's going to be really interesting to see, once again, how they deal with getting through all of these smokes. Because, you know, you see the Viper, you know exactly how this one is going to be going down. The Vise, there's so many walls all over this map. A lot of tools to really stall out Nightblood Gaming.
Well, initial feel out will be over towards B. C's trying to be combined with the paint shells. Doesn't really go as intended, but not the worst news ever. You slow down the initial approach, and now you've got Nightblood at least searching for information over towards A. Going to do the same thing by putting some feelers out with prowlers and smokes to C, but this will be some sort of an A execute. And honestly, Jerwin is in a pretty solid spot to sneak forward here.
Yeah, what I'm more interested in is right now Screwface kind of getting caught off guard. We'll have to make that cross across, but Nightblood Gaming, they should be able to more or less walk in. Just a lot of utility, kind of stalling the players out, allowing SAD Esports to get set up for this.
Oh, yeah. Off screen, Jerwin sees Screwface literally just walking it down. Nice paranoia to allow Shondex to try to play alongside Welly. And yeah, SAD Esports have gotten a complete read on this. Essentially, I mean, that is almost the definition of fully flawless. Only a little bit of damage tallied onto Welly. Everyone else pretty much full health. So really strong start for SAD.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we talk about that initiation. It just didn't seem like it was there. I do say that SAD Esports really use their utility extremely effectively. Oh, looks like you want to go on B site? Would be a shame if there was a season and aid. Oh no. And then as soon as they kind of go onto the A site, a lot of stall utility gets used to try and force them backwards. And it's such awkward pacing from Nightblood to be able to enter in on these sites. And if I'm being honest, I'm expecting that's how a lot of these defensive rounds are going to go for SAD.
Yeah, probably. We'll see what we get in this round as it's a quick hit for Nightblood right on forward through the toxic screen. Prowler to check out Mini. That puts his Jawa off just a touch. And actually, they're going to force this fight. You hear all the footsteps coming through. Paranoia followed up by a flash, and the right click for Son of Car is going to work out. Shondex trying to hold the angle and does so beautifully. A little extra damage onto Noted has him pushed off. And now it's on to Jerwin. Well, I was going to say to try to watch the cross on the other side towards A. But no commitment yet, and honestly, Nightblood's going to find an opportunity to get the spike down today.
And Note able to grab the Guardian. Being able to plant the spike is a great way to kind of start this one off, but very low HP for all their members.
First shot lands. Stepping up a little bit now is Noted. Screwface is still playing very far behind this. They're just going to leave the Outlaw over towards drop. You saw the idea. See if you can kind of pinch the flank, but not going to happen. And Screwface has nowhere to go. So great stuff from Shondex. Good read off of what Jawa was able to find initially. Stopped the rush before it even gets on to B. And for all intents and purposes, that's a pretty solid second anti-eco for SAD.
And obviously it's really easy to highlight Shondex based on how those kills went, but I think the real hero there was actually Jawa with the paranoia that both round 1 and round 2 have found immense value. I mean, that time around, not the most ceremonious end, but it stalls just enough time to let the players come through. So Shondex was only able to get there because the paranoia kind of stalled Nightblood Gaming, allowing for Shondex to get set up and spray things down. And then once again, it felt like Nightblood Gaming, they just kind of got stuck. They didn't really have that many options to go. Plenty of opportunities for SAD to be able to force the issue onto them. And it's just the spacing really working out for SAD Esports more. And that's what you expect when you bring 2 controllers to this. So
yeah, that is exactly where I was going to piggyback off of if you didn't get to it, which of course you did. You're brilliant. Very smart, very avid. Opening contacts, good for NBG. Jerwin just trying to find an off angle, not going to work. So numbers advantage now starting to brood. Arc Rose, ooh, Razor Vine, oh, all of it destroyed. Okay, so now it's on to Shondex to see what they can do, just essentially holding the choke point behind the smoke. A little bit of respect given here for Nightblood. Oh, good follow-up though. The paint shells and C's working out perfectly for Nightblood. And now it's really just on to Jawa with the Bucky. Right weapon for the job. But instead, we watch Bao with the 1v1 in the flank. And now it's on to Welly with the Sheriff. Would they get any contact? Likely not. And yeah, this will just be down to, is this pinch going to turn into anything?
At least Bao does have the rifle immediately taken out by Smiley here. So at this point, if you are Welly, you hope for one, but you don't get any. And so it's a nice clean round from Nightblood Gaming to go through there. I mean, they had the weapon advantage, good execute coming across the board. SAD Esports just not able to really do anything against that overwhelming pressure. But this is going to be the one that is going to be really interesting. Note just kind of lighting up the kill feed yet again. Excellent util combo to just flush out Shondex, make sure there's not going to be any of those hero plays again coming out from that Vise. And yeah, there's just no additional utility from SAD to really stall things out, which once again, the composition is really built at creating those gaps in Nightblood Gaming's attack. And well, he already spamming things through. Note takes a bit of damage, but it's not going to be enough to secure any kills here, as it's enough to actually force Nightblood Gaming to back out of this site because they're no longer confident pushing into that Odin.
Wise choice, I'd say.
Scary.
It is. It do go burr to bring back an old 2020 meme. But the thing about it is, outside of the little bit of pressure established by seeing the weapons in play, the NBG are still showing a little force. That Prowler does scout a bit of information. So under a minute to play, and with the Vice Wall for the offense down to block off an A rotation, you would assume this would be an execute to C, but no commitment really from either side yet in terms of what they want to do.
A lot of commitment of utility being traded back and forth, and this is what I was worried about. Nightblood Gaming, they kind of dump everything that they have. SAD Esports just respond with a bit of utility on their own. But now we see the rotation come around.
And that wasn't really a worth trade in terms of util for util, especially with Shondex still very healthy behind 2 Razors and an Arc Rose here and the wall. And you can see it's going to be one of those 3-2-1 goes. But the Razor Vine's in the way, and Shondex and Welly just tee off on it. So yeah, I think you call that one well there, Marks. It's just down to NBG trying to say, hey, look at us. We're throwing the kitchen sink at C. We're going to go A instead. And they're just like, we don't care. We got all of our stuff here.
It's one of those awkward moments, right? Like the util that SAD are using to really just deny entry in onto the site. It's sure you'd lose a little bit, but it's not at the end of the day like, oh no, now we don't have anything and the other site's going to be completely open. It's just simply not the case with how these controllers are built. And so Nightblood Gaming, like, especially if you invest all of what your kit has into moving in to one of those sites, if you call an audible and decide to go somewhere else, it's going to be a lot more painful because you're walking into another set of utility. SAD Esports have just been doing a fantastic job at hurting Nightblood Gaming to run to these other sites. They knock on the door at C. No, you're not welcome here. You go on to A. Well, guess what? You're going to have a terrible time and you're against the clock. So excellent util usage coming out from SAD.
Important round here early on for Nightblood to see if they can get something going on the offensive side. And once more, it's just a little utility feel out that doesn't really push the defense and make many adjustments. And yeah, that's just too shallow of a shoulder from Son of Cars. So no worries there for Bao. Numbers advantage coming through. Screwface is going to try to make a little bit of noise. If you can find one, it would be incredible for the effort here. Sees the shoulder of one, but does not expect Sherwin. Yeah, and this has not been a good start to the half here for Nightblood.
And like, look, all the doors are closing on their faces there, and they don't even have any utility. It's just blind or dry peaks that results in that, and no gets caught too. It's just not looking good.
Not much going well right now for Nightblood. And like, we're using double initiator to try to fool SAD Esports and trying to, instead of overwhelm them, which I think is maybe part of the problem. This round not over yet though. 3v5, we will have a post plan, or we should, pending Smiley commits. And that means we're gonna have, well, eventually a smoke from Noted. You've got the Arc Rose for Kumi and 2 flashes to try to hold off the 5-man force for SAD.
See how this retake is going to go. Once again, plenty of utility to kind of play off of here. No, in a great position. Just tucked away into the back line. And now SAD Esports, they're moving in one at a time.
Well, smokes will fade, and now the action should be on. Smiley hoping for contact from the front first. Fault line re-earned. Connects onto one, up and over. Jerwin gets his first. But Noted responds, gives an opportunity here for Kumi, but the late flank eventually comes into play. Bao, no problem finding Kumi from behind. And SAD Esports, a very, very strong defensive start. 4-1 up, and a bit of a broken bye for NBG coming up next.
Yeah, it's tough coming through from Nightblood Gaming. I'm almost wondering at what point do you just decide to go for more of a default? You know that these util combos are going to be getting pushed out and punishing you. Just try and prod the bear a little bit and then back off of it. Get all of it out very early into that round, because then you're just going to have a much easier time being able to walk in. This last round, I don't want to necessarily call it a disaster, because we do see Nightblood Gaming able to get that spike down, and they line themselves up to make sure that they're effectively trading. But still, like, sending Sunakar to dry peak B, not exactly the best way to kind of go there. You've got that double initiator to try and support those explosive plays. And like you said, I think that we need to see it be a little bit more cohesive, a little bit more explosive, and just kind of commit to going onto one of these sites to overwhelm the players that are actually holding it. Not get scared when you see a couple of things explode in your face. Wait it out and then re-engage.
Yeah, I hard agree with that. Like, it is just, I think it's too much cuteness. Like, flood it with all this executable utility that you've got. Isolate with numbers. I mean, it's a 3-site map. We all know that. But like you said, you've got the natural ability to keep the defense split to where you're always going to have numbers, even if you only commit 4. But right now, it does feel a little cutesy, trying to like spend utility to fake or spend utility deep on the site to isolate when the person in the site is still fine. Like, it's just a lot of stuff that doesn't feel, I don't know, as normal as you'd expect for double initiator. This time from the shadows, could this be committed to into the dark cover over towards stairs? And now we're going to get a quick burst hit where the pressure's on Welly, who only has the Odin. Could still sing a song though, especially with the decay in play. Yeah, well done. That's good first blood.
And now the flood in should be nice and easy. A little bit of information spotted out here, but Ultimate ready to go if SAD Esports are going to be pushing through. He's keeping Note honest in the midst of all of it, and yeah, here we go.
That's going to affect just about everybody as well. So opportunity here. Counter flashes are up. Screwface able to find the first. And honestly, talking about just not really fully committing, SAD is waiting for Jawa down low. Everyone's going to get their weapons back here. Couldn't be able to find one. Set a car with that collected Odin. Gets the trade. Outlaw connection for Jerwin. Does have a showstopper, but instead tried to trust the rifle. Doesn't work out, and Nightblood able to get back on the board.
And a much better look for them that round. Like, we see the proper initiation, we see the proper flood through, and no taking a lot of space there, doesn't get kind of called out. It's nice and easy for them to walk through. And one thing I'm noticing from SAD Esports on this defense, one of the things that a lot of these teams expect is just the util dump outside of A, right? Like, you expect it, you walk through, the barriers going down, and then it's just explosions on mollies, on all sorts of crazy things happening. But SAD really aren't utilizing that all too often, which opens the door for Nightblood Gaming to be able to move through. Instead, it is just kind of Welly spraying things down, which doesn't necessarily guarantee a kill or any information at all. And so that is a potential avenue for Nightblood Gaming to get a little bit more of this map control before they decide to commit to one of these sites.
Look how reserved Nightblood are playing in the back of their spawn. Again, I'm fine with this in terms of we're not going to give away any early information, then we'll just hit you a bit more, again, surprised in nature. But Noted's just playing with sound cues against Welly, forces another Prowler. That'll be all the information that Welly will need. So the focus here could start to fade away as the hit is on over towards C. Jerwin eventually able to collect on the Noted, so now it has to be this hit from the front. Showstopper's out. That's sent all the way to the backside of the site. I don't even know if that connects for any damage on that player in the back. The shot that's able to get down to about 50 HP. Bow connects before the Steel Garden lands. Kumi a bit whiffy on the shots through Waterfall, so now it's just down to can you actually win your gunfights at the backside of the site, and the answer is no.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Sad just look way better on this map at the moment, at least from the defensive side.
Like, okay, so Shift, here are some of the questions that I've got on that actual execute there. And I don't mean to be too harsh on Nightblood Gaming, because given their composition, this is a pretty difficult way to play Lotus. But note, on the other side of the map, trying to take that 1v1 against Welly, and well, that means that there's no smokes going to be going on the initiation onto C. It's a little bit strange for them to try and force Note all the way over onto A when the plan was to go in onto C. And then I'm taking a look at the map, the mini map, and I'm seeing all the utility coming through there. Like, there was no opportunity really for Nightblood Gaming to get that without Sad being able to at least trade a couple. And it works out perfectly once again, just off of some angles and util coming out from Sad Esports.
There we go, a bit of aggression from Sad Esports, really trying to put the pedal to the metal against a limited purchase for Nightblood, and it's working beautifully. Kumi seen on the corner. Whoa, little dance here from Jerwin, and that will do it. Very clean, very comfortable, and that was a haymaker right there from Sad Esports, just saying, we're not even gonna let you get anything going this round. We're just gonna go ahead and take the fight to you, knowing you're on limited purchase, and essentially just beat the snot out of you.
Yeah, like, you see the rocket come out from Jerwin. Showstopper flying across there, and Smiley is just like, I mean, if I get a kill, that would be kind of nice, but I'm just going to ride this explosion out here. Doesn't even move, and just kaboom, the spike goes down, and then a little bit of over-aggression coming through from Jerwin, but it doesn't matter because Sad are firing on all cylinders. We've got 3 ultimates on their side, 2 ultimates on Nightblood Gaming, specifically the Rolling Thunder alongside the Nightfall, so couple of really good tools to get utilized, as we will be seeing that pit get deployed outside of A and clog things up, making it a bit more difficult to push into mid if they want to try that avenue.
Well, once more, we find ourselves about halfway through this round, and Nightblood have not shown us really much in terms of their intentions. From the shadows to clear off C Mound for Sad Esports. That will actually allow Jerwin to take the angle at the operator and then have Jawa moving back over to help in the middle of the map. We'll start cover over towards Tree as the door swings around. But Nightblood, once again, not giving away anything. Now looking to rewrap back, and Jerwin is happily waiting. Trying to avoid the Prowler. Nope, has to hit it. Loses the angle for a moment, but is able to regain it, and now you take your focus for Nightblood into B.
Oh, ultimate's coming through, coming right back from Welly.
30 seconds
That's
left.
aggressive. Trades are decent here as the integrity of the pit is good. Smiley gonna be able to get this plant off. Good paint shells right on top of him though. Forces him out, damages in, but Noted now has to essentially just keep the head on a swivel, try to 1v multiple this, and it's just not gonna work. And yeah, dude, it's just the Rolling Thunder and the Nightfall spent in the same location. It really doesn't dissuade Sad Esports from being able to contest that hit, and it's just not good enough for double execution, double initiator for Nightblood.
Yeah, like you see the ultimates come through for Nightblood, and immediately Welly just fires one right back, and it's just like terror trails on that B site, just completely littering the ground. And it's so scrappy on their way in, but like, look at that, like in the midst of it, the pit as well, finding absolute massive value. Joa just kind of going through the smoke, finding the timing there. Like, SAD Esports are very clearly in the driver's seat of how this map has been going. And the Nightblood Gaming, like, they've got 3 more rounds really to try and pull this one back, at least make it somewhat of a winnable scenario. Excellent little alley-oop there from Bao to add that additional smoke pressure, but German holding it down against the rest of Nightblood Gaming.
Oh, opening shot for Jerwin is good. Screwface responds, leaving Jerwin just in the smoke with a shorty, and somehow gets one, gets away. May be able to reset, but help is not allowed to get back into the site as Noted connects again, but the no-scope lands, and that's 3 for Jerwin. Once more, Nightblood. An opportunity to still play off some angles. Screwface takes advantage of Shondex looking the wrong direction and then follows up on Welly. That's how they get their 4th? Seriously?
It's so unreal, given the ultimate just high IQ play coming through from Jerwin on the site. Like you said, gets one with the shorty, pulls out the operator, goes for a no-scope, still has 1 bullet left in the shorty, ready to fight, just playing off of that single dark cover. And yet still, it's just Screwface hanging out there. Sheriff in hand, good for it, shuts it down before it even begins. But unreal stuff kind of coming through from Nightblood Gaming to really just hold this one back. They find themselves at 3. 2 more rounds to really try and tear that one back, but Jerwin immediately finding a kill onto No.
Yeah, that's a no-nonsense peek right there from Jerwin. Joa behind that, just establishing that this is our ground to hold on to. And a showstopper just to get a little bit forward. Won't connect with anything. Fault line and the Prowler will make sure of it, but it puts immediate pressure on Nightblood. They have to respond with some quick actions of their own. Vicewall will stop them at B. Razorvine behind that. Razorvine at C. It's just such a good control of space here from SAD. They will walk on in. Razorvine, I don't know if that, yeah, it did stay in play, so it does give the defense a chance to collect, but the Vicewall will stop the flank at A, and Kumi will have some information here, but can't connect, and SAD Esports with the numbers.
Like, look at this, Nightblood Gaming, they're not sure really where they want to commit on. They're chasing kills right now, so gonna be moving things forward, at least selling the fake. But this is kind of a high stakes thing right here. Sonikar at least finds 1, but look, that's gonna be really bad. Jerwin finds the spike, and suddenly this round is not looking good for Nightblood.
Yeah, they're stuck. There's nowhere to go, and that will be 8 for SAD Esports. It looked like initially there was gonna be an opportunity for NBG with a lot of space through B over to C to maybe get on in, but that's the power of the Vice defensive setup in that particular round. Showstopper from Jerwin completely clears it. Also forces the hand of NBG, who, well, honestly, they turn a corner and they say, nope, don't want to go this way. Smiley gets caught. I don't know. I mean, that's just, brother, everyone else went. Doesn't make much of a difference. There wasn't really anywhere to go after that.
Yeah, and once again, like, I have so many questions about why they decided to not take the spike with them and leave them isolated, understanding that SAD Esports are really controlling the map so well. So that round just kind of goes to the wayside. Last round and a half now.
Purchase is less than stellar. Jerwin still at the operator is in the right spot. Just comes down to if Nightblood can come around the corner. Hello? Hello? A little windy outside of A-Long. Jerwin able to get essentially 3 different chances at that gunfight and then eventually connects. So numbers to SAD Esports. You still have the op in play on the cross. You still have an Odin for Screwface, though. He's just trying to get some damage out, but honestly, if you're Nightblood, you don't really have anywhere to go here.
Oh, feeling boxed in yet again. Shot goes a little bit wide, and finally it will be going through, but Bao finds a kill early.
Yeah. Quick action on that flank. Again, just never allowing Nightblood Gaming to feel comfortable on site. This is going to be a 9-3 half.
Enemy remaining.
Oof. Not a good first half from Nightblood. And SAD Esports is going to be looking back at map 1 being like, we were that close to possibly pulling a 2-0 here.
Switching sides.
But what an interesting half. But you know what? Like, when we talk about the resiliency of both these teams, we know Nightblood Gaming can kind of pull themselves back into it. So swapping things around, this is where we're going to be really interested to see how Nightblood Gaming kind of pull themselves back into it. But I think that this is quite a substantial lead being brought in from SAD Esports. Jerwin has just been popping off. And I imagine with this composition, Nightblood Gaming, I mean, they have to be frag forwards. They have to try and dominate a little bit more space, deny the presence of SAD Esports, and really just try and take the fights early on. With how these compositions are built, I would have imagined that Nightblood Gaming would be the ones to try and force the fights to catch their opponents off guard, but we simply just haven't really seen that happen in that first half of this map. So they need to start to make that happen on this defense. Otherwise, this is going to be a very easy road for SAD Esports to get map number 2, forcing map 3.
Looking at just how the map has gone for both these two teams over the last, well, really the last couple of weeks, the offensive side has been the stronger side for both. So not good news here for Nightblood. Essentially forcing them to have to win this pistol, you would think, to try to get this deficit a little bit tighter. And to be fair, SAD Esports will have, you would assume, a little bit more difficulty executing based on their composition. And okay, Son of Car going 1 for 1 there is not bad at all. Smiley fueling the pressure. Razor Vines are already out. And SAD Esports will take their time and reapproach, looks like, over to B.
I was going to say, in the midst of all of that kind of chaos, like, Shondex moves so far forwards and looking for Note walking through here. So the spike should be good as long as they can get Note.
And they do. Prowler to clear out more space towards C-Link.
Planted.
And Nightblood are going to need to make a decision here on how they want to play this retake. They're going to have a 3v2 on site to start, though. Dark cover will really not dissuade this too much. You still have a fault line and a flash available from Smiley. That'll be used, but SAD, the crossfire, a little bit too strong. Kumi now on the other side. No, can't find much of anything. And SAD Esports take the pistol and will force Nightblood to have to make a really difficult decision here in the anti-eco.
Yep, they find themselves up to double digits so early on after that pistol round. And, like, sure, the flashes from the breach really do help Nightblood Gaming when they do go for those retakes. But you see how SAD Esports set themselves up? It's kind of like using natural cover to make sure that you're playing counter flash. Like, as soon as the flash happens, they all duck away, and then they pop right back out and start shooting their pistols into the smoke, forcing Nightblood Gaming to play cautiously, and then they can't even push off of the flash. And so, essentially, like, this breach has not been finding the value that they really would have wanted, and Smiley has been having such a hard time to get things going.
Yeah, it's super true. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bao and Shondex have been popping off. So,
yeah.
It is a tale of two compositions, not written by Charles Dickens.
That'd be crazy if you wrote about Valorant, you know? I foresee this game.
Yeah, just a casual late 1900s shout out to Valorant. But this is going to be one of those rounds where Nightblood are just going to have to hope a couple of shots hit. Son of Car in particular, though, if you could catch one here and get a weapon, maybe gives you a little bit of pressure on the extremities of the map. There's the check. The shoulder's been seen. No stone unturned right now for SAD. And that's going to be all horses off to the races down to A.
And Screwface, though, holding this angle, might be able to kind of get one headshot, not able to do so. So SAD should be able to dominate in onto the site, and then we get to see a lot of this utility really start to make things annoying. Only person is Smiley in the back who could find it timing.
Fault line will land, but there's no ability to follow up. Yeah, we're tapping away. A little bit of shooting practice right now for Jerwin, although Noted's able to respond. SAD trying to play up, and nice shots from Welly. Transfers for a double headshot. And yeah, that will put any hope of the retake pretty much out of question. SAD Esports now on to an 11-3 tally, and I imagine at this point, Nightblood Gaming are starting to find conversations about what are we going to do on Ascent.
I was just about to say, like, at what point are you just gotta, like, listen, we just gotta take this through, maybe hurt the SAD Esports mentality just a bit, but focus our sights on to Ascent, because, well, yes, this will be the buy-up round rifle-wise. Like, Nightblood Gaming just simply have not been able to get much going at all. Even that, like, it's just punishment after punishment after punishment being dished out from SAD Esports. And really, that Viper has just been getting so much more value between the toxic screen, making sure that it escorts the rest of the squad to take all that space onto A and deny information, down to the Molly, the snakebite, that's been very effective at zoning things out. So We're seeing, as soon as the spike goes down, all that util comes through. It's looking great from Sad.
That it is, but there is full purchase here for Nightblood. Whereas the bonus for SAD Esports is really just one-tap weapons. A little bit of noise being created by Will. He's done well, again, to kind of stretch the map on both sides of the spike to this point. Noted, will find, I'll say a little bit of time to work his way past the boom bot, but not the case. Jerwin gets credit for 2. Smiley isolated as Jerwin's now potentially on for the ace 3 in a row. And holding the front line as Jerwin will plant.
Planted.
And yeah, the energy in this map has gone to the wayside if this bonus comes through, which it looks pretty good too.
Yeah, I don't know how Jerwin was able to get one with the boom bot there. I thought that the timing was just perfect to get the seep through, but not going to be the case. Kumi in a 1v2 now might be doable if some heroics come through.
Good hit.
Well, the problem is checking this crossfire through the dark cover. And as soon as this fades, that's about what you would expect. A couple of tags will come through, but again, even if you were to pull that 1v3 off, the path would have been an arduous one. So 12-3 the count. Purchase for Nightblood is less than comfortable. Meanwhile, for SAD Esports, they've got everything they could want, and they're close to alts. Yeesh.
It's like all the cards are coming up great for SAD Esports, where on Nightblood Gaming side, they're struggling really to just try and take it. The only times they've really gotten a foot in the door is when they have these like deathmatch opportunities where there's just no util being thrown in. But it's just a tough one. And so, you know, maybe we just take a look and figure out how we can really deal with the set, because it's going to be a somewhat of a budget buy coming across from Nightblood Gaming. We do see 2 Vandals, 2 Guardians, Son of Kar, only really having that Sheriff in hand. But when we look at that Duelist head-to-head, I mean, Son of Kar has simply just not held a stick up at Jerwin. Jerwin has been dominating this series thus far. Even in the first map, Jerwin was popping off. And when this raise is kind of firing in all cylinders, it's looking really clean from Jerwin to help SAD Esports win a lot of these rounds very swiftly.
Well, Bao, Kumi, possible point of contact here. Footsteps heard by Kumi. Poison Cloud comes through. Good arc rose flash behind that. Showstopper to counter. Lots of damage comes through, and Kumi almost finds the perfect timing, but Bao saves a life. And that will be enough for SAD Esports to get the plant down. They're actually going to give this to Bao for the Viper's Pit to put this over the finish line. You've got Shondex on the flank. And for NBG, they better go quick, because otherwise this could get messy quickly.
Oh, Jerwin first up, note immediately finding the headshot here. Shondex has to hurry.
Thing is, it's going to take time to clear out this Viper's Pit. Paranoia comes through, allows Son of Kar to play forward. Bao trying to hold the angle. Good for 1. Has to double check on where the spike is. That's where he gets overwhelmed. Now it's just out of Shondex. Does he get an angle on where this plant is actually at? Sure does. What? Completely whiffs. And Screwface eventually able to punish. Nightblood keep the map alive.
Oh no, I had it written down too. I was so excited to see the Shondex flank finally come through. Like, we haven't seen Shondex go on those flanks and have that kind of pop-off potential on the previous map. And I was like, you know, this is gonna be the one. And instead, like, it's just Nightblood Gaming hit the accelerator and they just flood into the pit. Something I guess you don't expect if you are SAD Esports, but a great round for Nightblood, given the fact that they force out the Showstopper, force out the Viper's Pit, stabilize their economy, keep a foot in the door. Once again, do a little bit more mental damage to SAD Esports. Really make Shondex sit in that whiff and kind of accept how that went. But still, they do need to get 8 rounds to get overtime.
Nightblood showing some early utility pressure through A long. And a couple of peeks from Kumi. Oh, shut up. I mean, that's just one of those that you hate to see if you're a Nightblood fan. So free C site will come through. Maybe an opportunity for Son of Kar to get aggressive through mid, but Bao is watching this on a pretty cruddy angle. Screwface trying to maybe follow up for something through waterfall, but this dark cover is going to fade. Nightfall is out for the offense. Everything looking good for SAD, and the flank still available. Steel guard now. That'll make life difficult. And yeah, Jerwin holding the corner. No problem. Actually, Jerwin finds the one hopping into sight. So now he's looking to put the final punch. But Shondek's able to hit on the long-sided flank. So quickly we were there, quickly we weren't. SAD Esports, very, very convincing on both sides of the spike here on Lotus for a map 3 affair.
A massive difference coming in from SAD Esports against Nightblood Gaming on Lotus. I mean, obviously it's so easy to just point at the compositional difference, bringing in the Breach versus the Viper here. Really, the Viper finding so much more value compared to the Breach. Smiley not able to get anything online. But genuinely speaking, I do think that this was Bao as well as really Jerwin really heating up onto this map and stepping into their strides at finding those timings, finding just unbelievable plays, like so many highlight plays coming through from Jerwin to really seal the deal on a lot of these rounds. And yeah, I mean, very decisive 13-4 SAD Esports. They find themselves looking at map number 3. One of these teams has to get eliminated, and it's coming down to the wire.
And of course it's Ascent. So who knows? At this point, it does feel like we're likely to get some sort of a mirror matchup, and who knows? Maybe we'll get another Icebox-like affair where we go back and forth for the entirety of it. Hard to say, but one team will for sure be done for the year when we come back after this with our elimination match. Don't go far.
Final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams. One goal. No resets. No second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
Well, it wouldn't be be an elimination match without a little bit of drama. We are going to a map 3. Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Ash and Roy on the desk. And if you're just joining us, SAD Esports took it to town on Lotus. We were saying that it was like we were feeling good for SAD Esports on Lotus. They were starting on defense. We know they're good. And they ended with a 13-4. I'd like to give a shout out to the guy in chat who got that scoreline exactly. You get a salute from me. That's all you got, homie.
Nice.
But I mean, Roy, you said that this was a good pick for SAD starting on the defense, and they made it look great, Roy.
Yeah, that first half was extremely dominant, guys. Let me just throw some numbers at us real quick, okay? Nightblood Gaming thrifted round 6 and round 10, okay? And they only finished with 3 rounds in that first half. I mean, I don't know if that speaks to SAD's level or NBG's level, but I think we can all agree that SAD looked phenomenal in that first half. We talked a lot about their ability to get rounds on the defense side. I think, Ash, you were mentioning that as well. And it came to life. They had a phenomenal approach to the defensive side. They knew exactly how they're going to play around the breach utility. And it felt like at no point on that first half could Nightblood Gaming really get anything going. Like just the way they were approaching it, their style of their defense, the way they were like clawing away advantages early and then falling back and playing the man advantages in the retakes was just on point.
Yeah, the read was so good coming out from the side of SAD Esports, and so much of that coming down to like even how they were changing the pace. You were talking about those thrifty rounds, and then once they saw that NBG had like another thrifty coming up, I can't remember which round it was, they're the ones who actually pumped on the gas and changed their pace and took the fight to them to avoid allowing NBG to have any like comfort in like scaling up in that kind of sense. But so many of those opening engagements, I feel like you can see the numbers there went the way of SAD, and it was just insane how explosive it felt like the whole team was being. But Jerwin and Bao, I think, just really stepped up to the plate in this matchup. There was so much stall potential on the side of SAD Esports with the amount of utility that they had to play with, and I think they were talking about it during the cast as well. We know how explosive Son of Car can be, how well he's known for this Raze play in particular, but it just felt like there was that disconnect. There just wasn't that kind of synergy that we were expecting out from them. They did try to slowly work the map and draw out some of that utility from SAD as well, but when it came down to how they were going for that space taking and the utility that was being thrown out, it seemed like the timings were just a little disconnected.
I mean, if we're going to bring up Jerwin and Son of Car, we might as well just talk about Jerwin. It was the Jerwin show. Seriously, what a performance from this individual. I mean, to be fair, they were also, I believe, top frag of the entire leaderboard on Icebox as well when it was 13 to 11. But this, if you had any doubts, Roy, any doubts whatsoever about Jerwin, I hope he just put it to rest with this match on Lotus.
I mean, I think I speak for all of us. I don't think there's a single doubt in Jerwin on this desk, at least. I don't know what the casters, I can't speak for them, but I think for us on the desk, we were expecting this Jerwin pop-off.
You can speak for Shift, don't worry.
I'll speak for Shift, honestly, screw it. Yeah, no, Jerwin had an insane, we were all kind of expecting Jerwin to be popping off, right? It's very rare for Jerwin to have like very quiet series. And even the last time, I don't know if it's the last time or the time before that, but I very clearly recall Jerwin and Bao also having and monstrous Lotus performances before as well. So I think the tech is Jerwin and Bao just have it figured out on this map. They know exactly how they want to play on their defensive side, and they derive and extract so much value from these rounds. And Jerwin ended with 7 first bloods. That's more than half the rounds that they got to win the game. So it's very clearly he's popping off in the beginning of the round, and when it comes to the retakes, he was right there. He was scaling up. He was using perfect utility, and he was just converting all their advantages.
I do also want to say that, if you kind of like the doubt thing, I don't think any of us had a doubt on this desk about Jerwin, to be fair, but just in case anyone in the audience had any doubts, because I see you guys in chat. I see what you say. Just keep an eye on that next time. But we are moving to, well, I don't know. We're moving to map 3 next. It is Ascent, where I believe Nightblood Gaming will be starting on the defense. Now, I went to Roy first last time. Ash, I'm going to go to you this time. We talked about how I feel like we're beating this point into the ground. We talked about how strong this Veto was for both teams. Nightblood Gaming starting on defense on Ascent. If they're running a double sentry, who knows? Could be good.
Yeah, I think that that's kind of what I like about the comp that we have going for the side of NBG, that they lean heavily into like the new style of Ascent, into that new meta. And then for SAD, I feel like the last time we saw them, it was with like the Yoru iteration of the original like bread and butter composition on Ascent, with the Cypher slotting in there as well. But also at the same time, it's been a while since we actually saw them play it within Challengers. It was like early in July, and I know in some of the third-party events, they've actually shifted back into that Jet for Jerwin, which I feel like does, like, he's great on the Yoru, do not get me wrong, but I feel like he's so much more comfortable on the Jet. Like, it's really one of his agents, and with how explosive that he likes to be as well, I just think it works so well for Jerwin's play style, and could be a major difference maker when trying to break through some of those setups and have that ability to really pump on that gas into these rounds, considering they're starting on the attack first there, Roy.
Yeah, I think for me, the concern with the Jet pick is it just puts so much pressure on the KO to have like perfect utility to try to reduce a lot of this double sentinel util that they're going to be facing. But just going through like some of the stats here, I'm noticing that Nightblood Gaming is a very attack sided type of team. That's where they get a lot of their rounds on most maps, if not every single map actually. And they're kind of starting on the defense side. Typically, this is we've seen it so many times in VCL, right? Where like teams start on the defense side of Ascent and they get like 9 rounds, 8 rounds, 10 rounds. And it completely destroys the second half opportunity for the other team to sort of make the comeback, as it just puts so much pressure on that pistol round. I mean, I'm kind of sad. Esports is obviously going to be a lot of pressure on them in that first half to try to get as many rounds as possible. So I'm just curious to see how they're going to be using their composition to their advantage against a double senti.
I mean, again, like we talk about the pressure, we talk about the moment. If you are just joining us or you have forgotten, this is elimination. Right, both these teams have no option but to be their best right now, or their season ends here. And not only that, they have to be good enough to keep on going and making it to the next game after this. It's not all safe waters after this, right? So I think I want to ask you guys, do we want to change our predictions? I know I went for Nightblood. You guys went for SAD Esports. Do we want to change anything, or are we sticking with it?
I'm locked in.
You're locked in.
Wait, you're telling me after a 13-4 performance, you want me to second guess my pick here, Liz?
I'm giving you the opportunity. I'm a nice host.
No, I appreciate it.
Right?
No, you know, I do appreciate it. I thought you were gonna be a little bit harder on me, but trying to give me an out. No, I think I like my odds. Ash, what do you think?
I think I like my odds. I think what I'm going to be curious about is they had been playing with the Vice as well at times on Ascent. I do think it would be interesting to see if they end up bringing that out for this particular map, because it would be definitely throwing a wrench in the plan of NBG, with the fact that most teams aren't running the Vice on Ascent in VCL, and that means that it's a little bit harder to deal with because you aren't experiencing having to play up against it a little bit more. So I think that's like the one change I'd be looking out for potentially on the side of SAD Esports. But nah, me and Roy, we're locked in right now. Like if we were in person, I'd dap you up.
Well, I love that. But we also have our agents locked in and ready to go for our final map between SAD Esports and Nightblood Gaming. Now, we could see changes. We might not. It is do or die. Do you change it up? Do you throw a wrench into your plans, or do you stick with what you know? No Vise on the side of either team, Ash.
All good, all good. Honestly, not too surprised to see that. I was like, okay, that could be like a pocket pick that they pull out. But at the same time, you know, what you're running in third party, sometimes you're also trying to like hide your hand a little bit for like the main leagues and whatnot too. So there's not as much footage. So I'm really not surprised with that. I think we just go back to that same point that Roy was making beforehand. The amount of pressure that is going to be on Joa, and the fact that Jerwin now, that changes his game plan too, right? You can't be as independent and play for yourself as much now on the Jet pick compared to the Yoru from before.
Yeah, and my eyes are on to see how Nightblood Gaming are going to maneuver the mids, right? Because I feel like the win condition for SAD Esports is going to be utilizing the mids to try to minimize a lot of those sort of trap setups that are going to be in tree, that are going to be close B main, as well as the A main exit. So there's going to be so many things for them to work around. So yeah, pressures on Jawa, pressures on Welly to try to, you know, dismantle the gadget setup. Now I want to see Son of Car really pop off, get that operator online as early as possible on that defense side, you know, really abuse it towards the mid and force SAD Esports into those traps, into those awkward moments where they're going to struggle heavily.
Well, one last shot for both these teams. Who will be eliminated and who will keep their hopes and dreams of Ascension alive? I don't know just who to send it to. My best friend, Marks, and Shift is there too.
Sometimes I'm here, other times I'm not. Today I'm here.
This is like a hostile environment.
This is what happens, Marks. We do this. We go back and forth. It's the Italian flair. You can't have more than one Italian in a broadcast. That's the way it goes.
Gotcha.
So it's like a territorial war. It's like Mafia. Mafia Valorant edition. It's all from Place of Love and the Pizza Pies. Nightblood Gaming, NA Esports. One can continue, one will not. And two very different ideas of what these two teams want to do. I will say, you know, kind of looking at modifications around how do you play around deadlock, which has often provided a lot of headaches in terms of getting things going on offense. I like the idea of bringing the Yoru into play here for Nightblood. I think the biggest thing is coming off that 13-4. Can they actually execute correctly? That's my biggest worry for them right now.
Yeah, like one of the things too that the desk talked about just at the top of the series was Son of Car having a little bit of a slow start and then suddenly being able to pick it up. The playstyle that we've seen them use Son of Car in, it tends to be a little bit, hey, Son of Car, go in there, go find some kills. And honestly, SAD Esports were doing a really good job at keeping that in check. But with Yoru's kit, it becomes just a little bit easier. And well, Son of Car has put in enough reps on Yoru, so I imagine that there should be some comfortability here. And already looks like no under a lot of pressure is SAD. Get ready to move in onto this A site, but no, comes out on top.
Yeah, with the classic against the Ghost at that range after being pushed off is pretty darn good. Paranoia trying to get the angle back as noted. Flash not quite able to do the job though that it was intended to, as there was a counter there for the KO. And how about this? A quick walk-in for Welly, planting this maybe way deeper than you would expect. And it actually allows an opportunity with this plant position for Shondex to hit this route all the way through the defensive spawn, but he's got to go quick.
I'm worried. This happened last time too. Shondex didn't quite find the timing, but looks like might be good this time. Kumi going down, an excellent start.
Ooh, and a late reveal. Paranoia as well to block off Heaven. Everything else has to come over towards Tree. Noted, and the rest of the defense making their way forward very quickly with 3 straight eliminations, leaving Sean as the last one left, and you know where he is. And that is just a dance that is not going to allow him to A, find the kill, or B, get down to find the defuse, or at least stop the defuse, I should say. So how about that? Nightblood Gaming really just squashing some qualms early with that opening pistol.
It's so interesting to me because one of the big things that I was looking forward to this one, I mentioned it in the last map, but Shondex on the flank. Oh man, this is going to be great. I've seen so many clips just throughout Challengers, Shondex finding so many immaculate timings to get that backstab. But this time around against Nightblood Gaming, it feels like these pushes, these lurks are just a couple of seconds too late. While that lurk happens and like, oh yeah, we got to deal with it. You see Nightblood Gaming, they just kind of kick down the door or doing crazy flips through the windows and killing everybody on site in very showy fashion. And then that just leaves Shondex alone so far from the rest of the team. And so it's a little bit unconventional. Someone who is really good at finding those timings has not been doing well against Nightblood Gaming this time. As SAD get ready to repeat and re-hit this A site just off the Savile drone.
Yeah. Defense stacked up. All this Sentinel utility trying to lock down any aggression through Tree. But would you know it, it's SAD Esports through glass, and all of a sudden, this setup is kind of a non-factor. A little bit of extra damage from that fragment down low as well. Screwface trying to hold strong, but Kumi's able to at least get some level of respect towards Hell. And, well, I say some level because all it takes is a little bit of spam to eventually take care of them. Numbers good here for SAD Esports with the breach through glass.
Jerry's kind of heating it up right now. Druin just, with that initial pick, finds the Guardian as well, and suddenly this is so hard for Nightblood Gaming. 2v4 here. Let's see how they're going to be able to do this one, but it's looking like it should be a SAD thrifty.
Yeah, it should be. SAD will be happy about that, I think they would say. Pop flash on the way in. Smiley, hold on a second. If you hit this shot, if you're Son of Car, maybe a chance, but Smiley keeps the play alive. For a 1v2, 1v1 in front of him, but oh no! Can we lock down the shots? Is AimLab still a sponsor? Smiley for halfway on the defuse. Secondary attempt on the fight. Shot trying to check it, and goodness gracious, almost whips on that one as well, but Smiley will find 4 and somehow save the round.
Wow, man. Did I curse that? I don't know. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, it was such a great start from Derwin to kind of make that one happen. And then Smiley, who once again we highlighted was a little bit quiet on those last two maps, just comes alive in the midst of all of it. Just head on a swivel, able to take out so many of these members just as they walk down and down to this 1v1. Shondex trying to stall as much time as possible. And it all falls apart. Nightblood Gaming, they do walk away with the round, but it isn't pretty. Son of Car will have this outlaw in hand, but that is going to be it. So this bonus is really not a bonus. This is more or less a thrifty round coming in from Nightblood. As Sad, they've got all the rifles in hand, and that's Shondex with 2.
A little bit of trouble trying to stay alive as Nightblood looked like they do want to try to force the issue here. Wow, good spy cam. Maybe has an opportunity for Shondex to find maybe more than one more. Wow, that is so good from Sad. So with that, should be the round. A couple of consolation kills, maybe just one for Screwface, but wow, that was an impressive display from Shondex to stay alive in the face of literally an army coming his way at B main.
Yeah, like, I was really impressed with the map control that we see Sad Esports having in the previous map, and we're seeing it be a little bit less rigid and strict and be a little bit more dynamic. Specifically on this round, obviously, it's a little bit of a wash here, but Shondex being able to hold his own amidst all of this flood through, and the timing's just working out perfectly for the rest of the squad to go there. I mean, you've got Bao just playing so deep on the lurk as well. It felt like a very well-coordinated round, and that's not just because they had the weapon advantage there. So I'm looking forward to continuing to see Sad potentially bust out more of those kind of set plays and mid-rounding extremely effectively against this Nightblood Gaming defense.
Yeah. Well, we'll start to feel out what these two teams want to do on this map here in this round. Defensive split will have the Sentinels leaning towards one on either site. Very passive owl drone to late check mid doesn't really reveal too much for Nightblood either. So there will be a level of blind commitment here in terms of where the defense wants to stack. They have guessed correctly for now. That pop flash will keep the attention of Smiley, who also has a Hunter's Fury, keep in mind. So if things start to get Nixie on A, could be an opportunity to slow things down with the Hunter's Fury. Going to call it out right through tree, tags onto 2. Do you finish a kill? No, but Kumi almost able to follow up. Instead, the first blood goes to Sundakar on the opposite side of the map.
All the space being taken by Sad. Smiley's still in the back here. Oh, this is going to be the flood through. Let's see where they end up. But first, they got to deal with this. And yeah, who else but Derwin to shut that one down?
No
Bao with the
way.
alley-oop. And suddenly, this is looking a lot more open.
There is no chance. Kumi, I hate to break it to you, brother, but you're going to have to find at least 2 here, you would think. Nope. Gets a barrel inside his left ear. So that's going to be enough for Sad Esports to have a very comfortable post-plant 4v2. And yeah, NBG is just not even going to bother with this one.
Wow, I mean, hey, when your 2 players, being Derwin and Bao, are popping off, especially with the amount of confidence that they garnered from that last game, you know, these types of mid-round adjustments, pressuring things are going to work out well. And you see, like, yeah, they've got the initiation from Welly and Joa to try and push it through, but it's just the double peek from Bao and Derwin that is just so precise to really tie up this map so far. And so great stuff coming out from Sad Esports. Nightblood Gaming, we do see a couple of their ideas in slowing down the lanes, but it's the speed that Sad Esports are just kind of navigating the map with that really can mitigate a lot of those kind of traps and getting stuck in some of these areas, which Nightblood Gaming's composition really wants to kind of force out of Sad.
Well, so far, I hear you, and I agree with you. It's just Sad Esports are finding openings where openings shouldn't be. I mean, the glass play, that's one. This play through middle late is another. And it's like NBG have everything covered. It's just, again, we're just not hitting shots right now. And Derwin is 6-2 through 4 rounds. So that's another issue that's coming into fruition once again after 2 great maps from him. So I don't know, man. It's one of those things. I mean, again, it's a late elimination game, so you're prone to seeing some woo. But this has been a little bit unexcusable in certain regards. I think if you look back at this in your Nightblood, it's just like, we've got everything covered. We just got to win these fights.
Oh no, the dart, it goes so far wide. Baldo just too much pressure. Joa going to be up next. Can't quite find the kill, but the flash will at least allow for the escape here. As it's a little bit of a scramble coming for Sad this time. Screwface is doing a great job of anchoring that B site.
I hate to break it to you though, Marks. This is still a winnable round for Sad Esports. They only have the Cypher in front of them at B, and Screwface has made the right read of saying, I just need to stay alive. Well, the recon dart will reveal him. One shoulder comes through. Throwing a couple of the shots just to say, hey, don't come here. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. And Screwface, well, yep, that's perfect. That's all you need to do. Well, he's just going to try to find a consolation kill, but the help is here. And the chances of a 2v4 have gone out the window with a truck dart from Smiley. Love it. 3-2 to count. Nice blood. Find themselves up early.
Oh, man. The fact that Screwface finds the wallbang kills so early on onto Shondex is a little bit of a tilter. Like, you know, Shondex doing due diligence, just kind of hopping around, spotted immediately. Oh, it's just the Cypher. Now we know that there's not going to be any additional pressure coming through. So Screwface able to scoop that one up. And suddenly Nightblood Gaming back into the lead, just purely off of finding the necessary kills to make this one happen. And like Screwface really just anchoring the site, made it so that Nightblood were set, up for victory there. As, whoa, feeling a little gassy after that last round. I don't know what's going on.
That's funny. Uh-oh, here we go. Yeah, Jerwin up close and personal after the shock dart has been sent for Smiley. No success on that this time. Sad Esports will find free passage to B. And in terms of breaking this down, you really need to get a pick here from Son of Card. The dimensional drift will go a long way. The annihilation could go even further, just banking it around the backside of the arches. But that requires a kill to come through first. And very wisely, Sad Esports are just essentially stacking the box here. So knives are out. And NBG, you can see they're hoping someone's going to overextend, but it's not going to happen. There's the opportunity for annihilation. You would think you need to use it here, but the suppression comes through, so you can't pull it out yet, and time's going to become an issue. Kumi has to force their way on in. Good shots to a second elimination. Can't quite find the third. And Son of Car is just going to bail out with the operator, so Sad will tie us at 3.
And I want to say that I think Sad Esports were really anticipating that the annihilation might come out that last round, because the way that they played, the angles that they played, they just made sure that if someone got kind of scooped up by that fishing pole, they would have more than enough cover to make sure that nothing really happened. You see that they just really just hang out onto the site, play nice and close together so they can mitigate that specific ultimate. And of course, Jerwin just kind of popping off to allow that entry to happen. And then it's just wait out the clock, make it nice and easy for Sad to be able to win that one out. I just want to say, when Jerwin pops those knives, it always turns into a Sad Esports round. We saw it so much on Icebox, and immediately we're being treated to a little bit more of that onto Ascent.
Well, it's going to be a feel out for Sad Esports in the middle of the map. Trapwire is what's going to keep that play contested, if you want to call it that. Aldrone will be slowed down. A couple of spam shots through the wall, back and forth. Ooh. No one really worse for wear. And that's going to lead to a setup, but no, there's just not enough distraction to keep the eyes away from mid-market, and Jerwin will fall first blood tally.
Yeah, I was going to say, just get spotted out there, despite a little bit of good navigation around the trapwire. And now Note just kind of backing up here, respecting the push. The Son of Card just on the other side with the operator in hand. Finds one, but should be able to back out.
Well, Screwface finds another. Nightblood looking comfortable here. And the Dimensional Drift will just scout out that the last remaining players are hanging out. What?
30 seconds left.
Not often how we see a Dimensional Drift exit, but help is here. Jawa's in trouble, locked down, nowhere to go. Kumi up and over, a little Goomba stomp on top of the site, get Nightblood back into the lead.
Yeah, we're really seeing the trap plays kind of getting set up, especially when you bring a deadlock into this composition. Obviously, Nightblood Gaming wanting to start on the defense, going with this double sentinel. But when they know that they kind of need to pounce on SAD Esports, then a lot of that utility gets maximum value. You can use the net to really just anchor people down, and then it gets a lot easier to be able to move through. But yeah, unconventional to say the least. Things kind of go a little bit awry as Sunakar kind of pops out of here and then just a spray through from Joa makes sure that the Yoru doesn't get more value. But Shift, this is still very close between these two teams. Both of them right now fighting to stay alive for a chance at making it into playoffs. And it's just round after round going both ways for them.
Well, still on full purchase. No command out. Quick play from Saz on a card stops the first, and then the follow from Smiley is good. And now all of a sudden, yeah, I was about to say, you're going to get the res back up, but Jawa's going to be really weak on the reapproach. Still, the numbers are decent. The defense has not stayed away from rotating out of A yet, which actually could benefit them on the timing of helping out this B side as the Hunter's Fury doesn't really reveal much of anything. And yeah, now you've got that play over to the middle of the map, but Val's able to win his first. That separates Screwface completely, or does it?
Ooh.
He finds one trade and also reads that he's in a little bit of trouble, so he'll get back to safety.
Oh, the Annihilation gets popped as well, and yeah, we'll be able to pick up Welly. It's going to be such a desperate fight into the end, but it all works out well for Nightblood Gaming there, and, you know, I have to call to question the attacking plan coming through from SAD Esports, because we're seeing them get caught multiple rounds now, just trying to go for the mid lurk into that B site. And last time there was one person watching Jerwin, this time there were two people watching it, and they're just kind of getting stuck into it. And we haven't seen as much variety in the game plan, whereas Nightblood Gaming, aware of what could be coming through, are making sure to adapt themselves to reinforce some of those weaker areas to really punish SAD Esports into their push. So SAD, Jerwin buying up a rifle into this next one, the hero rifle in hand, but they're going to go up against Son of Karzop.
A dangerous prospect, although he has been a little bit quiet, at least since map number 1. This time he does connect into Jerwin, though. Recon bolt behind us will give him a second opportunity. Sees his shoulder, tries to hold off on the trigger, Smiley in the corner. Oh, and then one more, but it's just going to be a shoulder tagged onto Shondex, down to 5 HP, nowhere to go. And Nightblood, after this back and forth affair was plaguing us once again like it did at Icebox, that's really a quick set of rounds back to back to back.
And it just feels messy on the initiation for SAD Esports. Okay, good. We are taking a timeout here. I think that's the right move, because there's a couple of pieces that aren't really fitting together when they're moving in onto that site. I've seen now a couple of times the smokes aren't really set up, the flashes aren't going in properly by the time that we see the flood through happen from SAD, and it's just opening up these opportunities then for Nightblood Gaming to just kind of go crazy with it. If you really are relying on Jerwin to find these opening kills, you want to make sure you set up that jet for success.
Well, so far, after kind of pointing to the fact that Sunakar had not done particularly well in the 1v1 with Jerwin, things are changing very rapidly. And I think in particular, you're starting to see this good kind of more, I won't say it's a more passive reaction from Nightblood, but they're not getting caught as fast by these little trick trap plays by SAD. They're really not even trap plays. It's just, they're just finding openings in spaces that they shouldn't. Like that last round, you see it, the Annihilation shuts down the play through mid. Like it's just, SAD is not getting the same kind of vacancy that they had kind of halfway through this first half, the first quarter, if you will. So things will have to change here. Full weapons are still in purchase. Ultimates are less than great, though, for SAD Esports. So they're going to have to find something that really changes the narrative here in round 10.
And Smiley's been having a great performance. Of course, Sova on Ascent, tale as old as time, but does have the Hunter's Fury back online. And has been getting immense value out of them from the previous one that we've seen. Son of Kar, though, getting aggressive, uses a flash there, but rightfully so. SAD Esports, they're playing more respectfully around Nightblood Gaming. They're not just kind of sending it and hoping for the best. They're playing a little bit more cautiously to try and force out this util, but the deadlock really will trap up that A site.
Well, Paranoia being held by Noted, waiting for Kumi. They're going to combine with the Hunter's Fury, a part of that lockdown, but Yeah, there we go. The follow-up is what comes through the graph net. Didn't really connect the first time, but you get what you came for if you're Nightblood. You're on a 4v3. Fragment and possibly a quick commitment into the A site. Sensors in the way, and now Kumi's on site with that. Good long-range shot from Screwface. Follow from Kumi, also ideal. And there's nowhere to go. 7-3 the count through 10, and Nightblood will have a major economical advantage in this next round.
Yeah, like it really feels that SAD are just getting stuck multiple times. They try to make one thing happen and then they're immediately met with a response. And one thing that I think the desk highlighted as well was Joa with the 0 points has to find value with it, or they need some sort of way to break a lot of these trap plays that are kind of going on here, because when it just comes down to these raw gunfights, sure, SAD Esports kind of have their pop-off moments, but it's a little bit too late because they've just kind of trudged through all of the Sentinel utility that makes it that much more difficult to kind of enter in, and Jerwin has not been able to get activated as a result.
Yeah, true. Well, hard to figure he's going to get activated on this round. Just a stinger in hand for him. So you would think opportunity for Nightblood to get to 8. Now, keep in mind, in case you were born yesterday, Nightblood's composition is going to have a lot of questions in terms of what they do on the offensive side. So honestly, if you're SAD, if you can find yourself a 4th, I think you're feeling okay about how the half has gone. I mean, you're not, because you didn't find much in the last handful of rounds, but if you can get to 4, I think you'd be all right with that.
All right, let's see how they're going to deal with Screwface and Kumi here. That's the big question.
Oh, they're going to try to flood over the back. Jerwin taking some, what looks to be some team damage. That fragment was not well placed. Screwface finds the first. Here comes the opportunity for trades. Pinstripe goes the kill feed, but advantage to Nightblood. Well, you going to stick for the plan. Last 2 members for SAD are going to be stuck on site. Kumi has not seen much in terms of a cross. Maybe a chance here. Yep, there's a little bit of info on where Welly is. Aldrone to follow to confirm that. And yeah, Stingers and Sheriffs at this range just not feeling all that great. Welly's going to be stuck, nowhere to go. Nightblood get their 8th.
Wow, I mean, it was just clean coming through from Nightblood Gaming on that defense there. We see Note go for the teleport right into Wine to get that additional support there, and it just works out so well. Like, there's just doing a really good job of shutting down so many of these avenues and making these uncomfortable situations continuously happen for SAD Esports. Like, Val was able to walk through and at least get one trade, but in those long-range battles, the fact that Kumi has not been taken out of Wine, it makes it exactly like it is. I feel like I'm repeating myself. SAD find themselves in a trap where Nightblood Gaming are watching all of the angles necessary to take them down. So, last round in this half, exactly like you said, if SAD can get this one, then there still is hope here. But Sunakar moving up forwards. This operator has been finding great value, does get spotted out, so will have to force out.
Knife also reveals 2 more defenders playing on this crossfire setup. Jerwin going quickly. Needs to make a decision at this point, though, and just maybe waits a little bit too long or too little, because the paranoia comes out right after that. And now all of a sudden, SAD Esports are pretty much fully committed to trying to hit this B site. Aldrone not really going to do too much to clear off the backside of the site. And NBG are just teeing off through arches. Yep, that'll work. Sunakar's feeling it. 9-3 half-year marks. Comfortable stuff for Nightblood.
Yeah, it really is. And now all these questions, they're going to have to get answered. Nightblood Gaming on their offense. What is the game plan? They just strung together 6 rounds in a row. Once again, if you are SAD Esports, you got to make sure that you are trying to keep your mental in here. You got to keep nice and focused on what you want to do for this defense to try and make things happen, because honestly speaking, it's not looking pretty good. A great lead of rounds established by Nightblood Gaming. If they take this pistol, it's going to look very similar just on the other side to what we saw on Lotus.
Well, kind of also going back to Lotus, the same conversation is going to start up here, where SAD Esports really need to win this pistol. You drop this, looking at 11-3, not ideal. Bit of a feel out at mid, gonna come through the smoke as Jawa and the rest of the gang are also kind of simultaneously fighting off some action at tree. SAD Esports come out the benefactors on this 4v3 early. You clear off tree, and maybe you can find an exit on the Noted, who realizes that he's in some trouble. So just down to Kumi and Smiley. They will have some feet on the A site, but instead are going to try to out-trade the return back and get this to a 2v2. Good idea, but just a small part of the Classic has been seen, and SAD Esports will know that the tree is not available to them.
Oh, and the barrier makes that so much more uncomfortable for SAD because they just have pistols. So you got to start knifing that way through, breaking it down Minecraft style to try and make that one happen. 4v2, the one this retake should be good for SAD.
Question mark?
At this point, I don't know, man.
No, for real though. Knife will come through. It should reveal onto Smiley. So yeah, you're going to know that Kumi's likely playing outside and back through A main. And that will be it. Okay. So a mixy little kerfuffle around the A point. A battle at mid, a battle towards tree. SAD Esports come away benefiting from the trades, and they do what's required. Take the pistol.
Yeah, and turning the question mark into more of an exclamation mark. Woohoo, let's go SAD. Great stuff coming through them to win out this round. And it really came down to them more or less playing together, which I know that sounds super basic, but if you look at how their attacking side went, they were more interested in trying to find these like weird angles, take more of that map control to be able to move through, whereas they were running into the grouped up squad of Nightblood Gaming. And well, when the trades came to trades, Nightblood Gaming were coming out on top, if not finding just multi-kills. So really, it was a good round from SAD. They really have to start to pull these together. 5 rounds separating these two teams currently. Jerwin going for the Outlaw. Needs to try and get a little bit more steam in their sails, but Sunakar starting us out with a disgusting headshot with Sheriff.
That's super helpful because, honestly speaking, you're just trying to play distraction here if you're Screwface. Jerwin is more focused on the crossing angle to main, not necessarily the tight corner, although it is kind of a 2-for-1. Meanwhile, Nightblood will pick up a stinger to work with through tree, but are going to take their time. Whoa, the timing could not be more unideal for Jerwin. He does get out, though, and Shondex, meanwhile, will replace him by getting into B.
And look at the flood through from Nightblood Gaming now. There you go. Jerwin makes up for it, and well, we'll be trapped here looking for more, but Nightblood Gaming avoid.
Oh, really good shock dart from Smiley. It's his second elimination by way of the utility so far. And he's able to use the stinger that he picked up for another. So 2v2, and they'll get a recognition rather that Welly and Shondex are already playing at B. So the wrap back over to A should lead to a plant. Looks like SAD Esports is also though aware of this.
They should get a free plant here. I like where Kumi's going. Stinger in hand. Could find a good timing, especially hearing those footsteps. This backstab could be huge.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, yeah, Kumi's going to get the first and then very wisely stay away from the trade. But Shondex in a 1v2 only has a couple of low health pool members in front of him. Recon dart avoided. Oh, maybe misses the cape there by a moment. Yeah, there's the follow-up. Oh. Yeah, and Shondex stuck completely on top of the site, and NBG bounce back, counter out the anti-eco, and now have a huge lead, 10-4, going into round 15.
That is so painful. Smiley and Kumi as well, both so low HP at the end there. I'm pretty sure a couple of classics would have been more than enough to make that happen, but just honestly, unfortunate timing coming across the board. Like, the fact that Jerwin almost dies there and then gets shock darted into the back, and then immediately the call gets made to just kind of rotate themselves around. Shondex not able to meet up with the rest. It was just an outplay from Nightblood Gaming in the very end of that round. So great job to them to find now double digits. SAD Esports, like, it's just Sheriffs with Joe just using a classic. But Nightblood Gaming, they've got all the rifles that they need. Should be an easy round for them as they get set up to flood onto this A site.
Yeah, Welly. Shock dart at the front door, paranoid to follow. Is there any opportunity to try to take this angle away? Yes, there is. Bao finds one. Flash doesn't get outside the dart cover, though. And just as you look away, a teleport back to safety starts to come in. Outlaw connects her. Screwface not once, but twice. What a flick! And the follow-up, absolutely perfect from Nightblood. Leaves Jerwin by themselves. And he's been quiet this map to this point. And will continue to be that way. Wow, what a set of shots from Screwface, though.
Spaghetti is on the floor. Oh, as soon as I saw the flash go inside of the smoke, I'm like, this is over for SAD Esports. And yeah, I mean, Screwface kind of looking like the Terminator. T2 just walking in onto the site, has the sniper rifle in hand, doesn't even flinch for a second, finds one, immediately flicks over to find another. It's looking so confident from Nightblood Gaming right now. And SAD Esports, they're just struggling to finding a way through. And now, like, Nightblood Gaming, 2 rounds, keep themselves alive, whereas SAD Esports facing elimination if they're not able to force out an overtime. But at this point, it's like you're going up against an impossible task.
Yeah, and I think the thing about that is, like, you know, in certain regards, you look at this purchase, and for SAD Esports, the half starts now. But with the dimensional drift that could potentially come into play, that is usually good for a round by itself. And even more so, Jawa's going to be stuck. Nowhere to go. Nice shot from Welly. Does he have more? Opportunity for it. Annihilation will connect onto one. Jerwin has to try to play for the response. Noted following up. And that will leave Sean by themselves into a 1v3.
Last player standing.
Oh, this one's not looking good. Finally, the spike goes down. Let's see if Shondex is able to do this. Kumi, very low HP, but Screwface and Note still full.
I'll see if you can find the first. That's where it obviously starts. The crossfire in hell, though, is not fun to deal with. This route back over to tree. Yep, nope, can't do that. No time. Gets one for free. That's curious. But it looks like Sean is just going to take the operator and run. So 12-4. Elimination point coming up now. SAD Esports, the world to battle against.
Yeah, it's not looking good for SAD Esports right now. It's so tough too, because I commented on the fact that they were playing counter to the Annihilation on that last round where, you know, or sorry, the last half where they were playing really smart around it to make sure.
Marks, did I lose you?
That goes there.
I think we may have lost Marks.
Yes, this should do.
But whatever his point was, I bet it was brilliant.
This goes here.
Okay, unless it's just muted on Discord for me. I think we may have lost my boy. My boy Blue. 12-4 account, here we go. Nightblood, not going to take any aggressive steps early here. Jerwin will have the ability to lock things down at mid with that operator that was saved. And, well, could get an opportunity if there is any overextension. It's a little bit of a walk down onto catwalk to tree here. Aldrone will see this. Eyes up now for Jerwin. Good flash off the corner. Jerwin stuck. No more dash. Trying to get away. Not going to be able to. Hunter's Fury was the bailout tool. That won't even find anything. Just one bit of damage. Recon Bolt trying to set up Welly for his own trades, but look how deep that barrier mesh is. Plus you have the dimensional drift. Everything turning up aces right now for Nightblood. But Bao has a shotgun to the backside arches. Could work out for him, but overwhelmed. And now the neural theft into the 3v2 with the barrier blocking the defensive spawn pathway.
Spike planted.
Not great. We have to do this the hard way, but there are tools available. Most notably a flash, a fragment, and the knife to feel out some of the information for Jawa. But this is taking time, and you have no idea if anyone's playing inside of B mains. That's always going to be on the back of your mind. The knife reveals only one. The paranoia essentially reveals a second. But there is a question mark of is Screwface in the site or not. There's the reveal on denoted. That's the easy first, but the trade is in. Smelling now for the 1v2. Trying to go quickly, and Screwface finally comes out, finds the kill, and that will do it. Nightblood take the series and eliminate SAD Esports from contention here in North American Challengers. Is Mark still alive? You back, Mark? There he is. All right. Sounds like Mark was not able to reconnect. Internet issues in 2025. It happens to the best. Same can be said in terms of being eliminated from Testy contest. Good stuff, though, from Nightblood Gaming. Again, just being able to bounce back after a 13-4. That says a lot, to be sure. But, again, not done yet. Still have a little bit further to go just to make it to playoffs in the first place. But at 3-3, they'll have one more chance to do it. Meanwhile, I know you guys out there are all excited about this one. NBG's going to make a return to stage, for better or for worse. We'll find out when we come back.
Final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams. One goal. No resets. No second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
Well, folks, map 3 is over, and Nightblood Gaming are your winners of the first match of the day. So congratulations to them, and commiserations, and goodbye to SAD Esports. They put up a great fight. We saw a lot of brilliance from them today, but unfortunately is Nightblood Gaming keeping their Ascension hopes alive. And this is a team, Roy, that we said was kind of flying under the radar for everyone. This is, maybe a team that we wasn't being given a lot of credit by the community. But then you have, a strong fought first map and a 13-4 map to finish on Ascent, Roy. And if Nightblood Gaming, you didn't know them now you surely are aware of them.
I think we're sleeping on them because like Nightblood Gaming is also synonymous for New Blood Gaming, and it kind of works both ways. And it's honestly just it speaks to the level of progress that they've had, right? They came in strong. They kind of they're starting to find themselves in the middle, but now they're starting to really get their they're finding their footing, guys. This is a really solid performance. It was a great first map, a nice battle between both of these teams. We go into the second map. We're seeing obviously a huge sweep by SAD Esports, and the fact that they bounced back in such a dominant fashion speaks to the level of volume and their ability to kind of maintain their their mental and kind of maintain the strategy and just course correcting on the third map. But being more specific, guys, I feel like the approach for Nightblood Gaming on that defensive side, we kind of highlighted it coming into this matchup, right? The fact that their double senti composition is very strong, especially with the Yoru. There's a lot of pressure, and it puts a ton of kind of a lot of the pressure on the KOs and the Sovas to sort of dismantle a lot of the gadgets. And it felt like at no point was SAD Esports successful in doing it. Nightblood Gaming just kept moving all their stuff around, and they were doing a phenomenal job on that first half.
Yeah, it was really uncomfortable, I feel like, for SAD Esports to even try to find any of those opening engagements that were going in their favor. You can see it in the numbers here themselves. The fact that you have 12 first bloods on the side of NBG. For SAD, they're only able to find 5 and then only convert 4 of them. And a lot of it comes down to like how Nightblood were also playing a lot of those like bunkered setups too, knowing the fact that they didn't have that ability to kind of like get past the trips in any sort of tricky way, the way that a Yoru can. You saw a lot of those sensors placed in default positions where you're expecting Jerwin to try and dash into to take some of that space, but he doesn't have that same kind of escape and then would get punished for it. And then on other rounds as well, I felt like NBG played really good retake protocols with how they were looking to flood back onto those sites. And the fact that so much respect was being given to like the setups themselves, Nightblood didn't really have to expend too much of that like proactive utility either, and could save them for those retake situations where SAD really didn't have much to work with to try and stall that out or battle back.
Yeah, and shout out to Kumi and Screwface for that. I feel like the way they're approaching their defensive side, sort of kind of keeping their distance away from the KO util, and then sort of giving themselves a chance to retake with like as fast as possible with the Cypher utility as well as the camera, and kind of making sure the traps don't go down as well during the execs and the site hits. They're doing such a good job at that, and I think that honestly that just kind of that pretty much just sums it up. It was a 9-3 shutout half by NBG. We go into the second half, and there just wasn't enough room for SAD Esports to play with.
I mean, I think we also have to give a shout out. I know we're talking about like the 15, 15, 15, 15 note. We see you, we hear you, we appreciate you. We know you didn't get 15 kills, but you did play well. I saw everyone in chat rooting for you as well. But definitely, like we said before, guys, commiserations to SAD Esports. And this was, I think we talked about how while Nightblood Gaming was flying under the radar, so was SAD Esports. They were a team that really, I think, proved a lot of people wrong this as well as Nightblood Gaming. But we do have one of the winners of Nightblood Gaming here. You know him, you love him. Screwface, come to the front. It's time for your interview. Hello.
Hey, how's it going? How you doing,
Good,
Liz?
how are you, Kyle?
I'm good. You know, just came off a win, so nothing but smiles right now. Feeling good.
I mean, that was a very, very impressive when you had the hard-fought first map, with so much love and respect. You got stopped second time.
Yeah, we got curve stopped. We're banning Lotus from now on. I'm done.
You're banning Lotus? Good to hear. But then what a wonderful way to end it, Kyle. A 13-4 on Ascent. Clinical from you guys. I mean, just talk to me about the conversation after Lotus when you got, to use your words, curtain stop on that map. And you literally returned the favor back to them.
That doesn't matter. Valorant is such a round-to-round game. Even when we were down 8 rounds on Lotus, we 100% could have come back and closed that game out. So, like, every moment, every game, until they reach 13, it's winnable. And in the series, like, sometimes you can transition from trying to win, like we did in Lotus, to, like, trying to make it closer and gaining momentum for map 3. But, like, at the end of the day, we have confidence in our strats. We have confidence in our playbook. So we knew map 3 was going to be ours.
I mean, talk to me about that confidence, because this is a do or die match for you guys, right? You're going into this, you have to win to continue your Ascension hopes. You still have to continue to win to keep your Ascension hopes alive. I mean, I was talking to Weeded yesterday. He didn't talk to his team for the week. You know, that was the way he and his team decided that was the way they were going to win. What was your preparation with your team? Was there pressure? Was there nerves?
They didn't speak to each other for a week?
They needed a mental reset.
Oh my God. No,
yes.
Dude, we were just getting lit every day, bro. We're just practicing, grinding. Like, dude, we love playing together. And like, we're like boot camping up to this like match. Cause like, obviously like our legacy match was suboptimal outcome. But like, I think a lot of us had like land, like dog shit sickness. Like on top of that, we just played legacy in the LAN, right? So it's like not ideal, you know, and obviously like not for cope or anything, right? But like we have like no coaches, no staff, nothing, right? So it's like outside of like a couple of people in the scene helping me, like with anti-strats and stuff like that kind of falls all on me. And I think, yeah, actually I will name him. Someone who helped this past match was Coach Hu. He's a tier 2, tier 3 coach, very sleeper. And he did, I think he does great prep. And like, we used it on a set actually. So like, shout out Drew, good work. But yeah, I like low-key completely forgot my point. Okay, not to cope or anything, but yeah, I think without being able to share that load, like, you know, we go into Legacy, we just played them in a match. We go in, they've like got coaches working the anti-stratas, come up with new game plans. I'm there, I'm like trying to get my first 8 hours of sleep since the LAN, right? So it's like different levels. And I think like, had we played them on a different week, we would have definitely had a stronger showing than what we showed on our VCL match last week. But that's how it is. But it doesn't change anything for the do or die. I mean, we've known it was do or die since the very beginning, since when we had to qualify in the Premier. And I don't know if you know about this, Liz, but it's basically a bracket of best of ones.
Yes,
and there's a bunch of goblins down there, right? So it's like, best of one kingdom is very real, and that bracket is very, very hard to get out of. So, like, us making it through that, I have nothing but pure confidence. I think for sure we're going to still make Ascension, 100%.
I mean, you've absolutely, like, such an incredible performance for you today. And one last question for you. You've been posting some, not only post-match tweets, but post-match videos, I would say.
Yeah, I'm going to do it today.
Can we get a preview? Can I give you a sentence to say, maybe?
Yes, please give me a sentence. I'll say any sentence within reason.
Okay. So I think you should tell them, you know, pressure makes diamonds and look how much we shined.
That's a beautiful one. I'll work that one in there. I'm down.
I kind of have bars, don't I, Kyle?
No, you do, 100%. You guys should employ Liz on the ECT every day, bro. Bars on bars. No, I'm joking, but not joking. But you do have bars on bars, but I don't want to put you over anybody else. I already get voted against like every single match, so I don't need that even more. Yeah, because you're my fucking slime, bro. Of course you voted for me.
I am your flippin' slime, Kyle. All right, Kyle, I'll let you go and celebrate. Hey, you're good. You're good. Go and craft that video and say that line. I'll see you in the next one.
Thank you, guys.
Well, folks, I don't know if I should send that to my producer, but I think there's a pretty special game next. Would you guys happen to know what it is? I'm going to go figure out what it is. We'll be right back. Envy. Winthrop, thank you so much. Hey guys, welcome back to VCT or VCL North America. I'm your host Elizabeth, joined by Roy and Ash. You just heard me take that call from Mr. John Ryan himself. It is Winthrop University versus NV coming up. I know you all in chat are waiting for it. I see you guys. I've seen you guys literally the entire time, the entire last game, waiting for this game. I've been waiting for this one. You've been waiting for this one. Roy, Ash, are you waiting for this one?
Oh, we've been waiting.
Yep.
We have been waiting for this one. That's for sure.
Well, you know, I mean, Roy, just to kind of like break it down, just what this is, like the envy, kind of the God's gift to Ascension, I called them yesterday. They've been struggling. Winthrop University finding their footing, proving so many people wrong. The battle of these like tenacious individuals who want nothing more than to win, Roy.
I mean, I think I speak for a lot of us when I say both of these teams were considered, I mean, are still considered the top two teams in VCL, right? Their performances, their results have spoken for themselves. Winthrop University in the beginning of split one, they went from an underdog to now we're considering them one of either the first or the second best team in the league. Envy's been the most consistent performer. They've swept so many teams in the league. They've absolutely ran over multiple amazing teams in this league. Their performances speak for themselves. So yes, this is a very hyped up match. I'm excited. I think it's going to be insane on so many levels. But a win right here, guys, a desperate win for both of these teams is a course correct from what should have been a very easy finish and into qualification into playoffs.
I mean, we got to focus on our collegiate darlings, Winthrop University. You used to call them Winthrop University because I just thought it felt very English. But this is a team, Ash. I mean, we got my goat Moobs on there. You know, got my friend King Fred on there in the coaching slot, who I think have just, I mean, Gov, if you've been watching Tier 1, you've seen him too. Like, this is a team of like heavy hitters who I think have really, like we're saying, have really made a name for themselves, not only as a team, as Winthrop University, but individually.
Oh, that is for sure. And I think we're talking about the expectations that Winthrop have the expectations that they garnered over the last 2 stages, and then with the changes to their roster ahead of stage 3, with the addition of Glyph and Governor coming into the fray, there's that expectation of, okay, in theory, that should just mean that this team is only going to get better. And then the fact that we're seeing them now so deep into the Swiss stage is kind of unreal, but I don't even think that that says much about this squad. It's more about how close the competition has been getting within Challengers NA, and the fact that it does take that additional time to have these moving pieces gel, have someone who's coming in, being a new leader for this core in Glyph and taking the helm there, and how that does adjust like how Winthrop are looking to approach the game. I think that they've also had quite a difficult run at times with the Swiss stage that we see, right? The 2 losses that they have up against a Qbert Academy, who end up being the undefeated champs, if you will, of the Swiss stage, and then a Marivel that they've gone toe-to-toe up against so many times in the past. And unfortunately, we're not able to break that curse last time around. But overall, this is definitely a team that still needs to be feared.
Yeah, I called it the NA Classico yesterday, like that Maryville versus Winthrop matchup. It's tale as old as time, death taxes, Maryville versus Winthrop. But we want to focus on Infiltrator. The only person in this lineup who was not posing, doing the classic esports pose with the arms crossed over the chest. You have them down below the torso, which I think is incredible, but which I love. But Roy, is just someone who has been so impressive lately. I feel like we say about everyone we highlight, but they have been. He has been so impressive lately.
Yeah, and I think we haven't really talked too much about Infiltrator in the past couple of weeks because Ali has really stepped up for this roster. But that doesn't really say much about Infiltrator's performance, right? Like individually, even his bad games are still like an above average performance in the league. But whenever he's having a good game, it feels like he is miles ahead of the competition sometimes. He's very flashy when it comes to his playstyle. He's very good at finding these opening picks, and he's sort of a loose cannon at times when he's required to be. And I think that sort of identity fits extremely well in this team. And all of these things combined is what makes Infiltrator a really fun player to watch, because you never really know what to expect and how he's going to be approaching the game, and whether he's going to be playing within the structure, whether he needs to make a hero play. He's kind of just always there to find value.
And I feel like the fact that he is able to put that energy into the server, that's also the kind of vibe that you want to be bringing up against a team like Envy that completely play to the beat of their own drum. You have to be able to catch them off guard, because that's what they're constantly looking to do to you. And it's also why we've seen them play in playoffs during last split, and it was a relatively close match. They ended up going toe-to-toe. So much of that having to do with Infiltrator, and now it's a question of, are they going to be able to find even more success now with this new roster?
And I think you guys know who they're facing. I'm sure everyone in chat, I see you, know who's they're facing. It is Envy. I mean, chat, you make some noise virtually via text, because I know y'all are here for them. Some of the most beloved folks we have in the scene. But Ash, this is a team that, like, you know, really kind of suddenly, exponentially made a name for themselves, especially during stage 2 of Challengers.
Yeah, the fact that they have been undefeated in the Swiss stage up until stage 3, and then being able to finally take that crown in stage 2, when honestly, I feel like everyone was expecting them to be even able to pull that off during the first stage as well. But we also saw the change to their approach and how seriously they were taking the competition. I feel like how that's grown over the last 3 stages of Challengers on top of that. Like the fact that they are putting a lot more into, I think, that background work ever since falling short during that first stage. I've been working on like changing up their comps while still not like leaning into the meta that we're seeing. Yep. But what's different now is in this Swiss stage, their run is not as flawless as it was previously. And the last loss that they had up against Core was honestly devastating.
Absolutely. Look, 1 loss is easy to brush off. 2 losses, some alarms are going off, right? 3 in a row, that's red alert. Like something desperately needs to change at that point, right? This team has not really faced that type of challenge. Like they've never been contested in the way they have right now. I don't know. I genuinely don't know how they're going to respond. But when I'm looking at the roster, I mean, this is still Envy. Like this is still the team that has ran over so many good teams in the league. They've demolished them. This is a team that while they might not be hard to read, or they, maybe their strategy isn't the most elaborate, you still have to execute against them. You still have to fight back against Zera, the top performer 3 splits in a row. You still have to fight back against Ion, right? They're still extra. Like this roster, the potential in here is insane. But I think for me, the most important narrative here, guys, is that Envy, while they are ahead in points, they need to make playoffs right here. Like their spot, if they don't make playoffs, is not completely secure.
Yes, right. I think that's, while this is a qualification match, whoever wins, technically, or whoever loses technically stays alive. There is a point system in play, everyone. So Envy are really, really looking forward to win here. And something they're going to rely on for that is Ion here, who has just been, Ash, I love watching Ion play. He is someone who has just really grown into this role as a player. It's been such a pleasure to watch him mature as a player, just as a young man in the scene, interviewing him and seeing him just kind of grow into being a true player, Ash, not only in and out of the server.
Yeah, certainly. I think that Ion is someone that we have definitely sung praises for before, but then again, because, he's on that controller role, can also go under the radar sometimes because you have a player like Zera in the server popping off. But I feel like what we see and get with Ion is that consistency on that role, while he's also taking risks on top of that and making it look so good at the same time. Like, it looks so comfortable for him. It's so natural seeing him on the controller. He plays with his utility extremely well and lends well as well into that Clove pick too, with how aggressive he does like to get, with that such unique play style that is just the core identity of Envy. You really could not slot in another player to be their smoker.
Yeah, I mean, the star player controller, he's put on that uniform extremely well. It looks good on him. Whenever you need that X factor in the controller role, which has typically been associated with sort of this slow, low, risk averse role, that's not Ion. He's willing to take things into his own hand. He's willing to be the hero when it's required. And that X factor is a big part of their success.
I already saw you guys spamming Inspire's name in chat. We want to give a little bit of a different look at him head-to-head against Moobs. Two players whose stats aren't really exactly lining up, but you wanted to talk about kind of their play style and what they offer to the team respectively.
Yeah, I think that this head-to-head is something I'm really excited about because of the impact that these two Sentinel players have in the server. And I feel like every time we see each of them in a game up against other teams, it's always that conversation of what timings is Moves going to take? What timings is Inspire going to take? And the fact that they're such a threat to being that thorn in that back line, to being the ones that are threading that needle, I am always excited to see them go head-to-head a second time, because their reads on each other should be good. They should have a great understanding, and they do have great understandings of cutting off those rotations. I think that Inspire has amazing timings, and then with Moves, it's almost like a little bit of a different look because he doesn't take normal timings a lot of the time. He will catch you off guard more often than not, and I'm really excited to see how those interactions are going to go.
Well, where are they going to have these interactions, Ash? Let's check out the maps. Beautiful segue, Elizabeth. Good work. But we'll be heading into Bind, Lotus, and Ascent, with Winthrop picking Bind, Lotus being picked by Envy, and once again, if we need a map 3, ending on Ascent. The name of the game, map 3, Ascent today. Roy, give it to me. What are we thinking?
I think the first map is really interesting because Winthrop University, they've looked a little bit shaky on that map. Their last game against YFP was a loss, actually. But I think they see Envy's comp. They think that it's abusable in some way, right? There's no raise. There's no really any insane trap plays that's possible with their composition. So I think maybe they sense some kind of weakness on that map and they're looking to exploit it.
I mean, Ash, I'll go to you next. Is going to Bind first? I think I asked you about red flags earlier. Does any red flags show for you this time with this map pool?
No, I don't think there are any red flags for me when it comes down to this map pool. I feel like you look at Ascent and I just, I'm a little scared because they did have to start on the attacking side, or chose to start on the attacking side in that matchup up against Core. So, and that was really tough looks for them to get anything started. And as we head into the predictions here as well, taking a look at this, I mean, I guess I'm joining Roy on this train. Marks is also hopping along this time around. And it's not, this is no disrespect to Envy. I think that Envy are an insanely cracked team. But I am concerned with how difficult that loss was up against Core and only having a week to bounce back from that.
be.
Yeah, I mean, I picked Envy because, well, you know, the losses were, you know, concerning. I'm not worried. I think failure is your best teacher, and we're going to head into Agent Select next to see where we're going to go for this matchup on Bind. Now, I guess I have a prediction. I think Extra is going to go Yoru. Oh my God, I'm so good at my job.
I mean, this is why they pay you the big bucks, Liz.
Yeah,
I
who would have
respect
seen
it.
this coming? Maybe I should be on every single VCT. Maybe Kyle was right. Roy, right away, what are we seeing? A Sky on both sides, a Brim on both sides? What talk to me?
Yep. I mean, this is just a straight up mirror comp. The only difference really is the duelists, right? It's nothing has changed. They've picked the same compositions. We're not really seeing anything in regards to that. Obviously, the only big difference is the fact that the Raze util deals a lot better with the Cypher utility. So I want to see how Envy is going to minimize some of that Cypher value from moves when the roles are swapped. But just remember, guys, sometimes defense bind can be a little bit tricky. So they're going to need as many rounds as possible in that first half for Envy if they really want a shot right here.
I know we highlighted that head-to-head between Inspire and Moves, but I'm also excited for the head-to-head between Kane, Zera, and Ali on the Brimstone too, because these are two players who are so aggressive. There's no like performance fall off usually from Kane, Zera when he's swapping over onto these different roles, and we both know that they like to be hyper aggressive. Ali will still do that on the controller picks when he's not playing the Clove and whatnot too. So I'm excited to see what the Brims are going to be bringing to the table. Maybe some Odin gameplay. We'll see. Kane's been pulling that out recently.
Well, I did vote for Envy. I am partial to Ali because we are both from New Jersey, but that is enough from me, from my Italian-American. I'm going to send it to another Italian shift, and Mark's casters, friends, take it away.
Yeah, you know, the old adage of losing is learning. That's going to have to be the case here for Envy because they've been doing a lot of losing lately. But I think there's something in the pudding about, you know, talking about Envy and talking about Eggster kind of forcing Yoru maybe more than would be comfortable. I think there's a level of, yeah, Roy is right. Like Winthrop's looking at this saying it may not be our greatest map overall, but based on the vetoes, we think that not playing Raze is a weakness for Envy. So why not set him up and play on Bind first?
And this is one of those moments where, yeah, 100% compositionally, Envy, based off of their last matches against Core and then, of course, against Cupid Academy, their first two losses kind of really just shocking them a little bit more. Winthrop University really are the type of people to do their homework on why certain things work against other teams. We've seen them be a little bit more rehearsed, spend that time to try and sort some of these things out. And so this is one of those things on whether or not Envy will be able to break the spree of losses, or if all of the Challengers teams have started to finally figure out how to counter this massive juggernaut in the Challengers scene.
Yeah.
And already, like, look at this, Winthrop University, they're expecting this aggression. They kind of know the Envy play style, and they're just kind of ready to receive it, not really pushing up on any of the points.
Well, the guiding light comes out. Ali, you're going to check this. Oh, yep, and gets punished for it. Plus the follow-up. Yeah, Governor not expecting that Kane had already slipped through that. Just unfortunate timing with the initial shoulders leading to a backup through Spices. And now the action heads directly over to Inspire's direction, who finds a clean one tap, plus maybe a little bit more, but no, Infiltrator, boop, bop, beep, able to find his way into the back line and find the Ghost upgrade.
Yeah, and so they should be able to run this spike over, but Envy are already here, so this is not going to be for free. This is still going to be a tough play for Winthrop University as Ion finds one.
Over the top difficult, but that's a little easier. And how about it? Yeah, honestly, I mean, I don't want to just, you know, sell the farm too early here, but that just comes down to poor timing, unfortunately, for Ollie trying to check over through mid.
Yeah, it really does. Like, it's one of those moments where they're all spread out. They're all waiting to play contact, and then suddenly Ollie just pops out, and it's a little bit too late. Governor as well, not really anticipating it. And once again, the desk highlighted, Inspire, really good at the backline. It took a little bit of over-the-top shenanigans kind of coming through from Infiltrator to make sure that that kill was found. So a very clean Envy-esque pistol round as they kind of just run at Winthrop University. And this time around, it's going to be Infiltrator finding Exeter first.
Yep. Follow-up for Moob's good. How about this? In a round that should not be going like this. It's looking very comfortable for the early.
Oh, geez.
Well, now, okay. Wow. Well, I was about to say it's a very uncomfortable 3v5, but blink and you miss it. It's Kane Zera down to themselves. And this little bit of forced aggression from Envy gets immediately counteracted and punished. Winthrop looking strong with the free weapon upgrades. Thank you very much.
That's awkward. Yep. Okay. Okay, come on, guys. KaneZera finds 2. Spike's still not down. Bucky in hand.
Spike planted.
Molly's still available as well. Spy cam deleted. Smoke will fade in a moment. Then, well, try to use it for cover to surprise a little bit deeper into the site. Not going to happen. It's a thrifty round for Winthrop. A lot of that by way of just, what, 2 sheriffs? Everything else, I think it was classics in that round.
Yeah, I was gonna say, look at Winthrop University. They've got the read on this one. It's looking so good. They're all grouped up. There's no way KaneZera should be able to find more than one. And yet still, they're just all turned in the wrong direction, not anticipating that Brimstone to kind of come from behind. And so able to slap a couple of guns out, but it's okay. Winthrop University still will be able to bonus here. But we do see Envy. They're actually going to save into this next one. Just a little bit of a buy up, though, to try and equal things out, but it's a half buy across both these teams.
Well, opening shots initially good. Oh, the stim beacon works out for KaneZera to take the aggressive angle. And that's going to be enough for now numbers to start to head over to Envy's direction. KaneZera almost able to follow up, but Infiltrator punishes, and now we've got ourselves a 3v3, and this is looking like a TDM.
Honestly, Exeter now spawning out at least one. But yeah, like at this point, it's just Winthrop University anticipating that Envy are going to get over aggressive, anticipating that Envy are going to try and flank them on all these. And so they just play together, play off of one another, and try and utilize those long angles in their favor. They hadn't even really moved from spawn and already found 3 picks.
Maybe an opportunity for Inspire, depending on the timing, to put a pause to this hit through A main. Exeter would not be here to slow it down any further.
30 seconds
There's
left.
Infiltrator blast packing across to the site. Inspire feeling the pressure, momentary knife, hits the headshot, but at that range, only a touch more than a tickle. And then this immediate play through the teleporter, and he's gonna try to follow it, but Winthrop too wise to it. Punish, and now it's just down
10 seconds left.
to what Exeter could do from inside the smoke and Molly combo, and no, not gonna happen there.
I'm not gonna lie, it was getting a little bit too close for comfort there, because we see actually Governor, who's holding the spike, cancels for a second as Exeter walks through. If that was a clone, that could have been bad, because I don't know if there would have been enough time after for the plant to come through. Winthrop University, they get yet another round, able to carry forwards quite a bit. They will be buying up to supplement the lost weapon, but this is going to be Envy now having enough rifles. So the game plan from Winthrop University has truly just been, hey, they're going to push us. Let's just get ready for that push and trap them. But at some point, we need to see them kind of take the reins into their own hands.
Molly out early here for the defense. This Infiltrator going to be seen. KaneZera backing up, and there's at least enough opportunity for a trade to come through, but Lamps, U-Halt, that's going to be an issue here for Envy's defense, especially considering that it is just down to Ion playing on top of bench. Finds one. That's not terrible. It slows down the plant and allows the defense some more time to come over. Good flash. Gate crash not going to come through in time. Inspire up top. Able to find one. I believe they know that moves us down low. It just comes down to the timing of this double swing. And how about it? Inspire finds one more over the top of Truck, for crying out loud. Unreal stuff, 2-2 the count.
Yeah, these guys are aimers. If anyone doubted that, well, that round definitely showcases that. I liked the idea from Winthrop, though. You know, we know that they're going to wait for us to comfortably plant, try and disrupt us. Simple. We'll just walk towards them, and you can see them catching a couple of the members of Envy off guard. Infiltrator's just really sending it, taking KaneZera out before it begins. But once again, it almost feels like a deathmatch, exactly like you said, in these moments. And when it comes down to those moments, that's when Envy really get to shine. Winthrop need to dig into their pockets to rely on that utility. That seems to be the way that previous teams have shut down Envy before.
Showstopper out, doesn't really do too much. Infiltrator in some big trouble as the spam continued throughout the entirety of that cyber cage. Now the orbital strike, well placed, well positioned, separates the offense completely. And now Ollie's in some major trouble here. The whole force of Envy trying to run him down. They eventually find him. And well, Glyph, who's been on a solo mission this entire round, has to really go rogue here to try to make this happen.
At this point, I wonder if Glyph just tries to save this rifle moving forwards. The economy on Winthrop's side, not necessarily looking the best. We see Envy really kind of go into their a big bro style of gameplay where they just are like, you know what, I think I can win these duels, and just decide to go in. But we can see Envy really changing their play style, adapting as we've gone throughout Split 3, which is very important to mention because
30 seconds left.
the coordination coming through on some of the utility, especially alongside the orbital strike, was immaculate. It supported their play style of being that aggressive, and it worked out perfectly because it opens up this wide gap in the attack from Winthrop University. So an excellently called round and an excellently coordinated round coming through from Envy to secure their third.
Toxin screen down.
Well, Envy have really set the tone here in the full buy rounds. And for Winthrop, it's one of those things like you're starting to see the aggression that you would expect from Envy find the success that you would want to when you draft up a playbook. You know, the forced plays that we're starting to see with like 2-3-man hits that are not really trap in nature, but they're playing aggressively to where Winthrop have to clear every single corner lest they get punished. So it kind of slows down Winthrop's intended approach. So we'll see how they try to handle that. In that round, it was kind of a blind showstopper, just trying to connect them to something. But here it's going to be just, again, that same idea that they had from the anti-eco, where they're just pushing through showers as a huge man hit. Guiding light is being held. Boombot out. Both get deleted, and Eggster finds a pick in the process. That is a 3-for-1 right there.
And you can see that the trap was getting set up. They were ready to flash, ready to move in, send Infiltrator in. It was going to be great. And it's just the spray down from Eggster, understanding what might be coming through, allows that to happen. And immediately Winthrop University stopped where they couldn't even start. Glyph, though, going to try and take this timing on Kane's Era. Finds it perfectly. Ion on the other side. Glyph just running amok on the site.
Killed them.
Eventually shut down. Smoke placed. Should allow for Governor to get the plant off. Post-plant tool available in form of the Molly from Ollie. So there will have to be some sort of an Envy negotiation for getting deeper behind this plant, you would think. Seekers denied by Poppin. Dimensional Drift is going to come through. And if they find information on Ollie, that'd be huge. Not the case. Molly being held. Shot from moves will land. Neural Theft now earned. Huge information gain here for Winthrop, who can just hold these corners and play the crossfire. Well done to find Inspire, and Poppin's got nowhere to go. Huge post-plant success, largely thanks to moves off the Sheriff shot. And Poppin's just not going to have time to make this play happen.
Oh boy, I mean, okay, so let's break down what ultimates got utilized by Envy on that last one. We see it's going to be these Seekers going through, in addition to Eggster going into the Dimensional Drift. And I have to wonder, if you're launching both of those ultimates at the same time, usually you're using one of them or the other to find information as to where the players might be hiding. The only solution I can come up with was that was supposed to be a big reposition from Eggster to kind of pinch in on different sides here, but Moobs just so ready for it, not afraid to take that duel, finds the Sheriff headshot, and that seals the deal for Envy on that round. So great stuff from Winthrop University, really standing their ground against, once again, Titans from Envy. You know these guys can shoot extremely effectively, so the resilience from Winthrop to try and take that bull horn for horn on is it's looking good. And so that's why we're tied up now 3-3.
Time to hunt.
Trailblazer to scout out the front at B. Does not get into the way of any of those traps, so all things relatively comfortable for the two defenders on site. Everything is going as intended. Meanwhile, Toxic Screen could allow some step-ups here for Winthrop at mid. Spike is now making its way back through Spice over to this direction, but this is where the heavy stack is. You heard the pop flash from Eggster to clear showers. He gate crashes back to safety, and this is what I'm talking about. Like, the forward pressure that Envy's put on the map forces Winthrop to have to check every single corner. They have not done that correctly. Now everyone is vulnerable thanks to a well-placed snake bite, and Envy are looking good for their fourth.
Just like Ash said on the desk, Ion, consistency, always coming through and not afraid to take risks, is somehow consistent while taking those risks. And we see just maximum value achieved on this round. Ion not only able to get one, but the snake bite comes out, makes everybody vulnerable, sets up Kane's to have a triple kill, which obviously looks very flashy for Kane's but simply would not be possible if not for Ion being so pesky on that A site. So a big shout out to Ion to make sure that that was a nice, easy, clean round for Envy.
Well, these phantom shots at the door don't do too much, so the extra elimination from Infiltrator will be tallied. Operator will be held. Purchase will be largely fine, except for Governor in this next round. So Winthrop are going to take a pause and think about how they want to try to handle this. And I think a lot of it really is just, you know, the immediate pressure that Envy is forcing onto the initiation of execution for Winthrop. It's been so many of these battles that Winthrop have not been able to enter, you know, as cleanly as they'd like, whether that be someone hiding into a corner and going 1-for-1 at worst, or situations like this, where it's just like you're trying to clear out space, the guiding light, the boom bot, the kill comes through, plus the gate crash back. It's just, it's messier than Winthrop want, I think is the issue right now.
It really is, and this is the thing, like you can see these moments where they're making setup plays to try and counter the Envy play style with, you know, where they're setting things up, making sure that they're playing off of one another so that they can kind of punish that over-aggression from Envy. But at the end of the day, like, Envy, sure, they're coming in with a game plan, but their players are not afraid to take those risks, not afraid to be the hero for the team. As a matter of fact, sometimes it seems like all of them want to be the hero for the team, all looking for these opportunities. And no matter how much prep you kind of go into this map with, you're still going to be caught off guard occasionally. So I want to see Winthrop University continue to stick with their guns, with their prep that they came into this one, because they will continue to find moments where they can pressure Envy. They just have to find those moments come through.
Well, I like this idea where you've got an operator in play on Glyph, who at the moment is really out of the picture. He's just making sure no one's flanking. But if you can get a little bit of space over into U-Haul, maybe there's an opportunity for that scope to make its way over to hold Heaven. So you can allow Winthrop's offense to check their corners, not worry about what's deeper in the site. So possible opportunities there. Slow clearance of Bathroom on the way. Trailblazer up through mid. See the wall up, there's the smokes. This should be the execute forward. Shotgun in play for Infiltrator. Stepping away from it is Kane's but cannot do so successfully, as Ion will also fall by way of the judge. So that'll work. Just smoke it, hit it, use a shotgun if they want to play up close and personal.
I mean, that was basically how they won around previously. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Very quick and decisive from Winthrop University. And one thing to mention is the Envy defense has been fairly static on how they want to set things up. Consistently, we see that Yoru hanging out in showers. Consistently, we see the Brimstone just playing around that A site or just around the truck there. And some of these are becoming a little bit more readable. And sure, Winthrop University, they start slow. Envy doesn't take the bait. It's nice and patient between the two teams. But as soon as they go, like, they know exactly which points to pressure and make sure that they are holding them so that they can punish a lot of these positions that Envy have consistently held on the previous rounds.
It's a good shout. We'll see if that narrative can continue, though. That's the other part about it, is Winthrop has been the team who has had to mold and adjust and adapt first. So will Envy continue to try to play the same play style, or will there be counteractions on their end if things continue to unfold a little bit? Still purchase available here for Envy. A couple of regenerative and short armors, but largely speaking, they're fine. Most importantly, a Viper's Pit could be added into the mix here this round for Ion. Same could be said on the other side, but the orbital strike for Ollie is the real kind of nuisance right now for how Envy would want to play this. Viper's Pit will stretch its way down mid. And now the question will be, is Ion going to play this close, or is he going to hold it onto the backside? And it looks like Winthrop's not willing to find out, as they're going to make their way over to Hookah.
Is Ion going to play close? Of course Ion's going to play close. This is Envy we're talking about. But Kane Zera holding an angle, immediately dinked out there. And yeah, orbital strike coming through next. But no real follow-up from Winthrop University, just quite yet.
Well, that does force popping into sight. little bit of pressure in the mix. The flash actually connects, but Winthrop still find the win. Inspire has been flamed out from being able to contest early. Cyber Cage trying to sit there and say, hey, look at me, I'm in sight. Not actually the case. He's going to clear elbow instead. And Ion's pit, which has expended, well, now he finds himself stuck in teleporter. So unless Inspire can find something from the front and turn into a neural theft, this round is likely not going to amount to too much here for NB.
Cage triggered.
Yeah, this is really tough as well. Like all the Cypher utility there. The fact that, you know, Winthrop University were totally expecting Ion to do that really just kind of seals the nail in the coffin for them. There's no way that Inspire is going to be able to meet up with the Viper. And as soon as Ion hops in there, you can see that it's just a panic. Like two people are watching that teleporter to make sure that nothing can happen, and they will watch it all the way to the grave. Winthrop University, excellent round from them, very proactive. If you're going against Envy, you have to take those proactive opportunities.
Yeah.
An aggressive orbital strike, an aggressive push through hookah, that is going to find your moments to take Envy out. And once again, just a really good strategy coming in to try and take this bull right on the horns.
So now Envy's time to talk about it after trying it once more, at least trying the same play style again. This time it doesn't really work out for them. Again, even though it may not have looked like full connection off of things like the orbital strike, Winthrop got the breakdown that they wanted to, forcing Poppin in towards the crate or container around the site itself. So things worked out for Winthrop. And Envy, who we've continued to talk about, they favor trying to play a little bit more contest heavy. May need to try to find some sort of a more reactive play style here, because so far it really has just kind of been on to Kane to pause Winthrop as best as they possibly can. We also saw the Stim Beacon supplying some immediate support to him as well to help get to those 8 eliminations that he's holding on to. But 3 of the last 4 have been pretty darn convincing for Winthrop. The only thing that really obviously stays in the way is round 7. That ended up being a 2v4 save. So trends are starting to shift. Money is not great, but enough to purchase for the most part here for Envy. So advantage to Winthrop, kind of, but 2 operators now in play. Extra going to bring on the special weapon.
That's crazy, going for an operator on your team when Poppin only has a Guardian in hand. But you got to shake something up here, and it's so interesting to see how Winthrop like to engage with this already, just ready to punish things just like that.
I mean, the smoke is down.
Here.
The Stim Beacon is immediately placed as if he was expecting, I don't know, another piece of utility to help out with that. Difficult read on what that play was for Cainzera, but whatever it was is immediately counteracted, and now Winthrop find themselves the number advantage, and there's no smokes in play. So yeah, why not make your way back over to A, break down the site with smokes of your own, avoid the Cypher, and play the 5v3. Flash out early. Poppin would have to find something. Extra's able to connect once. That slows down the play just a touch, but Infiltrator's made his way onto site. Crossed up though, Ion able to get a second. Is there more available for Ion? Sure is. He finds himself 2, but now you got a shorty for Glyph. Trying to move quickly, but Exter connects with the classic. And we'll get a 5-5 tally. What a hold by Ion.
Yeah, it's Ion all day. Questionable stuff coming through from Cainzera, taking that teleporter very preemptively, was probably hoping to find a timing, but once again, Winthrop University not necessarily setting up a trap, but just so ready for it. They're like, oh yeah, you know, as soon as Infiltrator kind of makes noise, someone will take teleporter, and then they immediately punish that. And Ion goes completely uncontested just by showers, and no one really did anything until the wraparound happened. Disjointed from Winthrop University, showing a thread, and Envy pulled it to completely unravel the game plan.
Well, here we go. Quick contest early for Envy, packing off though. Not wanting to give away too much. So the play over at Showers holds, at least for now. Both Vipers feeling each other out. Meanwhile, Spike is not a part of anything right now for Winthrop. They're also trying to feel things through the middle of the map, and they will find Exter. Maybe a follow-up from Glyph. Snake Bite to try to pause on this play. Cainzera actually takes a significant amount of damage, but that's in the effort of pushing through. Would Winthrop expect this? They do. Yeah. And the punish is in Winthrop now with the numbers.
Once again, it's just like the anticipation. Cainzera kind of feels like a dog off the leash. You know, the dog is going to get the job done most of the time. But if you're ready for this, then you can punish it nice and easily. The timings that he's been trying to take have gotten immediately shut down. But Ion, once again, anchoring this site alone, up against all 5.
Well, Showstopper out. Infiltrator connects onto Ion. That should pretty much guarantee the round, as Poppin has already recovered the operator. Maybe you give it 1 peek from heaven because you could still collect it again, but yeah, it looks like they're just going to try to find some overextension kills if possible. This will likely be a save. So Winthrop will head to the last round of the half with a pretty significant advantage. The Viper's Pit still is available for Glyph. It's obviously hard to use it, but it'll be available. Operator may actually not be saved here. Yeah, Poppin will drop. Follow-up from Inspire is not good enough, and Governor actually packs a huge punch there. Flawless round for Winthrop. Seekers are now earned because of that. And honestly, Envy are not really going to be able to purchase much.
Honestly, okay, I'm just gonna put my cards on the table here. I'm happy that Governor got those 2 kills because I feel like Governor has been struggling, to say the least, after that tier 1 little shenanigans happening, coming into tier 2, joining Winthrop University. Still hasn't looked as sharp as you really would have expected the player to have, but we're starting to see Governor fit into Winthrop University a little bit more, and just seeing one of those like little highlight plays that helps build your confidence with the squad, which I think is extremely important to try and pull together a bit of a semblance of the expectations that a lot of people have had for that player.
Well, this is an interesting round here because even though the purchase is not great for Envy, they do have a dimensional drift that could get them back into the mix quickly and up close and personal quickly thanks to the orbital strike. So there are the right tools to allow things like a Bucky and a Stinger to still do okay. And it looks like Winthrop are going to respect that. Trying to feel things out, show some force at B long. Now the Seekers are going to get called, and that should allow for the take at Hookah. Cyber traps at the bottom ledge, and of course the cage blocking vision still has Winthrop saying, nope, not interested.
Right now, like, they're just working the map. Envy have kind of gotten wishy-washy between A, between B. And if Governor finds this kill, this should open things up. Keep in mind, though, Cypher traps are going to be extremely deadly. Inspire ready to pop.
Well, yeah, that trap is perfect. Inspired able to find one. The orbital strike to stop any follow-up. And the site will still be owned by Envy, and even more so as Winthrop still trying to force the square peg into the round hole. I mean, they had no business trying a 3rd hit, really a secondary hit through Hookah like that. Tried to just maybe catch Envy a bit off guard, doesn't work, and it's a 6-6 half as we swap the sides.
Yeah, 6-6. I mean, great analogy, honestly. It didn't look like this was going to be the one. There was so much that they had to kind of pull out from Envy, and Envy this time around show a lot more restraint in the round. And I think that that is the main reason why it works out, because you're forced down based off the timer to push into the site. You got no other choice with how little time you have left. And that's when we see all the utility come through from Envy. And it just is, it makes their gunplay a lot easier when you discombobulate your team like that. So excellent change of pace from Envy to take us to the 6-6 half.
Yeah.
And now they're on the attack, and I'm excited for this one.
And I think you're looking at this, and I'm sure there are plenty of Envy fans in Twitch that are saying attack-sided map, lol W. So we'll see. That has been a bit of a, I won't say like concern for Envy. They've done well, especially with the addition of putting together the Yoru. They had a 6-6 half when they played Lander a couple of weeks ago. So similar idea, but see if they can continue to provide the success that they need. Infiltrate up close and personal. Decoy actually going to provide the utility that it needs. Moves is trying to swing onto that. Not going to work. Ion with the follow-up off the mid-pinch. And it leaves it just to Governor, who, to be fair, is in a pretty decent spot, but does not expect extra. Holding back. And the trade is in numbers with Envy on the pistol towards A.
Ali and Glyph left up against 4. Extra very low HP, though, so Ali finds that pick. That's going to be huge for them. Spike goes down.
Always able to find one, but it takes a significant amount of damage in the process. So eyes to Glyph. This ghost could be punishing, and it's just a peek from Kane Zera that hits not once but twice. So pistol goes to Envy, advantage as we start the second half.
Yeah, and that's how you kind of want to start this half off. Envy able to take that. Kane Zera almost kind of reminding me of Demon 1 back on EG, where the, Demon 1 peak was like killing people at VCT, and then on specific maps will swap onto that role, the Brimstone. And we're kind of seeing very similar stuff. They mentioned it on the desk as well. Very consistent, even when playing Brim. Sure, we've seen a couple of overextensions, but still, we know that this guy can shoot and find those heads necessary, especially on when things are more on the attacking side for Envy.
Battle here for Ali. Dog in the middle of all of it. An Infiltrator, as the focus shifts back to mid, is able to connect for a headshot. Now stepping up. Flashes, nades, everything littering the front side of A, but Envy have the numbers on the crossfire side of Glyph, trying to make a mess of it, but cannot connect. And the overheal will allow transition through teleporter to work, and would you look at Ion holding the teleporter, and Moobs has no choice but to try to make their way forward. So 8-6 the count. Winthrop trying to force the action close and personal. Does not work. Envy under the strong bonus.
And honestly, we're seeing some of the mistakes from Winthrop University that we saw from Envy on their defense, where, you know, like we've been talking about in that first half, we know that Winthrop University have to be a little bit more proactive. They have to charge Envy full on and play as aggressively as them if they want to find those timings to punish them. And yet still we see them going through into these very chaotic scenarios, and well, Envy are just going to win out on top of it, especially given the fact that they've got their stacks ready to go on this offense.
Infiltrator, whoa, what a set of shots on Infiltrator. Stops the performance through bathrooms, and now Moobs is sitting here thinking, uh-oh, am I good? Trades were fast, they were furious, and yeah, that late spy cam will reveal that he should be fine. So 2v3 situation. Envy is going to be struggling to really work with the next set of action, thanks largely to the traps that are in the way.
And I think it was Roy who said that Inspire a little bit of a loose cannon, and Winthrop University do an excellent job playing off of it. Retreated to a bit of a loose cannon, but also a glass cannon right at that point. Governor, though, excellent position, finds Inspire and makes that almost impossible as Moobs closes out that round. A great response from Winthrop.
But in the face of a bonus, so again, the punish for Envy's all right. I think they would take that going into, well, I would say full purchase here, but they also did purchase up a lot in the bonus and then also into the anti-eco prior. So weapons will be a little bit weakened here. On the other side of things, yeah, full rifles, but a couple of light armors. So there is an opportunity for Envy to still find some damage with the numbers, but that is an impressive hold for Infiltrator, holding in the corner, getting 2. And from there, Winthrop just too comfortable on site. So Envy still trying to play with that upscaled tempo that we often see them play at. But Winthrop are saying not so fast. Back to a 1-round game.
Oh, Glyph, that's so daring, but finds Inspire in the midst of all of it. Inspire usually good for those, but shut down so early on. Ion going for the wraparound, but Envy should be able to capture that site and should be able to get the spike down.
Well, Ion's going to give this another go. Noise being made by Kane's-Zera. That could be an opportunity as Eggster gets deep into the site unexpectedly. Now the teleporter boy, Ion, in a perfect position to get a read on it. And oh, the shots through the side of the wall. Land for the headshot, and what looked to be Winthrop in a perfect setup to deal with all of that ends up being Eggster again, breaking things from out of nowhere.
You know, Shift, I'm wondering why it's always so fun to watch an Envy game, no matter which team they face, right? And I think it comes down to just escalations of tempos in aggression. We see consistently Envy has to force the other team to play more aggressively, otherwise they're not going to be able to match their tempo. The other team increases their tempo, which means that Envy have to respond just in kind. It's so explosive, and it's just going to continue to escalate as these maps continue. Inspire winning it right back, but Infiltrator trading it. Kane's-Zera finding that trade back, and so Envy find themselves at a person advantage.
Still have a rifle for Glyph. But the Trailblazer scouts him out. Guiding light to follow. Moobs able to largely negate that. Ali mid spices. A little bit damage onto Ion, giving him a workout, but respect on both sides. Weapons will be moved around and juggled up to Sands to make that essentially unattainable for Ali. But this is not going to be a comfortable hit, as Envy would hope in a 4v3, especially considering that Glyph is still holding tight.
This wraparound from Ali could be good, but still is a little bit of a tall task here, as Envy are left scratching their heads for a second. They should be able to initiate on the site. Glyph, though, with a rifle, a big difference at least slowing it down. They are set up, though, to hop through teleporter if things get dicey.
Here comes the play. Glyph moves dealt with quickly.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, perfect setup in terms of how you set yourself up for at least some sort of a battle, but can't happen. So you see it. Vandal will be collected. Ollie, this is the good old-fashioned heave-ho college try, but Kainzera is in his way, and Envy find themselves up to double digits and gaining a little bit of daylight now between them and Winthrop on this map.
Yeah, that's 4 rounds in their attacking half thus far. You see, like, when it comes down to just the raw gunfight, Envy don't lose that. I don't know that there's another team at the moment, maybe Hubert Academy, with how good they've been looking lately, that are able to take just an honest gunfight against Envy. And you see the results of it on the actual site. Sure, Winthrop University didn't necessarily have the guns, but off of no utility, really, Envy just walk in and they just decimate everybody hanging out there. So clean stuff from Envy, what we would expect from them as Inspire lurks up, but this B side has been very heavily favored from this Envy attack thus far.
Have to have this one for Winthrop. Showstopper, operator, in hand for infiltrator. Seekers for Governor at the ready, and he's already through caves. But the Viper's Pit makes a bit of a mess over towards the side at elbow. And Infiltrator, well, he may not be able to get out a teleporter here. Blast packs across and sets up Governor for the freebie. Now to the other side, Glyph finds one. Seekers are gonna make a mess of the backside of the site. Showstopper to follow. Blindly tossed into the pit, does not work. Ion still holding, full HP. Ion still in position to try to contest the spike on top of that. In position as well as Kainzera. Orbital Strike is at the ready, and he's ready to pop it. All it takes is a bit of a toggle. Governor gets a trade, but is it too late? It's just down to Kane. First shot good, to the 1v1 with Ali. Playing in the corner, trying to kill the time. Jumping over the side, shorty out, not gonna happen. Kainzera finds the 1v2 clutch and Envy get to 11.
Oh, man, that didn't feel good, I'm not gonna lie. You see Ali ready for the 1v1 revenge coming through. Kainzera just hopping around like, oh no, this is not gonna work out well for me. And still is able to call a reload in the middle of all of that. And Ali swaps the pistol, but just can't quite get the timing on those right clicks to come through. I do admit, I do think it was a little bit preemptive from Kainzera to drop the orbital strike amidst that Viper's Pit, but it was, once again, these chaotic clashes that we get to be treated to because of these two teams. It's always such a treat to watch. And even though it looks like right now Envy are really running away with the scoreline, a lot of these rounds have been very, very, very close. And I think that once again just comes down to Winthrop University trying to match the pace of Envy, but also utilizing their utility to make sure that they can kind of call out some of the members of Envy when they go for that over-aggression, over-rotation moments.
Well, this is a huge advantage for Envy. In what felt like a must-win round for Winthrop, they're going to follow up by coming out of a timeout and with really nothing but a couple of pistol upgrades and a Guardian. Oof. Huge oof, to be sure. So Envy are threatening the ability of taking Winthrop's map pick. A bold choice as the desk had brought into play the first kind of go around, talking about they thought they had cooked up something against Envy's very, I mean, well hidden composition on this map. They've only played this map once, and it was versus Lander, which you can have your opinions about that, but it's not working right now. Something's got to change.
And I just want to say too, like, I don't know necessarily if Moobs' utility has been doing a really good job at slowing down Envy from pushing in onto these sites. They're just kind of shooting the traps and walking through.
Yeah, that's a good point. Oh, it's Fire holding off. We'll see Ali playing inside of showers. But will the recognition be there that next to him is Infiltrator? Governor, good long-range shot, but traded 4v4. Smoke's down. Defense going to gain a little bit of space and actually give an opportunity for Glyph to clear hookah and step up in it. So Envy will have to make a tough decision here with 45. And as soon as the smoke fades, are we committed to A, or are we going to try to feel things out and maybe hit a teleporter back to B?
just playing with their food at this point. Finally, the creep up is starting to happen. In position to plant, but
30 seconds
no
left.
one biting. It's just a standstill, a stalemate on this A site.
Here comes the plant. Orbital strike to fall it back. Here it goes. Are they going to hit the teleporter? No, they're sticking. Secondary attempt. Poison Cloud embellishes the front side of truck. Ion trying to feel things out backside of the crates, but Winthrop are there, and they're unexpectedly stacked up. The spike does get planted on this, but you've got the flank now in play. Glyph and Inspire into a tough 1v1. And Inspire wins it. Neurop's going to come through. Now over to Poppin's direction. Good reveal. Boombot able to get into the mix, but Albie for the trade. Just down to Inspire for a 1v2 of his own. Shots over the top. Good for the first, not the second. Moob stays alive with 6 HP and keeps Winthrop kicking.
Wow, Moob, 6 HP in a dream. I was going to say that was a crazy flick just coming through the spray transfer to get someone's head in the midst of all of that from Inspire. Inspirational stuff right there, but it all just comes down to just some timings. That really was just Winthrop University playing disciplined. And when it comes to those disciplined plays, you can see Envy are just kind of itching to move forward. So they're itching for something to happen. And that's why it kind of came down to it. They know that the orbital strike is just on the other side. They waited way too long to tap that spike to force out that ultimate in what should have been a nice and easy plan. The fact that they waited made it so that they did get down to the wire as it did, allowing that opening for Winthrop University. Now, rifles across the board, Dimensional Drift already online. A site is wide open for the taking.
Yeah. Winthrop, in terms of retake, well, if they even play for the retake, and the spike is not on site right now, there's a very real world where a lot of this defensive setup could actually get into play to contest the backside of the site. Extra throwing in a little bit of utility to try to give some, at least, leniency. And oh gosh, another moment where Egg is just spamming out utility, ends up coming away with the cancellation and the kill. Ion shuts down the play at Heaven. Poppin will eventually plant. And now you've got a long bench angle from Ion to help out Eggster's position. Governor will get into lamps and almost has an even battle with Ion, who gets the kill with the last shot. So Glyph 1v3, yeah, difficult decision here. You can see the 0 credits for Infiltrator. Governor will be able to afford, but you have to save this rifle and play for OT.
Yeah, it's such an uncomfortable positioning that we're seeing Winthrop University kind of get put into there. I mean, it just comes down to the overwhelmingness. Okay, we just have to take these timings and try to win them out, but they're more or less on dry swings because Governor is the only one who can really flash for Winthrop University to try and slow them down to push through things. But even then, it feels like Envy just have protocols in place ready to avoid the flashes and make sure that they can kind of punish it. So Envy, they find themselves on map point right now on Winthrop University's map pick here. I can't believe Infiltrator got killed through the Trailblazer with a headshot off of that from Eggster. That's unreal.
It's twice we've seen that kind of interaction from Eggster. So to battle to get one step closer to OT, Winthrop will have 2 rifles, 2 sheriffs, and a stinger. No ultimates. How key would something like a Viper's Pit be right now? Egg's able to find the opener. Heal's going to come through and he's going to get an orb. Not that it really amounts to too much. Teleport will be hit, at least by Eggster and his decoy. Those sound cues may have Winthrop a little bit weary over what's happening at A, but the spy cam inside a shower will obviously reveal that nothing is happening. Eggster finds another with the teleport back over to Moobs. There is at least one elimination for Glyph, who's going to have to go just Giga Chad mode here in the back of the site. Not going to happen. Ollie by themselves, and he's being held by a trap wire and Inspire. Not looking good for Winthrop. And there it is. Final shot lands. Envy takes map number 1. Winthrop's bold selection, 13-8.
I mean, it was a very bold selection coming in from Winthrop University, but in that first half, like, you could see they came in with a very deliberate plan on how they were going to try and counter Envy's playstyle. The problem is, though, that tended to be very close to Envy's playstyle, and if you're going to be taking them taking the Kings to their own court, then you know who's going to be able to come out on top of it. And they mounted just enough rounds on that defense, Envy specifically, to make sure that it was smooth sailing in the attack, because once they swapped onto attack side, like that just felt like a well-oiled machine coming through from Envy. It was clean to make it that 13-8.
And now the issue is you got to go to Lotus where Envy is 11-1. The only caveat, we love to build a hero story, the one loss was to Winthrop. See if it happens again. We'll be back after this with map number 2. Don't go far.
Final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams. One goal. No resets. No second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
Well, the game's so intense and back and forth. I had to put my hair in a bun, aka putting my hair in sport mode, I guess, like they're Crocs. Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Roy, who has never been more disappointed in me than that joke, and Ash, who loves me for who I am, no matter what I say. And we are here today back on the desk because Envy have stolen Winthrop University's map pick of Bind 13-8. It was a 6-6 half, Ash. There was a moment there where it was just like, oh, are we going to go to overtime maybe? Is it going to be 12-12 and the battle two wits? But Envy University just slowly but surely kind of pulled it out.
Yeah, that they did. And it's honestly pretty crazy when you think about how this map even first started, because it kicks off with Winthrop being able to find that round 2 after an Envy pistol win. And then, like you were saying, tying things up 6-6 by the half. And then Envy get onto the attacking side and they were just rolling through Winthrop. It felt like Winthrop were not able to slow down the pacing of NV whatsoever. They were fully able to take control of the tempo of those rounds in the second half. And for Winthrop, there was like that struggle with the stall. I think it came down to a lot of those scrappy moments where we really know that this NV team thrives in, and Winthrop weren't able to bite back in the same way.
Yeah, it really did feel like Winthrop University were trying to match NV in their own gameplay, but it looked slightly disjointed at times. And I kind of like it though. I think there's something there in terms of the approach, but I feel like NV was just a little bit more well constructed in terms of their timings, in terms of how they were hitting things, and overall their approach to the site hits and their post plants as well, which they did a phenomenal job doing. So I think NV just had a really good first map. I mean, as you said it, I think after the first pistol, that Thrifty, I was like, oh man, Envy's coming off 2 losses. They're just 1 pistol. Things are looking kind of decent, and then boom, get Thrifty like that. That has to be so bad for the mental. And then they just bounce back so well. And then going into the second half, that's when they really started taking off, and you could just clearly tell that, you know, Envy was starting to do Envy things and remind us why they're the GOATs.
I mean, to your point, Roy, talking about it was just on the screen, the first kills were 11-10, like really trying to match each other's tempo.
Oh, yeah.
And like we said before, I forget which one of you said it, but Envy is a team that really likes to march to the beat of their own drum. They have their own rhythm, and you either match it or you really, really don't. And it's a very unique rhythm, Roy, and it's kind of hard to, when Ion's in your face and Exter is in your face and everyone else is just everywhere because of the way they play, it is hard to meet them where they're at, Roy.
I think that is the one thing with Envy that you can almost never take away, guys, is the role mastery. Like, it feels like every person on this team is so good in their roles that you can just see a lot of the micro stuff always end favorably for them just because of how well in tune they are with their kit. Like, the way the Exter plays his TPs and the way he baits out util, the way he like uses all his util. Same thing with Ion, like his understanding of how to play around his smokes, how to play around other enemy smokes, and just like, you know, Poppin's util as well as Inspire's timing and his gadget setups. And ultimately, Ion just had a phenomenal first map, guys. He popped off in many different ways, and not only was he like just very clean in terms of the kills, but just like the way he was using his stall util, the way he was managing his gas, almost everything from top to bottom was just perfect by Ion in this first map.
Yeah, I feel like, okay, we talk about how Ion is such a consistent fragger, such a consistent controller player for his team. Something that I honestly wish that I had acknowledged ahead of this series as well was just the value that he even brings. We maybe didn't see it as much like in this particular map because he was just popping off, but in those assists per rounds as well. Up until this map, because he was just going insane in the server, he was one of the leaders in APR within VCL for this split. And it's insane the numbers that he's able to like put up in that regard. It tells you so much about the impact of his utility that Roy was talking about here. And I think that's going to be so important as we head into Lotus as well, with the additional responsibility that is going to be on his shoulders when you're looking at the composition that we're expecting Envy to be bringing out. You know, being back onto that Clove, being a little bit more aggressive as well, and trying to find the value from the vulnerable that he'll be throwing out there too, which is always such like, I think, a big factor in a lot of the plays that Envy looks to go and make. They always try to find a pick off of that piece of utility and capitalize on the space that they're able to take with it.
And folks, we'll be heading to Lotus next, which is Envy's pick. So they steal a map pick. They go to their map pick next. Roy, you said something interesting in the green room. You said, actually, I'm looking at this Veto. It's different than I originally thought it was. I'm gonna let you explain.
Yeah, it's a little weird because Bind, it was actually a good map for both of these teams. Winthrop University picked it. Maybe they saw some, you know, some potential weaknesses, but it hasn't looked like a weak map for Envy whatsoever. And now we're going into the second map where Envy picks Lotus, and then, yeah, they have had great results on Lotus, but then you look at Winthrop University's Lotus and you see that it's pretty much the same story for them. They've since the beginning of the year, they've had a phenomenal Lotus. It has always looked great. And not only that, but Envy picking Lotus has forced them on the defensive side. And I mean, we've seen it before. The defense on Lotus is one of the hardest halves in the game right now. I think Icebox defense and Lotus defense are some of the hardest in the game. Sometimes, you know, people do figure it out, but when you look at things statistically, a lot of teams are just getting demolished on that defensive side, and you're giving Winthrop University their comfort map on a comfort side. It's looking a little sus, guys.
Yeah, I can definitely see a world where we have Winthrop bouncing back in that regard. Also, to self-correct real quick, I meant to say Omen earlier for Ion for Lotus, and I feel like that is also just such a big piece of the puzzle. Like that paranoia provides like so much value on this next map, and then the expectation for the side of Winthrop University, I feel like it's definitely going to be, I think, an uphill battle. I feel like NB, with how much work they've been putting into scrimming behind the scenes and just like the plans that they're cooking up and how they're looking to approach every single map, you know that going into their matchup today, where they previously lost against Winthrop on this map, that they went back to look for the mistakes that were being made and are looking for the adjustments that are necessary to be able to take it home.
I think to your point, Ash, you know, Ion could play Clove and it'd be fine. Like,
Fair enough.
He's one of those players. I think the reason we're highlighting him, he is so talented. Where I think you put him on any agent, really, for being honest. If I can say my personal opinion for a second and say, you know what, maybe he'll pick Clove. Maybe in this agent select, we will see a Clove, and maybe Ash is just an Oracle. But he is so good on that Omen, like Ash was saying, something I think that he's really become known for, kind of almost one of his signature agents, I would argue. And unfortunately, no Oracle stuff, but he is on that classic Omen Ash, thank goodness. And I saw someone in chat want Kainzera to be on ISO. Congratulations, he is on ISO. But Ash, I got that Omen back.
And I think that Omen is definitely such like a big piece of the puzzle, but my eyes have to be drawn over to the side of Winthrop University. We've got Infiltrator going back over to the Raze for this matchup. We previously had been seeing him leaning into the Neon a little bit more. And I actually have kind of questions about this swap. I feel like we've seen the Kainzera versus many Raze duelists in the past and how annoying it can be to deal with that double tap, with that shield that does come up. And that's where I have my questions is, what are Winthrop going to be doing to try and take that piece of utility from Kane early on so that Infiltrator's util or, you know, anybody else's, those being like the mollies and whatnot, actually have that impact?
Yeah, I think that is the trade-off, right? Is like the Raze is a lot weaker into the ISO. I completely agree with that point, but it's a little bit better into the Cypher, which maybe they're thinking it's been maybe a contention point for them when it comes down to hitting the C site or just trying to get on sites without taking so much casualty with the trapwire spams and stuff like that. So I think maybe they're leading into that to try to expose some of the NV's defensive setups, or maybe it's just a comfort pick. I'm not really sure, but I think the Raze playing poorly into the Kainzera is most certainly going to be a factor. So my eyes are on that, guys. I want to see how Kainzera is going to play the ISO and what form Winthrop University are going to bring in on their attack side in this first half.
Well, folks, can Winthrop University bring us to a map 3, bring us to Ascend, or can NV clean it up 2-0 style and get the win that they have been desperately searching for and low-key need to make sure they can make playoffs and Ascension? Chat, I want to see you get hype right now for Lotus. Casters, Marks, and Shift, please take it away.
Okay, only because you said please. This is interesting because the Raze we haven't seen much of for Winthrop, and it does feel a little bit like they're building this composition as a way to build some sort of a response against Envy. But I don't know. I guess I'm just kind of sitting here and looking at the results, and I think most in particular, looking back to when these teams had played this map in the Stage 2 playoffs, and the Neon was very successful for Envy. So it feels like they're getting a little bit of identity crisis going in right now for Winthrop.
That's kind of the name of the game here. I wonder if this is just a comfortability thing for Infiltrator, because I know that Infiltrator is one of the best Razes in the league thus far and is really proficient on that one. And especially going up against Maryville last time, not being able to find too much purchase there. Maybe this is just go to what you are comfortable and hope for the best, especially because you know that this is going to be a brawl between these two teams. Already, Winthrop University backs against the wall, looking for it, and well, Governor at least finds Inspire.
Should open the door here at C. One of the big keys that we talk about whenever we see Yoru ISO is that you don't want ISO to get planted and keep refreshing the double tap on site. So trying to mix up the looks, keep Kainzera rotating around as much as humanly possible. We'll see if there's a double tap shield that's already up, already broken. Good spam through the dark cover. Spike continues to be kind of toggled, eventually planted. And you kind of look to see what does Ion do to get involved. That's going to be an idea of let's get involved by way of paranoia and then let the rest of my team pop off. And that's exactly what happens. Spin up a web, come right into it. Envy only dropped the first blood on their way to winning the pistol.
It's like the desk are prophets with how they predicted that the shield on KaneZero was going to be such an issue. And to be fair, Winthrop University, they do a pretty good job of stalling things out, you know, just spraying the pistol bullets in there. Oh, it's going to catch Kane. That's all going to be fine. But in classic NV fashion, they just gotta walk in, no flashes, no real support, and they're more than happy to just execute it. Like, they don't even really utilize their utility. They just know they can walk in there and find the timings to shut things down. So a very dominant pistol round coming through from Envy. You know these guys are feeling themselves, and in their map pick here, you gotta be really worried for Winthrop University.
For real. Okay. So for Winthrop, that's not gonna feel good. But they've been solid when it comes to hitting sheriff shots and creating some inspiration for especially the anti-ecos that we've seen in the last couple of weeks. But here, a little bit of a different story. The Haunt will reveal one. Glyph not really too, I would say, bothered by that. The rest of Winthrop will slowly walk their way in towards Ruins. Meanwhile, Moobs, who has been one of the headshot kings of the sheriff, is going to feel things out and maybe cause a little bit of distraction and focus change to B, but again, largely Envy happy to just play on the door and more so keep popping in a safe spot with the Ares.
And at least the flood through from Winthrop University should be good for it, but it's going to be tight.
Yeah, the Ares just a little too strong. Poppin does get traded out, but here's that long play. KaneZero gets in. Inspire on the corner. Whoa! Pardon me? Rings the bell of Infiltrator, but the right click must have connected everything onto him. KaneZero's shield will fade. Aggressive play for Infiltrator, trying to catch timing, not gonna work. And now the question is, can Kane check every single corner? Oh, and he started to, but didn't do the diligence. And now this Ares for Governor looking decent. How about Winthrop? Man, cue it up. These guys, they don't care what weapons they have. Every round is winnable. And that comes through once again.
I gotta say, like, the rounds that Winthrop University win, it feels like they're taking a page out of Envy's book. You know, it's not the classic, let's set ourselves up, play off of our utility, play smart, play fine. It's very aggressive. Try to find those timings. Look for the seams in when Envy are going to be pushing them, catch them off guard, and we can strike and clear them through. It is really interesting because this is something that I haven't really seen Winthrop University do throughout the entire Challenger season. They've been a lot more of a rehearsed team playing on support to Infiltrator, but this game really calls for every single member to step it up and look for those individual timings, making these such chaotic mashups between these two teams.
Egg in some trouble, has to gate crash back off the site.
Target down.
KaneZero, just a shoulder plus a little extra. That works out for first blood, but lots of damage has been tallied by Winthrop. Third cover blocks the alleyway to A. Governor gets to work, teeing off at B. Yes, that was a double. Classic, just trying to deny the Prowler. Really good. Sees in the mix, has KaneZero holding his breath for a while, and are you choking? Are we kidding? There's no way he gets that. And now looking for more. The shield is up, but Infiltrator spams it down. Flips the weapon. Egg has a chance, makes good on it. And now a weapon of his own as we get to the 2v2.
Spike gets planted so far away as well, so plenty of time for Winthrop University to retreat, but Envy aren't biting on that one. Like, look at this, they're already ready to go.
Shadows traveling. Dark cover is going to be a problem. Oh, and you just see the tippy toes of Egg. Now popping. Has to go through the difficult way. Not going to work out, and Glyph will save the round. But goodness, if Kane keeps shooting like that, ooh, we could have some fireworks here in map 2.
Oh boy, I mean, fireworks are already being lit on the side of Winthrop University. Once again, each of the players individually stepping up when they need them the most. We're not playing on funneling all our utility to support Infiltrator currently. We're all looking for opportunities to step out there and make it happen. KaneZero with a very good pick to start us out, but Governor opening the door really to that B side and giving the chance to Winthrop University. On top of that, it really feels like Infiltrator at this point is just kind of let off the leash, do whatever you need, buy us that space, and we're going to take care of the rest. And well, this is the kind of gung-ho style that Winthrop University are choosing here. And maybe that's the reason we're seeing that raise instead of Neon.
Oh, here we go. The eco-warriorness of all of this is now put to rest as we've got full purchase. Nightfall clears out C. But look at the trap wires. They are on the backside of the site. This is all about trying to contest a deep scale in. Spycam will also see if anyone gets up the top towards ramps thanks to that smoke. And Governor will take a ton of damage. Decoy in. Does it actually distract anything? No. But honestly, if you're Winthrop, a lot of your executable utility is expired. Now you're feeling a little antsy about, is Envy actually going to contest this or not?
And this is good from Envy. They just rein it back in, playing nice and slow. Aren't full committal yet. Infiltrator, looking for an opportunity, but Winthrop still want to hit this.
Love that. As soon as all of the utility from Inspire is gone, you pop up the kill contract and you pull in none other than Infiltrator. That's going to be a weapon collected. Glyph could only find one, just down to moves for the 1v4. And with no spike, although it is collectible, this would be, well, improbable, if not teetering on the ledge of impossible. Well, first one's good. Second one's better. Look at the third almost. Goodness gracious. It started to unfold, didn't it? But Inspire, the stalwart defender of C, gets the last laugh and we tie it 2.
Man, I'm just going to say, in that kill contract, crazy of Kane's Aaron, just run forwards, W-keying it down with the Stinger in hand to find the better half of Infiltrator, who honestly has been playing extremely well. Like, look at that. Just sometimes the Stinger shoots just a bit faster than every other gun in the game, and that's why it's kind of OP in my opinion. But excellent setup as well from Inspire to really just mess with Winthrop University. And because of the way that they're playing, you see they feel stuck. They can't really commit to anything as already a lot of space being taken by Envy. A bit of a half weird buy coming through both of these teams here, but still button head to head as they go potentially towards the C site.
Yeah, Ion's got the judge, so you use the contingency and the undercut rather to get close and personal support from Eggster there if you need it. But there is no action at A immediately. And Ion's thinking, well, do I need to back up and get into B maybe? Hard to say. Gate crash is going to allow Eggster an exit back. You see the offensive pings, though. They're looking to make their way over, and this is where Ion can really tee off. Good read. Egg in trouble. And that's enough to pull it all back, but Inspire wins on the flank, and now the neural theft gets thrown out.
And all that ground is taken for Winthrop University, but they're still not doing anything for it. Still have 40 seconds to execute, but all the meanwhile, Envy are taking space on their own, making sure to lock down some of these sites. The call is made, but Ion still not taken out.
The fact that Ion was able to get back is unbelievable value for Envy. And now I don't even know how you get through this. If you're Winthrop, there's just no way you work through this dark cover, at least not cleanly. And that's exactly the case. Kane Zera, a little bit of patience in the middle of the gunfight, takes down the final 2. And Envy will go up 3-2 with Winthrop staring down a limited purchase in round 6.
These last couple of rounds, it feels like Winthrop University just gets stuck in the midst of all of that. And given that they're the ones on the attacking half, they're the ones who have to kind of take those opportunities, take those timings. And I praised Winthrop previously for, you know, all their members looking for those opportunities, looking to kind of try and find their timings and all of that type of stuff. But the last 2 rounds, their tails are tucked between their legs. They're playing so cautiously, so scared. And that's when Envy are more than happy to just walk all over you. Even just taking a look at the percentage of control that Envy have been carrying compared to Winthrop University. Like, it's so drastically different. At a moment's notice, Envy are ready to hop onto it just because they know all of the different angles that they can take, and they're so confident in pushing through and finding these kills. And so that's why we're seeing Winthrop University take a little bit of a timeout, try and calm things down before they let this spiral way too far out of control.
Yeah, and again, like, the approaches are not bad from Winthrop. Like, you got to think about some of the things that were starting to unfold against them. I kind of go back to that first full purchase round where Inspire's got the setup of his dreams. He holds on to Waterfall beautifully, but as you start to break it, if you're Winthrop, you're thinking, oh, we're on site, and then a kill contract comes out. Nah, shoot, like, darn it. The next time you're there, it's like you get your executable utility, you're on site, but you can't stay because Envy is just not going to contest you on your terms. So again, it's like, it's the patience from Envy that's getting these tight 3v3s, 4v4s. back into their fold in the last couple of rounds. So see what Winthrop can cook up. It's going to be all sheriffs here. Ion gets the first, not the second moves. I'm telling you, he's good for one when he's got a sheriff in his hands.
The timing. KaneZera not able to capitalize on it, and now Moves is going to be able to at least stall things out for a bit. Rest of the team coming, though. They know the importance of trying to find this pick right now, and it's going to be pistol shots taking KaneZera down across the map.
That's peculiar. Oh, okay. Never mind. Odin things. Well, careful. This is a long reload. Gets reset. Flash out. Moves, punishes. That's a couple of weapons to be collected here. So you go to the egg. Flashes off the back wall. No one home. At least not initially. Here comes Moves with the check. Not going to be able to find it. No patience. Had help. Had a paranoia that he could have worked on. Doesn't matter. Egg finds another. And so now it's a 1v1. Infiltrator off the blast pack movement. Not good enough to sway the aim of Inspire, and Envy pull back a near thrifty round from Winthrop.
Yeah, I was going to say down to a 1v1, but that is what I need to see from Winthrop University. Setting the trap for that bait out. Like, you know they're going to be pushing forwards. All right, swing the entire team, get ready to punish them, and then that way you can come out on top and find those timings. If they just kind of like, if they didn't cycle back the entire squad before regrouping, I think there were ample opportunities then for KaneZera to be able to grab that extra space and put a bigger thorn in your side. Winthrop play better when they're a cohesive unit, and they have to rely on that to make sure they find these kills early on.
Oh, look at this cheekiness from the Eggman. And that's the thing, is like, again, it's like we talked about this in map 1. Like, if you're Winthrop, you have to check every single corner. Infiltrator looks, smiles, does a double take, and says, wait a second, that's Exter in the corner. And now you've got numbers advantage once more for Envy. And the traps are different from Inspire on site. He's looking to contest almost immediately.
Oh boy.
Man, it just another one of those headache moments for WU.
Yeah, speaking of headache moments, nothing they can really do here. Trying to go around the corner. The spike is already down. Ali might have all the space, but it's all for naught. Inspire has been doing an excellent job of kind of locking some of these sites down. We've seen the Ali versus Inspire consistently happen on that C site, and nothing really has worked out for Winthrop thus far.
Oh, good counter on the spike beat down. Envy just not going to allow Winthrop a chance. Yep, power of the double tap scene in first-hand perspective right there by Glyph. 5-2 the count, flawless round for Envy. And another moment where it's just, yeah, you can purchase, but it's not going to feel comfortable. The only real kind of satisfaction point for Winthrop is they do have a Steel Garden, which if you find value on connecting with a couple of players, then those light shields don't feel as bad. But there's a lot of tools available for Envy in this next round too.
Yeah, a lot of tools. They got 4 ultimates online. Obviously, we highlighted Ion, but right now this has just been the Eggster KaneZera masterclass being put on in front of you. Both of them sitting with 9 kills, showing no sign of slowing down. We're not seeing that kind of like over-aggression where they just kind of go out and lose their life. They're playing a lot more confidently, off of a bit more utility to make sure things are better. Infiltrator, though, with the showstopper, will be able to make it in and hold out.
Yeah, big 1v1 here with Kane and Infiltrator. Oh, this time Infiltrator gets the win. And simultaneously, you're going to get the spike trying to get planted. Steel Garden to block off Waterfall. Again, that's that same smoke cam setup that we saw from Inspire before. And it's enough to pause the plant again. Poppin's made his way over with the Odin. That's dangerous.
Really?
Paranoia's in the mix, as Envy can still contest this dimensional drift to scout things out. There's the Nightfall. Envy want to contest. Eggster in and out, able to find the first. Poppin gets another, and finally puts it over the finish line. Envy never relinquished control, never see the spike even get attempted to go down. They're 6-2 up, and now Winthrop have to save.
Yeah, that's crazy. You see it happen right there. Like, oh, Steel Garden online. Hey, Poppin, can you run over here? Knife out, just dashing as fast as he can over. Has that Odin in hand, like, don't worry, I got you, bruv. And starts spraying down the site and is able to take down the Winthrop University planner in the midst of all of it. You hate to see it happen if you are a Winthrop University fan, but this is just Envy, once again, ready to pounce on their opponents, ready for a gunfight at any moment, and ready to secure those kills. Eggster headshot onto Ali, and that might give away the positioning of this Winthrop University attack.
Yeah, and I was about to say, you know, I was kind of preemptive calling that Winthrop was just going to kind of save in this round, or at least get a light purchase, but they full buy out. But that opening first blood is a critical one for Envy. It is traded on the other side of the map to an opportunity now for a 3v4. Nightfall will be earned with that plan. So there is a tool available to keep them on site. There's the wall, plus the shield. Here comes the play forward. Trades are good for Winthrop. Down to the 2v2 we go. Poppin will be identified and decayed. Prowler just to check the corner. Now the Haunt. Does not reveal much. Sees also in the mix. Governor trying to force it. Poppin gets the gun up in time, and Engster wins his one on the opposite side of the site. Oh, Winthrop was cooking one up, but now it's 7-2. And the news goes from bad to worse.
I gotta wonder if it's just not like the panic setting in, but the consistent escalation of tempo that I had mentioned on that last map kind of affecting Winthrop University. We're seeing a little bit less coordination in what could be very easy ways to kind of pull things together. I would have loved to see Glyph and Governor play off of each other, hold a single angle to try and punish one of the people moving in, make sure that they're effectively trading, but instead they just hold two off angles, and you see just trying to push the issue into Poppin, who has been popping off with that Odin in hand. It works out perfectly for Envy to once again find themselves in a situation where it's just a simple gun duel, and they're gonna be good for it. Envy now 7-2 in what is a pretty dominant half thus far.
Yeah, this is another, again, just to kind of frame it from Winthrop's side. You may not know it while being in the server, but they're gonna look back on this and be like, wow, we got really unlucky, or just missed out on a couple of windows here and there. Because they're really not making bad plays. They're not calling bad set pieces or bad mid-roundings. Like, everything's been pretty solid for Winthrop. They're just losing a couple of key gunfights, a couple of 1v2s, 1v3s. So now it's up to what you could do in a 5v4. You have to have it, you would think, if you're Winthrop here.
Oh, Governor. This is going to be dicey. Ion and Egster just on the other side.
Woof.
Where are you?
Ignore what you saw. Avert your eyes.
For both of them, really.
For both of them, yeah. That was just a bad moment of Valorant. Don't worry. Spy cam once again, able to get into play and get a read that this is a commitment onto the C site. Here comes the defense rotating over. Can Inspire hold? Can he find one and keep the site maybe even better? Razorvine keeping him in place. Good first. That's the spike carrier, almost gets more. Poppin, though, is in play. Governor shut down to the rotation on the backside of B. And the Odin on this railing is just paper mache shredder. Poppin finds a couple more, and Envy get to 8.
You've said it best. It's right there, consistently. That's Poppin yet again finding a multi-kill with an Odin spray through the railing. And Winthrop University, it's like single file line right into that specific spot, walking where you know that Poppin is going to be watching with the Odin. And they say that the definition of insanity is trying the same thing and expecting a different result. So the amount of times that I've seen them try and take the fight against Poppin specifically on that railing, getting to the point where you got to wonder whether or not insanity is really on the table. Another timeout being called for Winthrop University. I think much needed at this point because this map is very quickly spiraling out of their control. And if they want any chance of stabilizing things, then they got to cool their heads off. And once again, need to rely on setting things up more for these trap plays. If you take these raw gun duels, Envy are going to consistently win, and they have been for now 7 rounds in a row.
Yeah, I think we need to take the point and run with it, though, that you could take a freeze frame of or a screenshot of every single moment that Winthrop is on C or attacking C. There is no one in a position to fight off Waterfall. And I don't even mean by just raw positioning of the agent, but there's no utility to block it off. They're not using smokes to block it off. They're not getting things like haunts over the top, prowlers to clear it out. Like, the Waterfall has been a major issue for Winthrop. Every single time they're on site, it looks like, okay, this should be a plant. Wait, they can't actually plant because the counter utility and the spam, it's been an issue. So there's a little bit of insanity, but there's also just a level of they can't handle clearing off site with limited utility and then spending some on Waterfall. And now we're trying to make our way over to A for the first time this game. We don't know what's here. We don't know what it looks like. And wouldn't you know it, they're just running into the Odin again.
Not just the Odin, though. Crossfire's being set up. Look at that. Like, at this point, Canes is already on their flank. There's just no opportunity for Envy, for Winthrop University to get a step in the door. It's just a landslide coming through from Envy. The avalanche has already started. Winthrop University desperately skiing, trying to survive amidst all this craziness. And it's just amazing timings coming through from Envy. I think you saw the kill feed there, but like someone has already hit 16 kills. Nobody on the side of Winthrop University has gotten over 10. Ali specifically has been struggling really hard. And once again, with Winthrop University picking bind against Envy and then being forced onto Lotus for the second map, sure, the map Veto didn't really favor them, but they didn't really put themselves in an advantageous position to try and take on the Goliath.
Yeah, it's very true. There's also, again, like, I'm sure the desk will talk about this a little bit. Let's pause for a moment while this attack is about to come through. Prowler will hit. Wow, that wall saved Kane's life. But Winthrop are finally able to cook something up, and look where the offensive smoke is. It's blocking off Waterfall this time. So now they have an opportunity to actually get onto site and not worry about popping in the Zodin. To be fair, they're also putting pressure over towards B, which, woo, Moves gets caught. So now the Dimensional Drift is earned. Poppin', well, this is the easiest Nightfall call in your entire life. Throw that right across the pit. Let the Dimensional Drift run around. Poppin'. Oh, no. Wow, not as mobile as you think with that. Extra also falls on the Dimensional Drift, and Ion can't get into the play. So maybe a little bit of over-ambition right there for Envy, thinking they had that one sold, but not the case. 9-3 the half, we swap the sides.
It's like we're right into the Thunderdome. Like, you see just the gusto that Envy just are like, Viper's Pit, no big deal. Let's go in there with our guns and we can find them. No problem whatsoever. And even then, just on the other side, like Winthrop University, it's scrappy as ever. Poppin not able to find Governor in the midst of all of that. So nice little headshot there to close out that round. And yeah, it is the last round of the half, so all the ultimates come out. But now we swap around. This is Envy's side that they rather enjoy playing on this map. 9-3 in the half. Shift, I don't want to call anything just quite yet, but I'm feeling pretty good about how Envy are going to be doing this attack.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those that they're good on both sides of the spike, but they're technically better on offense. So it doesn't feel good for Winthrop, but a wise man once said, it's never chalked. Especially when you get first blood in the pistol like that. Quick thing about this is it's an easy follow-up. Well, I say easy follow-up. The Vice Wall will proc, and Eggster will be the only one through, so defense will have a chance to surround at pillars. Ion, timing is beautiful, almost finds the better of Ali, but not the case. Spike planted, 4v3.
See how they want to retake this. Moves in a very different position compared to the rest of them. Might draw it over, but look at that. Ali finding Poppin. Get a little revenge.
Good opportunity for Kane. Whoa, almost snaps back over to the toxic screen for more, but the egg has been hot. Call him hard-boiled. Never mind. Took it out a little too early. Ali for 4 in the round, and Winthrop take the must-win pistol.
Yep. Called that one just a little bit too early there, but a good confidence booster round coming through from Ali on this one, who has been more or less getting shut down multiple rounds in a row. Finally has a bit of a pop-off moment, finds 4 kills, double in the kill streak. And I wonder if that smoke, I wonder if that was intentional to try and dodge any of the scouting utility, because there is one of those things where as long as you've got a couple of feet inside of the smoke, then you don't really get detected by some of the utility. So I wonder if that's the reason why that Winthrop University were able to take that space without really getting scouted out, really. Yeah. But let's see how this goes. Outlaw in Infiltrator's hand. Gonna be a rush, though, from Envy.
Kane gets one opening trade. Follow-up peek from Governor, good. Although, that's weapon collection time. Unless Ali can get into a position. What? Stop, shut up. No way. Like with the Guardians, just like, I don't know, we'll hope. But Kane's able to get the trade, 1v2 situation. Whoa! Here we go. Moobs, how do you want to do this? I don't know why I got so excited. Pause on me.
You know, it's exciting. This has been a very exciting match of Valorant, and now Moves up against the World Inspire, not even bothering to pick up a weapon, actually, just holding things close with the Sheriff. Moves might be able to find a timing on one of them, but either finding KaneZera or Ion, or sorry, Inspire, it's got to be tough. All right, down to this 1v1 against Kane.
Right click out, off the reload, little shoulder. Oh, how about that? Little shimmy, little sway. Moobs giving him a workout. Oh my goodness, Moobs. A 1v2 clutch keeps Winthrop in the game. It would have been still in the game regardless, but to get to 9-5 rather than 10-4 is unreal stuff. Outlaw will be saved for the next round in the quote-unquote bonus, but Winthrop get a lifeline there after the hot start of the round for Envy.
And that was a fun idea coming through from Winthrop University. The just tap shoot around the corner, get a kill, and then back off there. It seems like they've been trying it multiple times because they know that Envy like these wallbang opportunities, and it keeps you nice and safe. I will say, though, the real MVP right now are the smokes, because Winthrop University in these successful rounds are finding kills through smokes, which makes it so much easier for them to be able to win. I don't like that being kind of the win condition here, but it is one of those themes that I've been noticing is Ion really just slap an infiltrator right down as soon as the round starts. Zenby really want to hit double digits.
That just cannot happen. That's just infiltrator looking for a shoulder. At least based on where he fell, that's what we would assume. Dark cover, useless. We're already through it. Doesn't make a difference, but that's helpful. Governor keeps at least some of the ropes contested. Eggster, Ion, going to try to follow up, though, by playing into drop and a little bit deeper. 3v4, but the problem here is Winthrop are on Sheriffs. Although, Moobs is still alive. Good paranoia. No, I was about to say, Moobs is usually good for one. We said it, he's actually always good for one, but not the case there.
Oh, that's crazy. It's all working out perfectly here for Ion. Envy find their 10th, and Ion getting a nice little 4K. Another player who's been a little bit sleepy in this map, but that's once again a nice little confidence booster. Of note, Ion at 12, second lowest on the leaderboard, still more kills than the highest person on Winthrop University. This map has been extremely one-sided. It continues to be the case. Poppin', Odin back in hand. If you're Winthrop University, you have to be anticipating this. You have to be careful about this because that Odin has just ripped the team apart in that first half. And right now, demands attention, demands respect. Otherwise, Winthrop University could just kind of walk right back into an Odin spam trap.
Well, Envy's going to find out that no one's really defending on side of C. To be fair, I don't know if Winthrop can really stay on C with how much quick intel gathering and flashability that Envy has in their utility kit. So they're going to have to play retake here. Eesh. And Poppin', well, you know it. You might love it. You might hate it. Hard to say. But he's going to spam down that railing again. Eggster going to teleport back to a little bit more safety in the backside of C. Here comes Winthrop, largely from the defensive spawn. Poppin', is he in a position to try to spam this down again? The Haunt was in a pretty solid spot. And Envy are battling out nicely. Big 1v1 to the backside of the site. Governor able to trade this thing back, but Inspire has the last word. Governor was not able to track him inside main. And that's enough for Envy to get to 11.
I'm just sitting over here like, not like this, not again. Popping with the Odin on the other side of the railing this time. But Winthrop University pay that respect. I like the retake coming through, wait for the Odin spam to disappear. All right, now we can move in, and then it becomes a good old-fashioned fist fight on the site, it felt like, because everyone just navigating their way through the smokes here. But once again, like, that is a crazy shot for KaneZera to pull out here. Good moves from Winthrop University, at least making sure that they're getting effective trades, bringing it just down to that 1v1, but things are not looking good. They're back onto a save yet again. Envy pulling moves out immediately, only got a Sheriff. Oh no, yeah, only has a Sheriff up against KaneZera, and KaneZera does not miss those, as that's a very quick C-take.
Didn't need that little bit of extra. He's got a pistol, for crying out loud.
It's Envy.
It's like kicking a guy when you hit him with a boomstick and he had a butter knife. But here we go. Regardless, the plant is in, 4v5. And honestly, if you're Winthrop, what do you see? What do you even do here? What do you even do here?
Try and die to the spike. That's my solution, because you don't want to give Envy even more ultimates here, but no, we're going to walk out.
Yeah, it's tough. Not trying to force purchase already kind of gives you the intention that this round was pretty much a hit it or quit it type situation. That'll somehow play. Nope, not going to happen. So the one taps don't come through this time. That's what I meant, chat. Nothing sus at all. 12-5, the count. And it's match point early on here for Envy.
Very early on. I mean, to be fair, this is better than some of the 13-4s we were seeing on the last series of Sad versus Nightblood Gaming, but it's still not an ideal scoreline for anyone who is really hoping for Winthrop University to really pull through. Envy have been in this spot where it feels like they've been down and out going up against both Cubert and Core. We weren't able to see Kane Zera come online in those games. And with this time around, I mean, look how this one is shaking out. Envy look really good, right back into prime form. Maybe humbled just a little bit, but I think that is necessary to make sure that you're crossing your T's and dotting your I's and playing Valorant extremely well.
And this is just another one of those moments where it's just like, if Infiltrator's going to be watching that angle with an operator, why are we trying to opening peek that from a different shoulder? Seems a little silly. Showstopper out for Infiltrator, shut down but traded. So now you've got a 2v2. And really, it's just two different potential 1v1s. This one's a big one. Oh, and Inspire. He's going to want that one back. Eggster to the 1v2. Has the spike, going for the plant. Moob's not going to contest. Is going to wait for help.
Oh, boy. Also has the dimensional drift, but I don't know if this is really the round to use it. Has to play a little bit more aggressive. A good group up, though, coming through from Winthrop. They're going to try and play off this trade.
This would be for qualification to playoffs. Paranoia hits, but Exter slips away. There's the toggle. Egg. First one's free. Now it's the 1v1 with moves. It is going to go to the dimensional drift. Oh, goodness! Oh, my God! What a play from the Eggman! Oh, that was so sick!
Oh, my head is in my hand, but big congratulations to Envy, who qualify for playoffs. Like I was saying, they had a little bit of a rough patch given the last two games that they've done, but honestly, just pulling this up against Winthrop University. Oh no, we're doing it to them. Oh, the right back through. You'll love to see it from Eggster, but honestly, that was just complete domination coming in from Envy here. Winthrop University, it looked like they had a couple of ideas as when this map started, but it immediately just got washed off the board. They were crumbling under the pressure that Envy were applying to them. Such little simple mistakes consistently happening for Winthrop University that Envy were more than ready to exploit and just take down the team. Envy, the darlings of challengers, it feels like in North America, find their way finally to playoffs.
Yeah, maybe the darlings, but they have not been the belle of the ball for this stage so far. We have some fun. We had fun with you guys. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Marks, a lot of fun with you, my guy. Envy qualify. Other side of things, the sad news is sad. Do not. They get eliminated. One more set of games to figure out what our stage 3 playoffs are going to look like. But don't go anywhere. You want to hear what our really smart, mostly smart desk has to say when we come back after the break.
triggeret. Vej!
Final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams. One goal. No resets. No second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
For the final time, welcome back to Valorant Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Roy and Ash on the desk. If you're just joining us, you missed a classic Yoru extra moment to end it. NV taking down Winthrop University 2-0, stealing the map pick and then taking their own with a beautiful defense half on their side. Roy, it was watching it. I think I went to the bathroom very quickly and I came back and I asked you guys, what happened? You know, I wasn't used to see what's happening. So Roy, what happened?
Yeah, I'll give you a TLDR, Liz. Envy happened. They're back. They're playing extremely well, and I think overall the way they played their defensive side on Lotus is the Envy that we expect to see in VCL. They were disruptive. Their tempo was on point, and I feel like everything that they were thinking about doing, their setups, their approach to the game was just so on point and just so disruptive to what Winthrop University were trying to do that Winthrop University just couldn't find anything to hold on to.
I mean, it's kind of one of those things where it's like, I want to give credits to Winthrop because there was a moment where they were making a comeback, they were figuring things out. But I think, Ash, when you just, I don't know how many times we can say this. I feel like we say this every broadcast when we have NG, but just the team that marches the beat of their own drum, just the not my tempo like thing, like they will run you over, Ash.
Oh, they definitely will. I think they played like the push and pull of this map extremely well. On top of that, it felt like we constantly saw Exeter going for that like C-mount control, being able to use the gate crash to get out. And then on the other side of the map, you had like Poppin and Kane and Ion usually trying to take control of Rubble and really disrupting the double controller. And the fact that you had Ollie with his Viper's Wall, that toxic screen, trying to take up that space, trying to deny any of that information. And I think NB just played anti up against that so well to deny any value from it. And Winthrop just really struggled to find any sort of response with all of the pressure that was being applied to them on both sides. And I think what's insane too is like, this map also started out very similarly to what we saw on Bind. NB went out the pistol, Winthrop somehow get the thrifty round, and then yeah, sure, on Bind, it ends up being like a 6-6 half, but Envy are able to just clap back so quickly, and they chained together like it was, what, 8 rounds in a row undisrupted by Winthrop, and so much of that just coming down to the pressure that Exeter was applying to Winthrop on the attack, on Winthrop's attacking side in that first half. At least for Winthrop, they aren't out quite yet. They do still have the ability to try and make it to playoffs, but for Envy, this is massive for them to be able to carry back into that playoffs run after those last 2 losses.
I mean, 22-8, Exeter, what are we going to do with you? What are we going to do with you? Because I think, you know, Roy, anytime we talk about, you know, NB, like we always like, you know, joke like Exeter is always in the Yoru, haha. But well, he's like the thesis of Yoru, Roy. He is always in your face. He is tricky. He is making you fight for your spot, even just in that site on that particular moment, in that particular moment. And he is just such a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, I think there's like a small period of time where Exeter wasn't playing to the level that we expected him to, but ever since then, he's been kind of lights out. I think I've said it many times on air, honestly. I think Exeter has the most refined Yoru tech. I think he has I say probably, but I think he has the most hours on Yoru than anyone else that has played the game. I think you can easily see a lot of that by just tapping into his stream. You can see how refined and how comfortable he is and just how intuitive he is with the kit. And it's just nice to see that he's now kind of just reminding us that he is this pop-off player and he's sort of re-stepping back into this sort of Yoru duelist, you know, like a little bit less supportive, a little bit less sort of like util heavy, and a lot more just like getting his value, getting his good fights in, and sort of being the sort of annoying person to play against when you're playing Valorant.
I think our other host, Sierra, had a photo. She was in a ranked game. There were 2 insta-hover Yorus, and one of them went, "Do you watch Exeter?" And one of them went, "On my second monitor." They went, "All yours, homie, for the Yoru." And because, chat, you have been so good, and you've asked for him, Exeter, I have you here for the post-match interview. Come to the front, sir, because what a way to end the game. just you in a 1v2 clutch, you get the one, you immediately dimensional drift and a jumping shorty shot. Absolutely incredible, Extra. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm going to ask you something that's not about the match itself, but something I noticed. I've been watching chat this entire game, and they are obsessed with you. You know, they are rooting for you the entire time. They're obsessed with your tech. They're obsessed with your mechanics. What does that feel like to have such a fan base that like is always rooting for you, even in those moments where you are coming off of 2 losses, Exter, and coming into this game where people are still rooting for you and want to see you perform at your best?
Yeah, it's definitely harsh because there are a lot of people that are really they criticize me a lot because they want to see me perform. Like they want me to live up to the image that they have of me in their head. And I like that pressure. I'm like trying every game to like live up to that, to the best Yoru title. Like and like on that last round of the game, like I just smiled so hard when I realized I could get this nice little shorty ult off. You don't always get like a perfect scenario like that, but that one was like exactly what I wanted.
I mean, we were watching it in the green room and we were like, of course, absolutely, of course, this is the way the game ends. But you said something interesting, like the image they have of you in their head. What is your image of yourself? Do you think you are the best Yoru? Do you think by far?
I have thought I'm the best Yoru for a long time, and I'm just clawing my way up there to prove it.
That's so it's more just like people just have to like learn. You know, it's like it's in fact people just have to learn about it. Going back to the game itself, you know, like I said, NB is coming off of 2 pretty surprising losses, to be frank with you. Can you talk to me about the conversations with your team after the losses? Why did you think they happened? Because we haven't really heard from you guys since then. So what was your kind of read on the losses and how did you prep for this game today against Winthrop University?
Yeah, it was definitely a complacency issue. Everyone just got kind of complacent. I think since we 4-0'd both other Swiss stages, we kind of didn't know how to react to like a Swiss stage loss. And I think most of us thought we were just kind of like going to float into playoffs. We wouldn't really have to earn it, kind of like we've been doing before. And so like everyone, I think, took like a bystander approach, which was caused our downfall a little bit. And like we all realized that we have to get in playoff form to get to playoffs. And so that's what I did. I retraced all my steps for playoffs last split, and now I'm like primed up again.
What do you think your playoff form is as NV?
As a team, I think we just win every fight. You don't get a chance to play against us.
I would have to agree watching that. It is, you guys are such a suffocating team. Now that you have qualified, where does NV go from here? You know, beyond the play style, like how do we make sure we don't have that complacency, that bystander aspect? What are you guys going to do to make sure the NV we know and love and have talked about, saying that you guys can face these tier 1 teams in Americas or really any region and put them to the test and make sure we see that team to make it to Ascension?
Yeah, we've been putting in extra work in the scrims. Right after the QOR loss, we were like, okay, we have to scrim more. We have to take this more seriously. Less Clash Royale, bedtime, like stricter bedtimes, a lot of just more focus. We just got to hone in.
I mean, maybe I'm just not in the loop. Can you explain the Clash Royale thing? Because they were yapping about it in chat, or talking about it, excuse me, in chat. And I was like, are y'all just big Clash Royale players? What's going on?
I personally am not that addicted. I just like to play it for fun with my chat. I have my own clan with chat. We play every night. Nice. But Ion and Kane are fully addicted, and they're spending hundreds of dollars. And so there's a lot of talk about them maybe playing a little bit too much Clash.
Spending a little too much money, maybe, you know, hundreds of dollars. My goodness, but we're a kid again. Well, I'm going to let you go. Congratulations on the win, Exter, and an incredible way to end it. I'll see you later.
Thank you. Thank you.
I remember the days when I could spend hundreds of dollars on games. No, that's not even, I don't know if any fellow Genshin gamers are out there, but any gotcha gamers, but oh boy. But seriously, I mean, that is the NV we've known and love. You know, that's kind of a return to form that we've been looking for. And it's really nice because it's something that I think, you know, for a while, if you looked at like stage 1, especially Ash, we were like, NV can like knock down these tier 1 teams. They're so freaking good. And then they just kind of floundered with this kind of complacency that he was talking about. So it's so good to see them in that qualified spot with TSM, Maryville, QR, and Cube looking at it. But looking at that round 7, Ash, that Legacy Blue, YFP, Boxer, NBG, and Winthrop, that is about to be, I want to call it messy, but definitely brawly at the very least.
I think brawly is the perfect word for it. Brawly, scrappy. I think it's going to be really interesting to see which teams end up going head to head up against each other in that 3-3 to decide the final eliminated and then also qualified teams heading into playoffs. And it's just honestly so crazy, I think, again, to see Winthrop down there after today's loss. Not that it's insane that they like lost up against NB. I think that NB definitely came and clapped back. But the fact that Winthrop was regarded as one of the best teams in VCL now being down to like the final straw, and then a YFP that it feels like we've kind of touted as what on paper should be a super team since the very beginning of the season, and still not finding the right pieces to make it work in the way that we expect them to.
I mean, it's one of those things where I think we always say this, like, oh, it's Valorant, like anything can happen, you know, kind of as a joke, but it is truly Valorant. I was texting Guimon the other day. I was like, this is Valorant. Literally, this game is so random. Anything can happen. Your plans can go awry so quickly. But our plan right now is to end the broadcast for today. So thank you guys so much for joining us on behalf of production, casters, and the desk. Have fun, be safe, make good decisions, and we'll see you back here bright tomorrow. Be bright and early, okay? See you later.
As Kumi, taking a lot of space on mid, could find the backs of some of the SAT Esports players.
Here comes the null command. Knives will connect. And you also find Jawa. Is he in a recoverable position? May not be with Kumi on the backside for the double outlaw shot. Available. New guard now. That'll make life difficult. And yeah, Gerwin holding the corner. No problem. Actually, Gerwin finds the one hopping into sight. So now he's looking to final punch. But Shondex able to hit, taking time. And you have no idea if anyone's playing inside of B mains. That's always going to be on the back of your mind. The knife reveals only one. Paranoia essentially reveals a second. But there is a question mark of is Screwed facing the site or not. There's the reveal on denoted. That's the easy first, but the trade is in. Smelling now for the 1v2. Trying to go quickly inside a shower will obviously reveal that nothing is happening. Exter finds another with the teleport back over to moves. There is at least one elimination for Glyph, who's going to have to go just Giga Chat mode here in the back of the site. Not going to happen. Ollie by themselves, and he's being held by a trap wire and Inspire. Not looking good for Winthrop. And there it is. Final.
Also has the dimensional drift, but I don't know if this is really the round to use it. Has to play a little bit more aggressive. A good group up there coming through from Winthrop. They're going to try and play off this trade.
This would be for qualification to playoffs. Paranoia hits, but Exter slips away. There's the toggle. Egg. First one's free. Now it's the 1v1 moves. It is going to go to the dimensional drift. Oh, goodness!